I'm binding and rebuking it, closing the portal. And as I'm doing this, George, just as you're hearing my voice now, this groan, growl type of thing came out from within the block wall. Anita and Chris were standing right there with me. We all heard it clearly. And so after hearing that, I had to jump right back into action and take power and authority and bind and rebuke it, cast out, and then it departed. But it was, again, something that you and the listeners, you'd have to be there to see it and hear it for yourself to truly understand and appreciate what I'm saying.
Let's take a few calls here for you, Bill, and we'll come back and talk more about these events and the Mandela effect as well. Let's go to Colleen in Red Bluff, California to get things started. Hi, Colleen.
Hi, George. Thank you, I think, for taking my call. I'm actually kind of really nervous. I was married for a long time to an abusive man, and there were many times, just to cut it short, it was abuse verbally, physically, mentally, whatever, and sexually. And I can distinctly remember at least 3 or 4 times where I saw the face of Satan while he would be raping me and choking me, and I would have fought him off physically as hard as I could, and I was strong back then, and I mean, I would be sweating just out of energy trying to fight him off, and I feel like I've been stuck, and I don't know if there's residual effects from that or whatever, but I know.
Do you feel possessed?
I don't know if I feel possessed, because I'm single mom, 4 kids, raised them all, worked hard.
And where is he? Know. He's done. He's gone, right?
He died, yeah.
He died.
About 3.5 years ago. But, we were divorced a long, long time ago. But, God has been amazing in letting me raise my kids and everything that we went through. Just a host of things. But personally, I just feel like I just not worthy. I don't know.
Well, let's bring the expert in to talk with you. Bill, go ahead.
And I'm very sorry that you've suffered in the way that you have. And I want you to know that God does love you, and God is with you, and God is for you. And I think it's time for you to start a new chapter, a new season in your life, making God first in your life and have a real connection with him and allow him to show you that you are somebody and you are worthy. So I would suggest to you that, and whether it's me or somebody else, find someone to help you with this type of spiritual, and this would be more of a spiritual cleansing for you. And I would also recommend that you be rebaptized as well and start a new chapter and a new season in peace, freedom, and victory. I want you to look forward and never look back.
Okay.
And you can get a hold of Bill through his website, Colleen, billbean.net, linked up at coasttocoastam.com.
That's it. And God bless you. And if I can be of any assistance in any way, please, like George said, he just gave you the website. Don't hesitate.
Let's go to Ed in Hemp Hill, Texas. Ed, welcome to the program.
George, it's such an honor to talk to you.
Well, thank you, Ed.
And Bill, when I was 9 years old, my mother went to Kmart and bought a Ouija board.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
And
she thought it was a game, right?
Thought it was a game, yeah. And me and my brother played it. He was 3 years older than me. He was 12. And he died at 25 years old.
Oh, my.
And everybody in my family, except my father, he's 82, has died.
I'm very sorry to hear that.
You think a lot of it was tied to that Ouija board, Ed?
I think everything was tied to it.
Anything happened that you could recollect for us when you were playing it? And how many times did you and your brother use the board?
Oh, we'd mess with it every day.
Every day? Oh, my gosh.
Every day.
It's a portal, Bill, isn't it?
And for Dan Galante, Donna Walker, Tom Danheiser, Lisa Lyon, Lex Lonehood, Sean Ladouceur, Stephanie Smith, Chris Burrows, Tim Banal, George Knapp and Richard Serrett, and Rich Vera, our new host. I'm George Norrie, somewhere out there on Coast to Coast AM. We'll see you on our next edition. Until then, be safe, everyone.
Hi, this is Joe Meterchik, PNC Bank Regional President. PNC Bank, we're committed to making a difference in the lives of our customers and communities by helping them move forward financially. As a Main Street bank, we try to do right by our customers with every encounter. Our local teams offer personalized financial advice to help guide you in making the best decision. We're proud to be part of the Philadelphia, Delaware, and Southern New Jersey communities. PNC Bank. See how we can make a difference for you at pnc.com. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
She's your mom. She'll love any gift you give her. But what she deserves is something truly special. Like a fully installed new kitchen for just $13,599 with 0 down and 0% interest right now at the Colonial Marble and Granite Mother's Day sale. But hurry, mom's love is eternal, but the Colonial Mother's Day sale ends on May 13th. Restrictions apply. See colonialmarble.net for details. That's colonialmarble.net.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-1216. 800-499-1216. 800-499-1216.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. New tensions on college campuses and violent confrontations with police. Officers cleared out protesters from a library they'd been occupying at Portland State University since Monday, 2 separate times. Correspondent Jared Hill.
Police video shows officers pushing through makeshift barricades and searching inside the graffiti-covered building. Outside, a car drove into a crowd. People nearby started pelting it with objects before the driver sprayed something out the window, jumped out, and ran away.
More than 2,100 people have been arrested during pro-Palestinian protests over the past couple of weeks. Severe storms have hit southeast Texas. CBS's Chris Fox has details from Austin.
It's the biggest flood in Houston since Hurricane Harvey in 2017. Harris County Judge Lena Hidalgo calling for mandatory evacuations around the East Fork area of the San Jacinto River.
Street-side structures will have rooftop flooding. The water will be hitting power lines, which puts our emergency evacuation vehicles at risk.
Possible tornadoes reported in Anson and Hawley, where the school district says some homes have been damaged. Former President Trump will be back back in court at his hush money trial in New York, a day after we heard from the former lawyer for the woman who received the payment. CBS's Robert Costa.
On the stand, Stormy Daniels' former attorney, Keith Davidson, who testified how he negotiated a $130,000 payment to pay Stormy Daniels for her story before the 2016 election. Davidson acknowledged texting with National Enquirer editor Dylan Howard the night Trump won, writing, "What have we done?"
When testimony was over, Mr. Trump delivered pizzas to a firehouse nearby. A federal judge in L.A. has sentenced the captain of a scuba dive boat to 4 years in prison after 34 people died in a fire below deck in 2019. U.S. Attorney Martin Estrada.
I want to be very clear that what happened here in this incident was not an accident. This was a criminal act.
Captain Jerry Boyland was the first to abandon ship. iPhone sales aren't what they once were. Apple's reported a decline in revenue for the 5th time in the past 6 quarters. Analysts also blame new competition from smartphone makers in China. Last night at the White House, First Lady Jill Biden hosted the first state dinner to honor the country's top teachers.
Tonight we celebrate you because teaching isn't just a job, it's a calling. And all of you were called to this profession for a reason.
The dinner honored National Teacher of the Year Missy Testerman of Tennessee. S&P futures up 15. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Sometimes they'll show me little things that just amuse me. Like, apparently, some people love to talk about the way I laugh.
I love your laugh, and I love that message.
I am nauseated by Drew Barrymore.
I can still picture her in E.T. Ralph Macchio from The Karate Kid.
He still looks
like he's the Karate Kid.
Yeah.
Kevin Arnold from The Wonder Years still looks like Fred Savage.
Yeah, he turned out to be a creep, didn't he?
Yeah.
I guess I have to say alleged creep. I don't know.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Today, everyone is trying to eat healthier and eat more fresh foods. Well, that also goes for your four-legged friends. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rules stores. If you are not aware of the new generation of fresh food diets available for your four-legged friends, then you are missing out. At Dogs and Cats Rule, we carry a wide-ranging selection of fresh foods that includes raw, gently cooked, freeze-dried, air-dried, and baked. To learn more, visit any of our 7 locations. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Runner's knee, golfer's back, hiker's hip.
Any of these feel familiar? At Virtua Orthopedics and Spine, we've got a doc for that.
Baker's wrist, laptop neck, shopper's shoulder.
Yep, we've got a doc for those too. Virtua Orthopedics and Spine has over 60 specialists, 20 PT rehab facilities, and 26 surgical sites all across South Jersey. Find the right specialist for you at virtua.org/ortho.
Time! Great workout, Rock.
I'll hit the showers.
Not anymore, Rock. I went to Half Price Hot Tubs and got a nice hot tub and infrared sauna.
Hey, yo, Mick, how many rounds did you go to get that deal?
At Half Price Hot Tubs, you always get the best price on the best brands with more inventory than you have sequels.
I'll get one for me and Buckus.
Half Price Hot Tub sale ends soon. Save an additional $500 and get our unique chemical-free system at 0% financing. Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. ramp.com/250.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert, and I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-790-1400. 800-790-1400.
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized. With help from Beacon, I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and the chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com.
I'm Brett Baer.
I'm Maria Bartiromo.
I'm Brian Kilmeade, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Friday, May 3rd, 2024. I'm Jessica Rosenthal. After weeks of anti-Israel protests on college campuses, President Biden finally speaks about it as debate swirls over how universities handled things and whether protesters crossed any lines.
Fingerprints and mugshots and arrests, records that they probably don't want on their resume. Maybe some will see it as a badge of honor. But when there's just sort of a slap on the wrist and they show up the next day and rebuild the encampment, you know what you're doing is not working.
We speak with Fox News Sunday anchor Shannon Bream.
I'm Chris Foster. Bobby Joe Long killed at least 10 women. Lisa McVeigh wasn't one of them. She survived and helped bring him to justice.
There was this gumption and this just God-driven, and she talks a lot about her faith, this God-driven urge to prove everybody wrong, and mostly herself. She is worth the fight.
Harris Faulkner's here to talk about her new Fox Nation special, Surviving a Serial Killer.
And I'm Kennedy. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
Protests on college campuses grew and grew across the country, from Columbia to Northwestern to UCLA. People were arrested in some areas, many for failing to disperse. Hundreds were arrested at Columbia University after protesters took over a building. New York Mayor Eric Adams said the NYPD only went in after Columbia University officials asked them to, and after learning that many of the protesters were not, in fact, students, but as he put it, outside agitators.
And I know that there are those who are attempting to say, well, the majority of people may have been students. You don't have to be the majority to influence and co-opt an operation. There is a movement to radicalize young people, and I'm not going to wait until it's done and all of a sudden acknowledge the existence of it.
As the protests continued in other areas, former President Trump addressed the activity, praising police for their handling of the crowds in Los Angeles and New York.
They got to be stopped now because it's going to go on, and it's going to get worse and worse. And, they take over countries, okay? And we're not letting them take over the USA. We're not letting the radical left morons take over this country.
But it was Republican senators like Oklahoma Senator James Lankford who addressed the content of the protests.
Jewish students are being told it's not safe for you to be there anymore. I can't imagine any other group on campus that university officials would say it's no longer safe for you to be here.
Earlier in the week, the White House spokeswoman said President Biden was aware of all of these protests and was monitoring things, but Thursday he finally addressed it.
In moments like this, there are always those who rush in to score political points.
He said free speech is protected, but the violence is not.
Vandalism, trespassing, breaking windows, shutting down campuses, forcing the cancellation of classes and graduations. None of this is a peaceful protest. Threatening people, intimidating people, instilling fear in people is not peaceful protest.
Campus reactions varied. While some were arrested, like at Columbia and UCLA, protesters at Northwestern University largely dispersed after they were told they could participate in a committee that reviews the university's financial holdings.
I think everybody starts with the notion of that we've got a constitution that is for very difficult times. The First Amendment is often stretched in ways that are very unpleasant. I mean, it's not necessary for people talking about puppies and rainbows. I mean, it's for really divisive, awful, behavior. I think about the Supreme Court, always the case years ago that was 8-1 in favor of Westboro Baptist Church, which is, has signs and chants things that nearly everyone is going to find terribly offensive. They show up at funerals. I mean, it's really, a kind of perfect example of where the First Amendment kicks in. 8-1, the Supreme Court said they can do that. So when it crosses the line, obviously, into threats of physical harm and people being endangered, I mean, that's one thing when we're talking about the First Amendment, but there are all these other potential legal issues when people have contracted for education, for dorms, for food services that they can't get to because the university is not upholding what would arguably be their side of the contractual bargain. So I wouldn't be surprised to see students, to see parents and other people get involved in going after these universities legally, saying, you're not protecting my kid and you're not providing the services we paid for.
3 Jewish students say the university allowed them to be harassed at Northwestern. They've filed suit. A Jewish student filed suit against Columbia. I imagine more might be coming, including maybe one against UCLA, where Jewish students couldn't get into a building on campus. What you just said, is this the recourse? Like, if the university lets things go on, believing what you just said, that this is a speech issue, but students are blocked from accessing parts of campus, is that the case, or does it really depend on university policy?
Well, part of it, because remember, Columbia was telling the students, you're violating all of the policies about using the public space, and we do have, rules and restrictions on the way that is used. But remember, the first time they cleared them out, they didn't actually get arrested. They were kind of taken away and processed, whatever. But to take them away and actually arrest them, then you're affecting something different for these students. They've got probably fingerprints and mugshots and arrests, records that they probably don't want on their resume. Maybe some will see it as a badge of honor, but when there's just sort of a slap on the wrist and they show up the next day and rebuild the encampment, what you're doing is not working. I mean, if you're talking about putting people on councils and having negotiations and conversations, I think conversation is always, very important. It can be beneficial to the two sides finding what they have in common, but for a lot of people, it feels like just a delay. I mean, are these students going to not like what the council does? Is it not going to go far enough? And then you're back to protests again. And obviously what we saw in Columbia, when you're breaking into buildings and causing property damage, I mean, those are criminal activities. And that's, it feels entirely appropriate that the police would get involved with criminal activity.
Right. Shannon, briefly, and this is tangentially related, we're hearing the president may allow people from Gaza into the U.S. as refugees. Where do we think that might go when even Egypt and Jordan don't allow that?
Right. So there are a lot of, Arab countries in the region that will not accept, or they've taken so much because of recent unrest in the Middle East over the last, 10, 20 years, that they say, we're kind of maxed out. But, the U.S. has long had humanitarian and refugee status for people that are fleeing very dangerous life and death situations. The White House did not want to answer any questions about this in the briefing when it was put to Karine Jean-Pierre. We've got nothing to announce, but people want to know how many, what will their connection to the U.S. need to be? We're hearing it would be a family member or somebody's already here. How would they be vetted? And I think the average American wants to know that people who are coming here because we are a generous country are coming, but also not to join the chance of death to America. So if there could be a vetting process between, hey, people who want to come here, join their families, escape war, and assimilate into the American freedom, that's one thing. But how do we vet who's coming? And I think that's going to be a big question the White House is going to have to answer.
Okay, let's talk about one of the other big stories of the week. Former President Trump on trial in Manhattan. That trial's continuing in this so-called hush money case. Last week, we heard from the National Enquirer publisher David Pecker. He said he did want to buy stories to kill them, to help the Trump campaign, and that this was part of an agreement that he and former President Trump and then Trump attorney Michael Cohen had. How important are statements from Pecker like that in proving an alleged felony? That money was spent, and the record about that money being spent was falsified in an effort to cover up yet another crime.
Yeah, I mean, the jury's going to have to connect a lot of dots here. Even people who don't like President Trump admit that this is a novel legal theory, because hush money deals are not illegal. Paying somebody not to talk about an affair, that's not illegal. So there's got to be clarity for the jury. You know, Pecker talked about them doing this with a number of celebrities or on behalf of people who didn't want stories planted, people who did want to feed stories and plant stories. I mean, it's just kind of what you would imagine, kind of the smarmy underside of what happens at tabloids. I don't think anybody's surprised that those kind of deals and things happen. But I think with, you know, Pecker, they've got to make more of a connection that he does say, listen, I liked Donald. He was a mentor. I wanted to help him. But one of the women that, you know, actually there was a payment for by AMI, the parent company of National Enquirer, was Karen McDougal, who said she had a 10-month affair with President Trump. She has said they were in love, all kinds of things. But at the end of the day, she also said she didn't really want to tell her story. She was in negotiation with another network. But what she wanted was a chance to kind of restart her career, which is what AMI offered her. You're going to have magazine covers, you're going to write columns for us, but you're never going to tell the Donald Trump story. So if you're trying to show that everything that AMI was doing was to save the campaign, she didn't look like she wanted to tell her story. In fact, she wanted to be paid to do something other than tell her story. So that's just one of the cases. But man, when we get to Michael Cohen and Stephanie Clifford, who is Stormy Daniels, when they get to the stand, it's going to be very interesting because even if you paid them off, that's not a crime. Alvin Bragg still has to tell the jury what the underlying crime was. And we can only guess, allege that there were improper payments to benefit a campaign, to benefit an election. But he hasn't yet outlined that.
Let me ask you this also. A former DOJ official, Matthew Colangelo, is assisting the Manhattan DA's office in this case. And we know Congressman Jim Jordan has sent a letter to the Attorney General's office asking for details about his work on this matter. I mean, I guess you can hire whoever you want, right? Yeah. But does it add any credence to Trump's assertion that the White House or this administration is really the force and the energy that's after him in an election year when you have somebody like that assisting?
Right, because he was such a high-ranking DOJ official. It does help former President Trump at his rallies and these press conferences we see every day at the Manhattan Criminal Court. It helps him to come out and say, hey, this guy was in the Biden DOJ. He was high ranking, and now he comes over to help Alvin Bragg, to show you there's a link to President Biden, and this is Biden doing. You know, it lends to that on the stump and out there whenever the former president can get in front of a camera. But there's nothing illegal about it. Like you said, I mean, attorneys can move around. They take different assignments, public, private, whatever it is. I mean, obviously there are some ethical bars about the way that you represent clients, but there's nothing nefarious about him doing it, or illegal, I should say, but expect the Trump campaign is going to keep hammering that because he's clearly one of the lead guys on this case.
Fox News Sunday host Shannon Bream, thank you so much for your time.
Great to be with you, Jessica.
Rich Cioli, afternoons 3 to 7, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code YEAR to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code YEAR for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code YEAR for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu.
Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
If spring allergies keep you trapped inside, then you need Navage Nasal Care to keep you breathing clearly and enjoying all the beauties of spring. Navage helps clear nasal passages that are often clogged because of seasonal allergies. Navage gently flushes a pure, refreshing saline solution through your nasal passages to clear out congestion, sucking out that springtime pollen and other irritants trapped in your nose. Navage is available online at Navage.com or in stores at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, and Target. Navage, Navage.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Join us for the Acres of Diamonds Gala, Thursday, May 30th at Citizens Bank Park, where Temple Health, a leader in academic medicine, is raising funds to advance health equity in our region through exceptional care for all. Enjoy live entertainment and VIP ballpark access. Meet Phillies legend Ryan Howard, celebrate honorees from Project Home, and dance to DJ Jazzy Jeff. To purchase tickets or make a gift that will build better lives, visit tuhgala.org.
Navigation. Take me to Turnersville Jeep. TurnersvilleJeep.com is your zero-down Jeep and Ram headquarters. Come to Turnersville and get up to 15% off select Jeeps and Rams. That equates to over $12,000 in savings on select models. We have over 300 vehicles available for immediate delivery at TurnersvilleJeep.com, located on Route 42 in Turnersville. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com. That's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Friday, May 3rd. This is the Fox News Rundown. It's day 11 of the criminal hush money trial of former President Donald Trump in New York. Faces another gag order hearing in the morning after the judge in the case fined him $9,000 for violations. Pro-Israel protests continuing at college campuses with encampments at NYU, Rutgers, and more. President Biden addressed the issue yesterday, nearly 2 weeks into the protests, calling for nonviolence. President Biden's awarding the highest civilian honor today to nearly 20 Americans.
The Presidential Medal of Freedom is reserved for exemplary contributions to the United States and beyond. 19 Americans are receiving the award today from President Biden, including former Vice President Al Gore, former Secretary of State John Kerry, and former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Olympian Katie Ledecky, the most decorated female swimmer in history, is also receiving the medal, as is Jim Thorpe, who died in 1953, is the first Native American to win Olympic gold. Medgar Evers is also receiving the award posthumously. The World War II veteran and civil rights activist was murdered in 1963. In Washington, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
The April jobs report expected this morning as economists expect fewer jobs were added from the month before, but not enough for the Federal Reserve to make changes to the interest rate. I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210. It's the Saturday Night Free-for-All. Starting at 7 p.m., Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is live and local with Michael Pelka from 7 to 10 p.m.
Just look what they're doing to Robert Kennedy. They got his family to go against him in Philadelphia. And I have to say this, that family looks like there's a whole lot of problems there. I know they're trying to play off on the Camelot magic of JFK.
It's definitely been bred out of the family. The magic, I think, is gone. But that's just me.
The Saturday Night Free-for-All. Listen this weekend. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and on the free Odyssey app.
I'm Philomena, founder of Kin Apparel here in Philly. I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies and hats were doing to it. So I made my own satin-lined hoodies and created a business in the process. I've got big dreams, and Chase for Business in Philly was like, all right, how do we get you there?
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
The plumbing experts at Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating are here to help. Whether you've got leaky pipes, a clogged drain, or a water heater disaster, Hutchinson has your back. And right now, get $50 off any plumbing repair. Same-day service, expert technicians, and a job done right the first time. Need a plumber today? Visit HutchComfort.com, and Hutchinson's help is on the way.
After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Construction continues here at Colonial Hyundai. We're on our way to a bigger dealership, more service space, and a state-of-the-art showroom. But construction is making space limited, and we're getting more and more shipments of Hyundais every day. So let's keep it simple. Right now, only at Colonial Hyundai, save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. With a vast selection of Elantras, Sonatas, Santa Fe's, and Tucsons. Hundreds of vehicles available for immediate delivery. And guess what? You can drive off in yours today, saving up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock during the Spring Getaway Sales Event at Colonial Hyundai. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with Hyundai Assurance and America's Best Warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain. Shop 24/7 at ColonialHyundai.com. Save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
Up to 20% off dealer listed price. Includes all rebates and incentives. Cannot be combined with other offers. Offer ends 4/1. See dealer for more details.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-254-4574. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-254-4574 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-254-4574 800-254-4574 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-254-4574.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Calling on Levittown. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
The monthly employment report for April is released today. Economists are predicting 243,000 new jobs were created, and the unemployment rate held steady at 3.8%. The job market has remained surprisingly resilient. Economist Stephanie Pomboy of Macro Mavens is seeing a trend of businesses keeping staff but still pulling back.
I think companies are saying, look, we got burnt after COVID trying to get people back to work. We're not going to run out and cut heads. We're going to chip away their hours and give them less hours.
Hershey Foods earnings come out this morning. It continues to see strong demand for its chocolate candies and other products, but it's been dealing with higher prices for cocoa and sugar. Auto parts company American Axle reports today. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Ginny Coselda. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Lisa McVeigh was 17 years old in 1984 when she was snatched from her bicycle riding home from work in Tampa, Florida.
I thought it was 2 or 3 guys. The force was such profound. It just ripped the breath out of my chest for a second. The perpetrator put his arm around my neck and drugged me from behind with a gun to the left temple. Wasn't nothing new to me. I'm used to having a gun to my temple. I screamed, God, whatever you do, just don't kill me.
And she, against all odds, survived and helped police catch her attacker, who turned out to be serial killer Bobby Joe Long.
The news came on and another dead body had surfaced. I stopped dead in my tracks. Intuition, call it what you want. I knew right there and then when the hairs in the back of my neck stood up, the same killer was my abductor.
Her story, then and now, is told in the new 3-part special streaming on Fox Nation called Surviving a Serial Killer.
So Bobby Joe Long was someone who was really hunted in the state of Florida. They knew that they were looking for a serial killer. They didn't know who they were looking for.
It's hosted by Fox's Harris Faulkner.
With Bobby Joe Long, though, he had killed so many people before he took the victim that I end up interviewing. That serial killers sometimes will do things along the way. So they were looking for him then. Okay. Whether or not the cases could have been built before then, it's hard to say. But I will say this. If it had not been for Lisa McVeigh, who was 17 years old at the time, I think the word survivor would have a completely different meaning in the context of many of the police officers who she works with today. She became a cop. And those who were working at the time. I mean, she didn't know she'd been kidnapped by an actual serial killer.
Right, of course.
And at 17, she was working at the Krispy Kreme donut shop in Tampa. And it's kind of a tough urban space where she was even back then. And what was so amazing, Chris, was she was already enduring sex abuse and physical abuse and mental abuse at home. She was placed in foster care in and out of the system and ended up in the hands of her grandmother, whose boyfriend at the time, her grandmother's boyfriend, was raping her.
Yeah, this wasn't the first gun she's ever had to her head.
Yeah, and she says that. But, you know, the reason that I really wanted to talk with her has to do with a survivor talking. Mm-hmm. I think that when someone goes through something that we can't even wrap our brains around outside of what we see on the news' coverage, or maybe a Law and Order SVU episode or something like that, when it's so raw and so real and it happens to someone who's underage, it is something to behold. It is miraculous when they survive.
Well, and so what's good about this story is that obviously the prevalence of true crime stories now a lot of times are about the killer, about this. I like that it's a survival story. It's a little bit different, and it's a great story.
Well, I mean, he committed 50 rapes. Mm-hmm. And as I was about to say, I think that when a survivor, with all odds stacked against her or him, can escape and stay intact to help a police force catch the killer, she has to become the story. I mean, there isn't, he would go on to be executed. She was in the front row of that execution. I mean, she must become the story. Otherwise, I don't know how you tell victims to keep hope. Right. I mean, when a survivor talks, we all need to listen. And I feel very passionate about the story because, and it's why I went to Tampa. I wanted to ride in her sheriff's deputy squad car. I wanted to know what it's like to survive, to go through life with so much trauma and so much headwind against you. Even after they caught him, she had to keep telling her story over and over and over. And at first she wasn't even believed because she was a kid. Nobody believed her. And it was tough for her, but she's built tough. And I don't think that we get enough of that. I don't think that we, as journalists, as a wider society, get to hear enough of what it takes to thrive. And I always say, you have to survive before you can thrive.
Well, talk about the 26 hours or so that she was with this guy, and just how smart she was and just how brave she was. It wasn't that she kicked her way out of a basement window and ran for it. I mean, she talked her way out.
He was raping her, and she quickly figured out his personality type was very much like her grandmother's boyfriend. Relentless in the pursuit of what they want, and vicious and fierce and brutal, you know, physical violence against her. And at the same time, there was a need to be heard. There was room for a human connection, which I would imagine in the household where she was with her grandmother, that human connection for the man who was raping her grandmother's boyfriend, was her.
Right.
And in the place of the serial killer, it was her. And they would talk, and she would endure what he was doing to her. And over time, she was able to, and not a lot of time, but 26 hours felt like an eternity to Lisa McVeigh. And when she tells the story, you hear it from a 17-year-old's perspective, because she can't forget even her thoughts back then. They are with her for the rest of time. And he would be with her, and she would say things like, well, we can pretend like we met some other kind of way, but I can be your girlfriend. Let me live. And so there was this gumption and this just God-driven, and she talks a lot about her faith, this God-driven urge to prove everybody wrong, and mostly herself. She is worth the fight. And so she would take out, hair from her own head, and she'd place it as evidence in the bathroom when he would let her go in there.
It's amazing, her frame of mind, even thinking, okay, if I don't survive this, I'm going to help get this guy caught.
Yes. I mean, so she would, leave fingerprints behind the lip of it's kind of an old-fashioned bathroom with linoleum floor. So behind the lip of the the sink. She'd leave fingerprints there behind the toilet. She wanted to leave a mark of evidence behind such that if she made it out alive, she could send the police there. She was looking for clues and keys. She was blindfolded when she was taken, but she figured out that, she could crack a piece of daylight underneath that blindfold. Well, we all can. No matter how tight it is, over time we can.
Yeah.
And she couldn't see him, but she could see the floor. She could see his feet. She could see maybe from the knees down. She could see the gait of his walk. And in the bathroom, of course, she could see everything because she took the blindfold off. Right. So it was pretty amazing that that she survived the brutality of him, but that she came out with this notion that I'm going to figure out how to get him to let me go. And Chris, she did.
Yeah. So that's all. That's streaming now. Surviving a Serial Killer, 3 parts on Fox Nation. It's very compelling. And also, while you're here, happy belated anniversary.
Oh, thank you. Actually, it's all week.
10 years of Outnumbered.
Yes.
People who don't know, people who might have come to the show late, just talk about the genesis of it. I'm old enough to have been there for it. Talk about how it started, how it's evolved. I mean, the format was always the same. It was 4 women, 1 man. Mm-hmm. My memory is that in the beginning, that was played up a little bit more. Maybe there were more gender-ish issues involved.
It all hinged around.
It hinged on the guy being
in the middle and outnumbered at first. And I am, by the way, and people see me, no makeup on. They're like, who is that person with the big curlers? So this is my kind of prep time for Outnumbered and the Faulkner Focus, which airs an hour before Outnumbered at 11 a.m. Eastern. So about 10 and a half years ago, I went to our then chairman with this idea called the News Cafe. And it was going to be shot on our 3rd floor cafeteria. Mm-hmm. We did 2 pilots in there. And I explained to him that we needed something across the noon hour because our numbers were sagging. People were getting news fatigue from the morning, kind of the morning news. And we had a lot of co-anchor situations, and then the afternoon kind of looked like that. So we had Fox and Friends, we had a bunch of co-anchor situations, and then every now and then they'd pitch in something, they'd try something new with a solo host or whatever. But what they found was that all those same topics and stories, that it was causing some viewer fatigue. And I said, well, why don't we break it out and do something different? Why don't we make it mostly women? Let's be really different. A lot of our issues, no matter what part of our history, American history, hinge around kind of that water cooler talk. So is there room for that in the middle of the day? And it started with all women. All 5 were women. And the problem, Chris, I found out from the second pilot, because they said, well, we're not going to do this. And I'm like, well, we're not going to do the show? And they said, well,
we're not going to do the cafeteria.
Yeah, we're not doing the cafeteria because we can hear people silverware and eating. In fact, the second one, we even tried plasticware, and that didn't work because the room was so crowded with us in it.
Yeah.
Because everybody wanted to see what we were doing, and it was like being in, like a Christmas window at Neiman Marcus back in the day, So we had a final executive level meeting, and Outnumbered was born. I will say now, the way the show is in the next 10 years, I want to do more audience shows. Mm-hmm. I've got Kaylee McEnany and Emily Campagno as co-host superstars with me now. I'm so blessed to have them. And we've been together a little under 2 years. So through the years, I've always imagined that we would do more audience shows. We do that sometimes during the conventions. We go out on Fox Square. When we were in a different studio, we used to do it more in Studio D, which is where the Gutfeld show is now. So I would like for us to get back to doing some of that in the future months to come. But there is one lucky guy, 2 actually, that we haven't nailed that I'd really like to go for. Okay. Rob Lowe.
Okay.
Because he's a big star for broadcast for us as Fox Network, and he loves the show. I met him at the Super Bowl the first time the Kansas City, City Chiefs.
And you got a little thing for Rob Lowe?
Well, only as an actor.
Okay.
I mean, yeah. Wait, where are we going here? But yeah, no, I just think he's phenomenal.
It was just a very specific request.
No, because he really is a fan of the show, and I've talked with him, I've chatted with him at different corporate events for Fox, and I'm fascinated by his perspective, and I think our audience would love to know it. And he doesn't talk all that much politics. He's a really super smart dude, and he's warm, and he's funny. He's all that. I mean, he'd be a great One Lucky Guy. And there's a second one. Okay. Chris.
Oh, please.
Come on. You're so smart.
Well, thank you.
And I know you're funny. So, yeah, you got to come on with us sometime.
Maybe we'll work it out one of these days. I'll call my people. You call your people.
I don't have any people. But you can have your people call me.
I got no people here.
No. So this is great. Thank you for doing this, and thanks for celebrating with us. I think it is joy and blessings all around. We started with Surviving a Serial Killer, which drops on Fox Nation. Get it on foxnation.com. You can register there, or you can, put the app on your phone. But both of them you can watch on your phone. It's fabulous. You get to watch it when you want. And remember, you cannot thrive unless you survive. And then today at noon Eastern, we continue the celebration of a 10th birthday. And as Chris has reminded us, we're all old enough to remember, but we look the same.
Exactly the same.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
If spring allergies keep you trapped inside, then you need Navage Nasal Care to keep you breathing clearly and enjoying all the beauties of spring. Navage helps clear nasal passages that are often clogged because of seasonal allergies. Navage gently flushes a pure, refreshing saline solution through your nasal passages to clear out congestion, sucking out that springtime pollen and other irritants trapped in your nose. Navage is available online at Navage.com or in stores at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, and Target. Navage, Navage.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time, there's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. If you drive a car, you want it to last a long time and not cost you lots of money in the long run. You need to get your car serviced at United Tire and Service. I get my car serviced at one of their 10 locations throughout the Delaware Valley. You should too. Right now, get an oil change on any make or model, and they'll do a free summer trip check so you're ready to hit the road. 20-point safety check, brakes, belts, important fluid levels, lights, even the spare tire. To find the location nearest you, go to UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, He understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriani, NPN number 2083768.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Now there's a simple, easy, and effective way to clean your nose and protect your health. It's called Navage. Navage. Available at Navage.com.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. A major northeast traffic artery going to be closed a few days following a fiery fuel truck accident.
The bridge was damaged. The heat from the burning fuel compromised some of the bridge, so that bridge is going to have to come down.
And Connecticut Governor Ned Lamont on a portion of I-95. Tornado damage in Texas and Missouri this morning. In the latest round of severe storms, the rural Texas towns of Hawley and Hamlin sustaining significant damage. Injuries reported and searches are underway for people who may have been trapped. President Biden speaking out about the growing campus unrest in the country.
Vandalism, trespassing, breaking windows, shutting down campuses, forcing the cancellation of classes and graduations. None of this is a peaceful protest.
This as police deal with numerous anti-Israel protests at college campuses amid concerns about anti-Semitism. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
It sure is good to be a head football coach in the SEC. Georgia's Kirby Smart agreed to a contract extension on Thursday, making him the highest paid college football coach in the country. Smart will make an annual salary of $13 million, surpassing Clemson's Dabo Swinney, who makes $11.5 million a year, according to ESPN. Smart is entering his 9th season as head coach of the Bulldogs, bringing home 2 national championships to Athens and winning 13 or more games in 7 of his 8 seasons. Georgia went undefeated last year before losing to Alabama in the SEC championship game, and they missed out on the college football playoffs. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Best in the draft. I'm leading off with the franchise that led off the 2024 NFL draft. It was all about offense. I thought Chicago got it right. The Bears get Caleb Williams. Then they stick and pick, and they pair him with Rome Odunze, who has become close friends with Caleb Williams throughout this entire draft process. They've talked about playing together. Now they get to. Caleb Williams has been set up to succeed this season. It's rare that you see the number 1 overall pick in the franchise compete for the playoffs. We could see it right now. They have a wide receiver room that not many teams can boast and say, yeah, we've got one better. DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, and now Rome Odunze. You add DeAndre Swift, who they paid handsomely in the backfield this offseason. But the Bears have done a nice job addressing their offense, pairing all of this with Caleb Williams. They were very deliberate with their plan this offseason. I think it's worked well. They're one of my best.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If you're looking for that perfect piece of furniture, you have to check out Bucks County Estate Traders. They have the largest in-stock inventory in the region, and I mean largest, enough to fill a 58,000 square foot showroom. Quality, high-end furniture and accessories, modern, traditional, mid-century, all types of European styles, current pieces, as well as antiques. They'll arrange to ship anywhere, or you can pick up in-store. So visit them on Bethlehem Pike in Hatfield or at buckscountyestatetraders.com.
1 in 5 rely on the Catholic Charities Appeal for help. The fact is, nearly 1 million times per year, our programs provide assistance to people in need. We can't do this vital work without you. Your gift matters. Go to CatholicCharitiesAppeal.org to donate today.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, so what's a great way to spread awareness that driving high is illegal everywhere? A catchy song, of course.
You can run, but you can't drive high. You can run, but you can't drive high.
Friendly reminder, don't drive high. If you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Fans 55 and over can enjoy a nice long walk around the bases during Independence Blue Cross Seniors Stroll the Bases following the 4:05 game on Monday, May 6th when the Giants come to town. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. The Blue Jays make their way to Philadelphia on Tuesday, May 7th at 6:40 and Wednesday, May 8th at 1:05. Secure your seats now to catch the Phils against Toronto at Phillies.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Hey, Philly. Jason Kelsey here. Even though I won't be playing on Sundays anymore, you can still find me at Lincoln Financial Field on Saturday, May 18th for the Eagles Autism Challenge, presented by Lincoln Financial Group. This event raises millions of dollars to support autism research and care and gives you the chance to walk, run, or ride your bike beside your favorite Eagles players. Together, we can transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org, and I'll see you there.
You know, today, $20 barely gets you a burger and fries, and maybe it'll get you a quarter tank of gas. But you know what it'll get you, though? For just $20 a month, you get unlimited talk and text and plenty of 5G data from my friends, my cell phone company, a veteran-owned company, Pure Talk. Now, you'll get the same quality of service that you get from the big carriers, AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile, but you get it for half the cost. Average family saving close to $1,000 a year. The same cell towers, same 5G network, no contracts, no activation fees. Now you can bring your phone or get great deals on the latest iPhones and Androids, but make the switch today and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Now choose a wireless company that shares your values, that supports our military, our vets, and who creates American jobs, and they refuse to advertise on fake news network. Just dial pound 250, say the keyword save now, make the switch today so you can actually afford a burger and fries. Pound 250, keyword save now from Pure Talk.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, over 3 million people called Morgan & Morgan in their time of need. And with over 1 million of those calls coming from previous clients, friends, and family.
My name is Jason Williams. It was a rainy day, and I got hit from behind by a lady that was doing somewhere over 100 miles an hour is what they were saying. I've never dealt with anything like this before. Everybody that I talked to kept saying the same name, which was Morgan & Morgan. I was on hold for maybe 15 seconds. When they come back and said, Jason, we will absolutely take your case. As a non-tech savvy guy, any question that I had, if I called, text, or emailed, they got right back to me. They made it as easy for me as it could have been.
Thank you for trusting us. We've become the largest injury firm in the world because we've won a lot. The word is out. Size matters. Reputation matters. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. With over 900 dedicated attorneys and climbing, we're ready wherever you are, whatever you need. The choice is easy. We're just a phone call away. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has green-lighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. Call the hotline at Tax Help USA to see if you qualify by dialing 800-266-4464. If you or your business owe at least $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Call Tax Help USA to get your free tax assessment to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-266-4464. 800-266-4464. That's 800-266-4464.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Oh, yes, indeed. It is a Kentucky Oaks Friday here on WPHT. Kayal and Company, minus Nick Kayal, it's down in Nashville. But we got Tony Bruno live in Florida. I am Harry Mays here in Philadelphia.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Or as you can refer to us, Harry, the outside agitators on this show. That's the term we've been using. We're outside agitators, like they're saying on college campuses at Columbia. At least Temple is under control.
Right.
Penn, I don't know what's going
Not
on.
Penn,
there.
though.
A lot to talk about, Harry. It's great to talk to you again. It's like another reunion. Harry and I together again for the, 25th different time? And
well, we seem to always get together on election years. Do you notice that? I mean, 4 years ago, we were doing the serious show, talking about sports when there was no sports.
That's right.
During the COVID situation. But, yeah, I'm glad to be back with you, and we got a lot to discuss here today. Dawn Stensland with the news. We got Greg Stocker in the house, the boss man.
Yes, he is, ladies and gentlemen.
What?
I finally met Greg Stocker.
Yeah.
I've been wanting to meet Greg Stocker
I've never
for
met him,
years.
and I've never met Greg Stocker or Rich Zioli.
Stop.
Really?
Yeah.
Stop.
Zioli follows me on Twitter now. Do you know that, Tony? Does he
Well,
follow
I know.
you?
I told him to when I didn't meet him when he was sitting right next to me at Clearwater at the Philly spring training game last month. By the way, we have to pour one out for Bally Sports. Bally Sports, another sports network that you may have heard of. They have been pulled by Comcast after Comcast and Bally's bankrupt operator, Diamond Sports Group, could not reach a contract. So we'd like to thank all of those who are watching Bally Sports. Not Bali from Indonesia. That Bally.
No, not
Bally
Bally with an I.
No.
Bally with an L-L-Y. I used to play their pinball machines all the time. We'll pour one out on this Friday.
I saw
Dawn
Frank
is here.
Sinatra at Bally's in
Great
Las
Bally
Vegas.
knowledge right there. Yes. Great casino.
Love Bally's.
Try the veal.
Yeah.
Except if you're not eating veal, which most people aren't anymore. By the way, I've got my Philly shirt on.
Yeah.
Let's get it back to the Phillies.
just
We got
gonna
it back to
say.
76ers.
Tony, I think Harry Mays actually gave you that.
I think he did. Didn't you give me this one, Aaron?
I saw you, or I'm not looking at you now for some reason, but I did see you like 20 minutes ago at the live camera down in your abode in Florida, and I saw the shirt, and I said to Stocker, I said, I bought him that shirt.
Yes, you did, Phil. Harry, I had to get this back.
Phil, Anthony,
because let's be honest.
Can one of you guys make sure Harry sees the monitor?
I don't want to be looking at myself. I'd rather be looking at Tony.
Yeah.
And Robin's here, too, but, she's here. But, no, you're right, Harry. Let's get it back to the Phillies, because there's nothing to talk about the Eagles.
Wait a minute. Hang on. Yeah, Dawn is insulted.
That was a great introduction. Robin's here, but
It's a sin.
Yeah, it's a sin.
We love you, Miss Robin.
Exactly.
I'm used to it. Seriously, Don, you are like my best friend. You stick up for me when Tony interrupts me.
That's right.
You make sure that he's like nice to me. I like this.
I don't want to be accused of being a bunch of alpha males, even though we're basically outside agitators ganging up on the women on the program.
Well, there's
Exactly.
2 women, and now it's 3 guys, so it's
Right.
a little. Well, it's a little lopsided, but these 2 women could kick our ass. So
That's
it's
right.
fine.
Well, there's no question about it. Yeah.
You bet it.
These are strong women,
Yeah.
independent women.
I'm actually into that on Saturday nights. It's consensual. It's totally consensual. But we also got the great Phil Almquist and Anthony DiRenzo here.
Yeah.
No, those guys never get love.
No.
I've met those guys. We were in studio during the holidays, the Christmas holidays when we were filling in, and I got to meet those guys and hang out. And I want to make sure they get the proper love that they deserve as well.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Keeping this thing on the tracks.
that's right.
Exactly.
Speaking of the tracks,
Did we get Dawn
Dawn-
underway with the news?
Dawn Stensland with the news.
Yes, we do have some news this Friday morning.
Wow.
A little bit. It's it's kind of a slow news day. I don't know, not much going on. No, we do have a lot of news this morning. Friday morning, what is the temperature? May 3rd, 59 degrees. It's going to be about 20 degrees cooler today and even cooler for the weekend. As if you didn't like the heat yesterday, then you'll love today. We're heading up to 71 degrees today. We set a record. Yeah, we set a record yesterday. Do you know that? We hit 90.
Yeah.
Another record.
I love how it goes from like 50 to 90 here in the Delaware Valley.
Cold, cold, cold summer.
Yes.
So we have Philadelphia police, one officer on desk duty, and this is standard operating procedure after he shot and killed a cane corso dog after it and 3 pit bulls attacked a man. This is in the city's Mantua neighborhood in Philadelphia. So it happened on the 3900 block of Fairmount Ave. Police say that began when a witness pointed out the pack of dogs to an officer who was on patrol. So it's disturbing video. Some of it was caught on people's Ring doorbells, that sort of thing. Police are using that video in their investigation, showing the man fighting back against those 4 loose dogs, basically a pack of wild dogs, attacking people on the street. Neighbors said he was trying to protect his own dogs. This man's walking his own dog, minding his business, and that's when he was attacked by the pack of dogs. So the officer at first...
Where's Christy Nome when we need her most? Where was Christy Nome? That's what I want to know.
Calling Christy.
I did what I had to do.
Too
Don't
soon?
you know?
Too soon?
No, it's not too soon. Shoot a dog and everybody remembers it.
Yeah, exactly.
So the officer, before he gets out of his vehicle, because remember, somebody frantically saw the cruiser going by, runs over and waves down the officer. So at first he was trying to blare the sirens and everything. That didn't scare off the wild pack of dogs. So now he gets out of his vehicle. He does fire multiple rounds, killing the cane corso. The pit bulls fled the scene. So it's unclear if any of the other dogs were injured by the gunfire. It all, unfolding in front of neighbors, in front of families who were worried about that 53-year-old man, the mauling victim. He did suffer bite wounds pretty much all over his body by all accounts. Yeah, it was horrible. So they now rush him to the hospital, and he's listed this morning in stable condition, but a long road to recovery.
Gruesome video. You haven't seen it.
I don't want to see it.
It's horrible
Yeah, I mean,
video.
he was kicked to the ground, not kicked, but
He's like inside in the corner of where the corner ends, and there's this that little corner, and he's down on the ground like where the
It's
culvert
on a
is,
crosswalk.
and all of these dogs are just going after him.
Yeah. And the King Corso, I don't know if you know what a King
What
Corso
is a King
but they're-
Corso? I know Lee
cane.
Corso.
Yeah, not Lee Corso. He's still alive at
Yes,
80
he is.
something. God
Yeah.
bless him.
King Corsos are
Cane-
giant. Yeah,
Yeah,
huge. They're
King
huge.
Corsos
Yeah.
are huge dogs. They're like the
What is it, like a
size
Mastiff?
of
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, kind of that. Actually,
That's
a
my
little bit
Tinder
bigger.
handle, Bull Mastiff Bruno. Swipe left, please.
It's the only time we ever talk about gangs in the news.
It's
You
true.
notice that?
It's true.
We never
Very
have.
good- It's a very good point.
It's just sad because, I mean, as we all know, anybody that knows about animals, it's about the training, and
So
they were
true.
clearly trained to be fighting dogs, and
And they all lived in one house.
yeah,
Oh,
it was all
man.
from one house.
Yeah.
I'm scared to death of those dogs. Like, even when I see them on a leash like with their owner. I'm scared. I'm petrified.
Are you scared of dogs in general?
No, but those fighting dogs,
Yeah.
The fighting dogs are scary because
Very
that's
scary.
what they are trained to
Yeah.
do. But the sad thing is that pit bulls are wonderful dogs. I mean, if you think about it in historical aspect, pit bulls were family dogs back in the early 1900s. They were great family dogs. They were
They're
around
terriers.
children. Yeah.
What is this, the Philadelphia Dog Show up there in Oaks?
Sorry to interrupt.
Isn't that coming up soon?
So sad.
Tomorrow, the Kentucky Derby and Miss Robin and Dawn will be hosting the local dog show.
Oh,
Yeah,
for-
baby. Yeah.
Yes,
that's what I'm
woo!
talking about.
We got the Kentucky Oaks today. The Phillies
Yeah,
are
but
running.
it's raining. Have you seen? It's absolutely pouring in Louisville today,
Well,
so it could be
I like a mutter.
sloppy track.
I like a
for the
mutter.
Oaks.
Sloppy
Yeah,
track.
we need a
Yeah.
mutter.
Mutter.
Well, they are. They are the female horses.
Mutters.
What do
The
they call
Phillies.
them? The Phillies
Phillies.
today.
Phillies, yeah.
Not your fightings who will be back in town tonight. We'll get to that. But let's get
6:40.
back to the news
All right.
with Dawn.
So we have a sad discovery. A kayaker who went missing along the Schuylkill River this week. He was found dead in Upper Marion Township, and this happened last night. So the body of 69-year-old Tony Longo was found last night in the river. So they've been searching for him, state police assisting local police. Mr. Longo was reported missing after he did not return from a fishing trip. And it was family and friends said he never would have left his dog. It's another dog connection here, but he loved his dog. He never would have left the dog for that long. So that's when they knew something was wrong. They go back, they found his kayak, they found his vehicle that was parked, and they knew something was horribly wrong. So at this point, they've recovered his body. Now that's with the coroner, and we'll find out through the autopsy the official cause of death, maybe find out what happened.
Wow.
Let's talk about, tensions growing on the University of Pennsylvania's campus. This is the 8th day of the controversial encampment described as pro-Palestinian by organizers. So protesters flanking a sculpture of Ben Franklin, covering the statue, covering the face, and then raising their Palestinian flag. Philadelphia and Penn police keeping a strong presence there. We're being described across the nation, because obviously other protests have turned very violent. We're being described as peaceful, but still protesters are calling on the Ivy League school to divest from any company with financial ties to Israel. We saw counter protests, and in fact, there were Jewish students out there, and many of those supporters of Jewish students were out there saying this has to stop. They have been riddled with, anti-Semitic slurs. We've had graffiti on campus. They had to remove more yesterday. So this continues to go on. I'm sure we'll play Joe Biden, who spoke out yesterday mid-morning. And amid all of this, I'll mention the House voting to pass that bipartisan Anti-Semitism Awareness Act, a vote that comes amid all of these heightened concerns over anti-Semitism with what's going on here in this country, and then in reaction after the October 7th terrorist attacks that occurred in Israel, and now the back and forth with Hamas. Nobody talks about the 129 hostages believed to be somewhere in those tunnels in Gaza. And as well, they say there are still Hamas terrorist leaders down hiding. The problem is they're hiding among their own civilians. And obviously that's what's going on in the Middle East as tensions rise there. But supporters of this Anti-Semitism Awareness Act legislation say it'll help combat anti-Semitism on college campuses. Opponents say it overreaches and threatens to chill free speech. So we have that debate going on Capitol Hill. And obviously amid President Biden speaking out yesterday, I'm sure you'll have commentary on that one. 76ers, Game 6. Here we go.
Wow.
118 to 115. Jalen Brunson had 14 of his 41 points in the fourth quarter. Hit Josh Hart for his 12th assist, what became the game-winning three-pointer. It's painful.
How about
24 seconds remaining.
The
How about
Nova
these
Knicks.
Villanova
How about
guys?
your Villanova
Yeah.
Knicks? Formerly the New York Knicks.
Unbelievable.
Formerly the New York Knickerbockers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Formerly the Gas House Gang. How about that?
Yeah,
Boo.
I'll tell you. I didn't even make it. Did you make it through the entire game, Tony? I fell
Hell
asleep in
no.
the third quarter. I wanted
Outrage. Well, they melted the ice for the Flyers. What do they do with the Sixers floor now? That's what I want to know down at the center.
to. I don't know. How about that DiVincenzo guy, another Nova guy? He was unbelievable
know.
last night.
It's hard to believe that guys.
Really? Are we going to sit here and praise the no? Like, really?
Philly guys
I'm
come
not
into
praising
Philly,
them.
into our house.
Why don't we talk about the Game 7 loss to the Hawks, back in 2021 with Ben Simmons?
I understand
just
Phil Almquist is a
stick
big
a
Knicks,
knife in my
big
eye.
Knicks fan.
He is. Yeah. He grew up in Connecticut, so he
Yeah.
has like these weird allegiance to these New York teams.
Yeah.
Here's the worst part. Their supposed best player hasn't even been playing for them, the Knicks.
I know, Julius Randle.
Julius Randle.
Julius
yeah.
Randle's been
Great.
hurt, and they're bringing all these Villanova kids
Mhm.
to go in there and beat the 76ers in their own hometown. How about that?
The crowd was great.
Yes. The crowd.
Yeah, the crowd.
Fans?
The crowd
Yeah.
was great.
Philadelphia fans.
Bradley Cooper was there. A lot of Phillies were there. Some Eagles players were there. A lot of people were there.
I was
Sixers-
not there.
Victories.
The
The
Sixers
Sixers were there.
You know who wasn't there?
The victory.
You know who wasn't there? Tobias Harris wasn't there.
I
with
know.
a big, with
By
a
the
big
way, I
goose
saw
egg.
Nick Kayal tweeting last night, watching in Nashville with his family.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
He said Tobias Harris has stolen more money than Sam Bankman-Fried from the 76ers. That was the line of the night for Nick. Even though he's not working,
Wow.
his brain is always working.
Aw.
Sam Bankman-Fried, Tobias Harris
Wow.
connections, ladies
That's
and
just
gentlemen.
funny.
Well, I think that's it for Tobias Harris in Philadelphia.
Definitely.
Yes,
Yeah.
I agree.
Isn't his contract
People
up?
drive him to the airport. Let's get John Clark to drive him to the airport and on his way out of town.
And Kyle Lowry too, by the way, who
And Kyle
shot.
Lowry.
And he's a Villanova guy. He's
I
our
know,
Villanova
we got the wrong
guy.
Villanova guys, Harry.
By the way, for anybody who thought that Tyrese Maxey was going to cover, I mean, like, what do you have, 17 points last night?
17,
I mean,
yeah, 1 of 6 from 3. Yeah.
There's always next year.
Buddy Hield finally showed up, though.
Buddy, yeah, Buddy.
Buddy Heel.
Oh, my
Dog.
dog.
Buddy.
Oh.
Speaking of dogs, heel, buddy, heel. No, that's a different. It's healed.
Healed.
So, tonight we got the San Fran Giants in town.
Let's get back to the Phillies.
I know. Let's talk
Get it
about
back to the
where I
Phillies
read.
and then-
Where I
and then
read.
The Phillies go on a slump, and they've been playing great.
Did
We'll
you
get
just
it back
flash
to
me,
the
dog?
Eagles. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Always.
Hey, at least we have the
work
Phillies.
husband.
At least, I mean, the Phillies
Yes,
are,
we do. God bless
you
the
know,
Phillies.
they're a playoff team. They're a team that could win you a World Series. I mean, there's some
Yes, they
optimism
can.
here.
Wait, Anthony Dorenzo with this. Nova isn't a Phillies school. This proves it. I love you, Ant.
If it's
I'm
any
just grumpy
consolation, the Milwaukee Bucks lost too.
Yeah.
And so we have two kids.
Doc Rivers out of the
Rivers
playoffs.
once again, but he's missing Giannis and Dame. So they had two of their main stars missing.
Well, I think
And
Lillard
again, that's
played
another
last night, didn't
excuse. Another excuse for Doc Rivers.
Are we on the trade Embiid train?
No.
Harry, Tony.
No.
No.
I'd be fine with it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd be fine
Yeah.
with it.
Depends
He's
on what you
always
can get
hurt
for
in the biggest
Yeah,
times.
Get some players.
I mean,
get
you're
some
never gonna
pieces.
get
Just don't
value.
get any
That's the only
player.
thing.
Just get no Columbia fans. We got to stay away from the Ivy Leagues now.
Yeah.
The Ivy Leagues are now all tainted. So we don't want any stinking Ivy League basketball
Well, they
players
stink
in
at
our city.
basketball anyway.
Well, yeah, for the most part, yeah.
I mean, come on.
The only good news is they caught that big black bear roaming in the Montgomery County suburbs.
Yep.
The big bear.
Now, where in the suburbs? Because I live in Montgomery County.
Did you see
It was in Upper Moreland.
the big bear?
Oh, that's up by Willow Grove.
Yeah. So they caught him alive, right? Like
Yeah.
he was up in a tree.
Upper Moreland with the assistance of Upper Moreland and Hatboro Police.
Yeah.
And the Upper Moreland Fire Department. Kudos to you. It's not easy to catch a big black bear. Okay?
How do you do that? I mean, you got to tranquilize
You
it,
do,
right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so everybody was
Well,
worried
yeah.
because they said, was the bear hurt? That's what everybody want. All the suburbanites
And the
wanted.
bear-
Well, yeah, you
The
want it
bear's
done
fine.
as humanely as possible, right? Now, what do? You take it back to the woods? Do they take it up to Potter County, Tony?
You know what they say when the bear goes in the woods, at least you know he's taking care of the business out there in an ethical and clean way, unlike the UCLA campus,
Right.
Oh,
which
did
looks
you-
like
Did you see that? What an absolute s-hole.
It's a mess.
Did you hear that 400 Jewish students actually showed up to clean up?
really.
Oh
Yes.
my God. You have to
Are
be
you
kidding me.
serious?
Oh man.
Yeah. I was reading that this morning that the Jewish students organized a cleanup
Oh.
party afterwards.
Wow.
Is that not amazing?
I did not know that either.
That's not the parties I used to have in college.
Chip Kelly said he felt so bad since he stole money there for a couple of years that
Yeah.
he wanted to go help clean up.
Forecast today, 68 degrees for your high. Tomorrow, 61 degrees. The weekend gets 60 and cold, basically cool. So cloudy on Saturday. The rain holds off until the evening. The high just 61 degrees. Sunday, 62 degrees, kind of raw, cloudy with a 75% chance of showers for your Sunday.
And let me guess, Monday is going to be...
It'll be 85.
Yeah, I was just going to say.
We pop right back up to 80 degrees for your Monday and Tuesday.
Of course.
Kayal and Company News Live.
Thank you, Don.
Yes.
Wow.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Tony, are we going to have Kentucky Derby picks from you before the end of the show?
I'm still letting them marinate, Harry. You know, it's a big field, and then, of course, we've already had a couple scratches. We got the Oaks today. It's pouring, raining in Louisville, and I saw Janice Dean drinking tequila drinks at 5 o'clock in the morning while she's holding an umbrella. So she's doing a live shot, holding an umbrella and drinking tequila in the pouring rain at Churchill Downs.
But you don't drink tequila at Churchill Downs.
No, she was just making drinks. Well, they obviously had some tequila sponsor, which everybody should have, except this show. Do we have a tequila sponsor on this show yet?
We do not know.
Not
Come on, Greg. We need to have tequila. And by the way, we'll be back on Monday for Cinco de Mayo, Harry.
That's true.
Oh, man.
Should I bring in
we have to have cocktails, right?
Should I bring in a blender? We can make some.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll bring the salt.
Not the Baruca salt, Harry. Not that salt.
No. 6:20. We should take a break and do a little bit more on the other side. You guys good with that?
A little bit more. We got a lot more to get to.
Yeah. All right.
Kayal and Company. We'll be back.
The good folks at Wendy's have a revolutionary new product for you. Introducing the new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty. It's like a time machine that takes you all the way back to now, the year 2024. It's the classic creamy, orangey flavor you remember. Dare I say, it's new-timey. It's the flavor you grew up with, just all grown up. Head over to your local Wendy's establishment and get yours while supplies last. The new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty. Here for the now, for now.
Limited time only at participating Wendy's.
Technology helps keep everyone comfortable with a smart thermostat.
Turn temperature down.
Temperature down.
Turn temperature up.
Temperature up. But to keep everyone on your team working comfortably, you need more than technology. You need CDW to custom configure Dell Client Solutions devices. Adaptive AI-based software creates a personalized user experience and boosts collaboration so they can stay cool and collected.
Temperature down.
Temperature up.
I'm staying out of this. Dell Client Solutions make adaptive performance possible. CDW makes it powerful. Learn more at cdw.com/Dell Client.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
I'm Philomena, founder of Kin Apparel here in Philly. I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies and hats were doing to it. So I made my own satin-lined hoodies and created a business in the process. I've got big dreams, and Chase for Business in Philly was like, all right, how do we get you there?
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank, and a member FDIC.
Construction continues here at Colonial Hyundai. We're on our way to a bigger dealership, more service space, and a state-of-the-art showroom. But construction is making space limited, and we're getting more and more shipments of Hyundais every day. So let's keep it simple. Right now, only at Colonial Hyundai, save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. With a vast selection of Elantras, Sonatas, Santa Fe's, and Tucsons. Hundreds of vehicles available for immediate delivery. And guess what? You can drive off in yours today, saving up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock during the Spring Getaway Sales Event at Colonial Hyundai. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with Hyundai Assurance and America's Best Warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain. Shop 24/7 at ColonialHyundai.com. Save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
Up to 20% off dealer listed price. Includes all rebates and incentives. Cannot be combined with other offers. Offer ends 4/1. See dealer for more details.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ziprecruiter.com/free.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumber690.org.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. It's Kayal and Company. Bruno and Mays.
625 hours, 625.
625?
Yes, that's
is
the
that
time.
is that the number you're playing tonight?
We have what's leading right now, as we used to say in South Philly when we try to find out what the daily number was when we were playing the illegal daily number.
Right.
But I believe do they still have the numbers like in South Philly when you go
They
to the
probably
neighborhood?
do.
Yeah,
I'm
you got to
certain.
do it. It's just like weed, it's legal in a lot of places, but you still have to have the illegal stuff because it's not taxed.
It's
You know
more
what I mean?
fun that way.
Exactly.
But I'm being told that I need more light on my face.
Yeah, you're in the
studio.
dark.
I'm in the dark.
Let there be light.
Now,
yes,
some would say I look better in the dark.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's
face for
Don't we all?
radio. Yeah.
We have studio lights in there.
We
But-
do.
I know. What are you doing? You're in a studio,
I
and
know.
it looks like you're in a cave.
I don't know. I'm sitting where the great Nick Kayal typically sits. So
You know-
I don't really understand.
I know what it is.
What?
Because you have a hat on.
Is that it?
And it's dark, and then you're backlit. And so
Yeah.
Nick has the shiny
Well,
dome.
he's got the bald head. Yeah,
Right.
the big bald head.
So they probably lower the lights. They have it set lower because he illuminates.
He illuminates.
You know what I mean?
Turn down the lights.
The party's over.
The party is over, Tone.
Well, for the Sixers. By the way, did anybody know that the Sixers have lost and have been eliminated officially?
Oh, did I? I didn't know that.
It is a final now.
Yeah.
But the big story is day 11 of the Trump trial today, and I just got breaking news.
Uh-oh.
Donald Trump will be delivering pizza to Morning Joe and The View today as an effort to try to get them to soften up just a little bit.
Wow. How about that, though? He brought the pizza to the firefighters yesterday.
That was
optics, Harry. It's all about optics.
It is. It is. In politics, it is.
It's all that matters.
You know. And did you see this? Because we're talking about the discontent on college campuses, and
yes,
there was a poll, the Harris poll, not the Kamala Harris poll.
No, she's out polling everybody about how important abortion is for every woman, and it's the only thing that really matters.
Right.
Yeah.
But 80% of Americans, according to this Harris poll, support Israel.
How many?
80%.
Wow.
I mean, when do you ever see polls that are that high?
Yeah.
Pretty significant.
Mm-hmm. I'm not
By
surprised.
the way, how people are retweeting you with the TM Foundation golf tournament, the salmon shorts. You got the salmon shorts. Oh, that was Nick Kayal had the salmon shorts.
No, Nick Kayal wore salmon shorts. Yeah,
that's what I said. And
that was on
had
Monday.
Yeah, that was earlier this week when
That was
the
a
weather
great
was nice.
event. Beautiful event.
What track did you play at?
The Union League's Liberty Hill, formerly the Ace Club.
Beautiful.
Oh,
you know,
it's
Ace
tremendous.
is the place, Harry.
You have salmon shorts.
I have
It's like,
salmon
yeah.
shorts. You got to have salmon shorts. I'm getting the salmon crop tops now that I'm seeing appearing on all these college campuses now. I think that's going to be in the in look here, the crop top for men. You know, it's been in for women for generations, but I think men, especially when you have, you know, washboard abs like I do, you got to put the salmon, not boy shorts, Harry, but you got to have the salmon crop tops.
Speaking of tongue-in-cheek,
yes.
Speaking of tongue-in-cheek and funny and Trump, did you see his tweet from yesterday where he talks about his beautiful blue eyes? Oh my God, I was cracking up.
He's not
Because
sleeping.
they've been saying, you know, Trump's been sleeping in the courthouse.
Yes.
Oh, and all the media goes crazy. Oh, Trump's sleeping. And then he wrote, I'm not sleeping. I'm just closing my eyes.
Here's his
my
tweet.
Read it, Robin.
Here's
This
the
is
tweet.
phenomenal.
It is so funny. He is the best at getting everybody's goat. Contrary to the fake news media, I don't fall asleep during the crooked DA's witch hunt, especially not today. I simply close my beautiful blue eyes sometimes, listen intensely, and take it all in.
And then he wakes up and he's focused and he goes and delivers pizzas to the fire department in New York City.
And look at how they cheered him. Makes him
Oh,
go crazy, right?
I would cheer him too if he brought me a pizza.
Now, what do you think he brought? Pepperoni?
Well, that was my question. I mean, they're probably plain pizzas. Don't you typically go plain?
Phil, can you pull up cut 18 here? I want to play this. This is how it sounded when he brought the Trump visits FDNY and NYPD after his long day in court yesterday. Cut 18, Phil, if you will, my friend, go.
Real quick, Trump's just outside of a fire station after leaving court. He's got pizza for the guys. This is typical Trump. Let's poke in and see what he's up to right there.
Shaking hands, slapping backs, and everybody appeared to be happy.
He can walk up to a firehouse, a police station. He can walk into a boardroom, a bowling alley, or a bar and have a conversation with absolutely anybody. We don't have any audio on him right now, but apparently he's going inside to talk to these firefighters, which is, by the way, right outside the studio, folks. This is incredible. The fact that he leaves court, goes and campaigns with these people, and it goes in campaigns with ordinary people, not high-dollar fundraisers with Lizzo like Joe Biden did recently.
There you go. Two pizzas, though, for all those guys?
Yeah,
No, he had a stack of them.
Where's
the rest of the pizza? Over on the table on the side.
By the way, Dave Portnoy from Barstool has just sued Trump for stealing his pizza bit, but Donald said I didn't take one bite and then give it a rating.
I saw he had a yellow tie on. Not used to seeing that. It's usually the red tie.
Yeah. I know.
Right?
Does that symbolize anything?
I don't know.
Does a yellow tie mean anything? Are we reading
Friendship.
between the lines?
Now, 91 Sixers on the YouTube.
91 LSXers.
Yes.
LSXers.
It's
Okay.
LSXers. Yeah.
LSXers. Tony will look like Philip Seymour Hoffman in Boogie Nights with an effing crop top.
Oh my God.
Well, that's a visual.
That's a good pull right there.
That really
so to
is.
speak. By the way, the Republican convention, everybody's talking about the DNC in Chicago, which should be lit AF, as we like to say.
Yeah.
The GOP convention is July in Milwaukee, the 15th to the 18th, and I have learned exclusively that Giannis, Dame, and, of course, the coach of the Milwaukee Bucks will be there, and now that their season is over, and they'll have a month to get ready for it so they can show up at the and the Final Four. As we make it a sports analogy here, the Final Four of the BP selections have been on. Who did you have in your Final Four in the Trump vice president race?
I didn't get a bracket. I didn't fill out a bracket. Who are the four? I didn't know we were down to four.
I think they're just throwing names out. Christy Noem is not on the list.
Not on the list. Not on the list. We have Tulsi Gabbard. Dawn, help me out here. Who else? Ron DeSantis.
Tim Scott from South Carolina.
It's not going to be him. Yeah, Veeps.
Well, Christy Noem, the puppy,
Christy
the puppy
Noem
shooter.
That dog ain't hunting anymore.
Yeah.
Let me tell you that right now.
What about
that dog won't hunt?
What about Huckabee Sanders?
That's Dawn's
she's not on the
my
list.
fave.
Yeah,
that's Dawn's
She's
fave.
not on the list.
She's not on the list?
No, the J.D. Vance from Ohio is on the list.
Oh, okay.
on the Final Four. Well,
I thought
these are all there's a couple of seeds there that that we're not really germinated yet. But this is all subterfuge. He doesn't have to announce anything until the middle of July in Milwaukee.
Yeah,
it's kind of.
So why would you release it now?
No, you wouldn't.
Well,
more drama.
The guy who interviewed him yesterday brought up a good point. Since he has to sit in court all day, why not have a vice president who can be out there and campaign for you? Yeah,
that makes sense.
He doesn't have to. I mean, Trump's in court all day sleeping. Then he gets up and he goes out and does appearances. Then he goes to Milwaukee and Minnesota.
It's true.
Or Milwaukee and Wisconsin.
Michigan. Yeah, Waukesha.
That's right. Milwaukee is in Wisconsin, and then he went to 2 events in one day after an off day in court. And so the heads are exploding because I think, and a lot of people are saying this now, I think Trump being in court is actually helping him because he's like basically sitting in a courtroom all day chilling, and then when he goes out, he has more energy than ever. And he doesn't do drugs, he doesn't drink. So, I mean, I think this is helping him as far as going out in public, not using a teleprompter, not having to go and do all the stupid stuff he did before. This is actually making him more focused, it looks like. And he's not taking focus factor or balance of nature. That's the other big
that we
thing.
know of.
Exactly, that we know of.
Unless he got the promo code, I'm not buying that stuff at full price. I'm sorry.
Yeah, why would you?
Well, yeah, you got to get it, in trade, like we do in the radio business. Everything's
He certainly
trade.
seems to have toned down his midnight burning oil tweets.
Well, he's got to sleep a couple hours, and we all.
No, but I mean, I think it's good that he's not doing that because that's where he mostly got in trouble. It wasn't his stuff that he was saying before. It was the midnight oil in the.
I love midnight oil. But the beds are burning, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that their big hit?
Yeah, that was that Australian band.
Yeah, the dude that looked, with the bald head, and he
looked like Nick Kayal, kind of.
The guy had weird move. Remember, he had body mode. I mean, he looks like one of the protesters now at any college campus in America.
He's an Antifa.
The lead singer. Did he die? The guy from the Midnight Oil?
I'm not sure. Phil's our resident music guru.
I thought you were the guru.
I am, but he's better than me. And
really?
And yeah.
But are they still touring Midnight Oil, or do they not stay up that late anymore, like Florida?
Yeah.
Midnight oil, beds are burning.
9 p.m.
They are still all they're
Beautiful. Does the dude still have the head? The guy who moves around and
Are they
hurts
the
to move
best
around?
Australian band, or is it Men at Work or In Excess?
Oh, it's got to be Men at Work.
How about In
Come on.
Excess?
In Excess.
In Excess
was
was the GOAT.
Yeah, Michael Hutchence.
My generation, I think it was Silverchair. I think they were Australian.
Silverchair.
Now here's a trivia question.
I got gold chair now. I'm sorry, silver's good, and that because there's not much. There's plenty of gold out there. I've been watching these gold shows, and people are going to lakes and staking their claims. I got to stake my claim at a gold mine this summer.
Yeah,
I got to make some extra cash.
Tony, here's Harry for both of you guys. This is a trivia question regarding Midnight Oil. What was their name prior to
Midnight Oil? Happy Hour gasoline? I don't know.
No idea.
Farm.
Farm?
Yeah. Not the farm,
Well,
just farm.
That's why you change it to Midnight Oil.
Farm.
Who's
Farm
going
to
to see
table?
Farm?
Table?
Like, boys,
Farm
we need to change this name.
By the way, King of Twang guitarist Dwayne Eddy died at the age of 86.
Wow, I didn't
Last
even know he was
night.
still alive.
86.
What a great talent, right?
Yep.
Do we have can we play a little block of Dwayne Eddy and Midnight Oil this morning?
A block?
There's a combo.
Now, Dwayne Eddy, I've heard of him. He's one of those guys
Yes.
that played those like big Gretsch guitars. Like the
The guy was great. Wasn't that one of his songs?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, that's the one. That's it. That was his hit, I think.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah.
What was that called?
Rebel
Not
Rouser, I
Riptide.
think, was one of his big hits.
Rebel Rouser?
Rebel Rouser.
Rebel Rouser.
Yeah.
Peter Gunn.
That's what my nickname was when I lived in Birmingham back in the 70s.
But the twang and early rock and roll influenced George Harrison, Bruce Springsteen, and many other musicians.
Do we have a little Dwayne Eddy now? We can play music, right? Do we have a
course.
music
Of
license,
course.
don't we? Need some Dwayne Eddy. Rebel Rouser?
Yeah, that's what this is.
I know this.
Yeah.
Dum, 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 dum. Yeah.
Twang, baby. Give me some twang. Yeah.
I like this.
This is badass. I like this.
No, this is great. And then you got saxophone in there too.
You don't
Where's
even
the
need
sax?
lyrics when you have like a riff like
Give
that.
me some sax now. Give me some sax and twang for breakfast. It's breakfast of champions. You know, he was married to Jessie Coulter back in
She
the
was a
60s.
country musician, wasn't she?
No, Jessie Coulter was more like a country / vocalist, female vocalist.
Well, isn't that
Well,
country?
that's what I said, kind of, didn't I?
Yeah.
No, but it wasn't just sure country. She did. She had some hits too, Jessie Coulter.
I don't.
And they were crossover. She did. What were the other songs? I guess she's still considered.
She was with Waylon Jennings.
Yes, and the Boys.
Yeah.
Waylon Willie and the Boys.
Right.
That's pretty country.
That's real country.
I know it is. I know.
Don't be
Waylon
dissing
Jennings
Waylon
was
Jennings.
married. Not Lisa Coulter. Jessie Coulter was married to Waylon Jennings and then Dwayne Eddy. So Dwayne Eddy first, and then she married Waylon Jennings. How about that knowledge right there?
If we play Trivial Pursuit, I want to be on Tony's team.
Yeah.
By the way, her biggest hit, Jessie Coulter, was "I'm Not Lisa,"
which was a 1975 crossover hit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That was a big hit on Top 40 radio. I'm not Lisa. My name is Jew. That's country?
Wow.
Come on, man. That's crossover.
That's
I don't know what
Not
that
the AI
was.
crossover. That was the best ever.
Sounds like Tony was crossing over.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
listen,
see?
I'm a multicultural guy.
You are.
I love all kinds. I went to a bluegrass festival last month with Robin down here in
Nice.
Florida. Yeah.
Don,
Seminole Casino.
you might not know this, but Harry definitely does.
What?
Whenever Tony starts singing, he always goes falsetto.
I know.
Don't know what
Yeah.
he has
But it's
he
like
has
a cracked falsetto.
Yeah, it is. It's a,
Like the Bee Gees were falsetto. Okay.
Like Philadelphia crack falsetto.
Yes, yes,
Oh, yes.
yes. Street
like
crack.
K&A crack. I'm like the guy. You combine the guy from Midnight Oil, the lead singer, and then the people walking around at K&A like zombies, sadly. And then you mix in some music like Jessie Coulter
You got Tony
and
Bruno.
Dwayne Eddy, and then boom,
There
that's
you
me.
go.
There you go. I'll be appearing this weekend at K&A, signing flat objects only, though, between noon and 3 on Saturday afternoon, weather permitting. So I don't play in the rain.
You don't? I've heard
I don't
you
like
do.
rain. When you're bald in the way and it's cold rain and you're bald,
Mhm.
it's absolutely horrible.
It's
Nothing
like Chinese
worse.
water torture.
It really is. I'd rather be waterboarded with hot water than walk around in the cold, damp rain when it's drizzly out. Like when we were in Philly for the holidays, at Christmas time, we had those cold, misty rains,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm walking out in the rain. We didn't have an umbrella, and I tell you, it's like I'm the Wicked Witch of the West. I was melting.
It was.
I was waiting for a house to fall on me so I can melt right on Market
We actually
Street.
we had to walk from our hotel to the studio, the WPHT studio, and it was drizzling. It had that cold winter
Oh,
drizzle.
wow.
Oh, the entire from the moment we stepped out from the hotel to when we arrived, and then there were still some after effects. Tony was complaining.
Just
It
complaining.
was
outrage.
lovely. Yeah.
It's not
Yeah.
my style either, Harry. You know, I'm a happy-go-lucky guy. I don't really have things that.
Well, I don't think a limo was in the budget.
It definitely wasn't.
No,
It certainly
Because
wasn't.
I know I dropped you off on the way
know.
back to your hotel.
SEPTA wasn't running either. I was just going to take a bus for a couple of, with my SEPTA senior pass. I still had some trans passes left over and a couple of tokens, but that hour of the morning, even SEPTA's not running.
No.
Would you be on SEPTA at 4:30 in the morning?
No.
not with a company that is on there now. By the way, just on our studio monitor, we're showing the
Rutgers?
guys. No, it's the guys that protected the flag.
Yeah, but no, Rutgers guys was showing up yesterday too.
Oh,
up
the
there at
fraternity
Rutgers.
guys?
Fraternity.
Yeah, but no, that was at North Carolina.
UNC.
Right.
Then
Okay.
at Rutgers yesterday, when all of these idiots were calling the school Hamas University instead of Rutgers, we always hate Rutgers.
But
And
did you-
Rutgers is really one of the worst places on earth.
Did you see the amount that has been?
Yeah, it's like $500,000.
$500,000 has been collected.
But they're not going to get the money. That's the thing. They're not getting the $500,000. I don't know where it's going, but if you can squeeze me off $100,000 of that, I would be and I'll name one of my bedrooms in my house that we're building after you. If you could contribute $100,000 on a GoFundMe, I will actually have one of the bedrooms named after you, and I'll put a plaque on it. That's what we have to do in this day and age.
We have to do something.
I mean, why are you dissing Rutgers? I mean, that is the State University of New Jersey.
I'm not dissing the school. I'm dissing the morons who go there.
Oh, okay.
Did you see them yesterday? They have people telling everybody that they're now renaming Rutgers Hamas University, Harry.
Are they in the Big Ten, Hamas University?
They should be. I mean, I think that, they could probably beat Ohio State right now.
No, I don't think so. They'd be 17-point underdogs at least. But speaking of university, did you see this thing? Shiraz University over in Iran is offering scholarships to U.S. students who have been expelled over the protests. How about
I think every single one of them needs to take them
I
on
agree.
it. They need to go over there and get a great education.
Yeah, they got all this pent-up energy. They want to go. They want to die. By the way, some guy came after me on Twitter at like 5 o'clock this morning when I was getting ready, telling me that that if I'm pro-Israel, then I'm part of the problem. So I said, well, if it makes you feel better, I've divested today. I'm going to divest everything that I own in Israel, which is absolutely nothing except my phone. I got to check to see if my phone has components from Italy. And imagine all of these protesters. I mean, in Israel, right? Because didn't Israel invent a lot of the technologies?
Yes, we would not have cell phones. If
Exactly.
It wasn't for Israeli. I hope that rather than the universities divesting from their investments, I hope that all the Jewish investors in universities divest.
Pull their money out. Yeah.
Pull their money out.
Exactly.
We'll see how quickly they change their tune.
And the worst part, have you seen how much money we, the taxpayers, are giving these schools, these Ivies, every single year? Not every year, but it's like billions and billions of dollars.
Yeah, and then
Columbia's getting like, they got like $100 million in their
endowment
bank account.
Yeah.
In their endowments. Listen, I love endowments, Harry. And who doesn't? I mean,
Ms. Robin, are you endowed?
Endowments are what we're all about, thanks to the modern day surgery.
Does Miss Robin care to comment on your endowment?
Double D's, baby.
I am very happy with my endowment. Thank you very much.
What about
my
Tony's?
endowments, Ron? Enough about you. What about my endowments?
I'm pleased with those as well.
Wow.
You know, here's a big difference between yesterday's show and today. Yesterday, we were actually in news mode because we had the live story of the UCLA stuff going on starting at 6 a.m. So all 4 hours, we were paying attention to what was going on as a live news event.
It was breaking.
It was all breaking news. So as journalists, or former journalists, what do? When news breaks, we're right there on it. And we were on that story all morning. Today,
That's right, baby.
It's Friday, it's Friday. Are we still saying Friday? Is it still a John, or is John over, Harry?
I think John is over. Although they have a D-John now on the Eagles.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
This is awesome, though, because we can still hit all of the hard.
Yeah, but I'm saying there's no
news.
breaking news right
No.
now. Unless some
It's awesome.
scrappers on some college campus do something, and they bring in the cops and then push them back, way back, like we saw yesterday.
All right, well, we can get back to that. All right, we
Yeah,
got
we'll
to
get it
take
back
a
to
little
that.
break here on
Okay.
Kayal and Company, okay? Are you need a little timeout?
I always get put in timeouts, Harry, but I do it myself. I don't have to have anybody do it for me.
He
I
likes
put
it.
myself in the corner because nobody puts baby in the corner, but you could put me in the corner, and I will voluntarily go for a couple of minutes anyway before I come back.
We'll be back.
Yes, but first we got to talk about spring is upon us. No time like the present to get back out on the roads, or maybe you're planning that summer road trip, or maybe that road trip to Cape May this evening. So my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles will help you find that luxury vehicle you've been eyeing. You've earned it. You want it. Now go get it with a little help from my friends at Piazza. They have thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available right now from brands such as Mercedes-Benz, Land Rover, Jaguar, Maserati, BMW, Porsche, and more. Just visit PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com or stop by one of their Pennsylvania, Delaware, or New Jersey dealers. PIAZZA, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
It seems like just yesterday when I captured my son's first steps or when we recorded his soccer games on VHS tapes. Those moments are gone. But the old home movies and pictures don't need to be. That's why my son created Legacy Box.
That's right, Mom. Over 1 million families have used Legacy Box to digitally preserve their old home movies and photos.
Simply fill Legacy Box with your old camcorder tapes, film, and photos. They will professionally digitize and send them back on DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud.
With Mother's Day around the corner, it's the perfect time to get your Legacy Box and save your family's history. After all, few things are as important as protecting your precious memories. Give your mom a Mother's Day present she'll never forget. Legacy Box is offering a 60% discount. Order yours today and take advantage of our best Mother's Day sale ever. Visit legacybox.com/value and for a limited time, get an incredible 60% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value for 60% off. legacybox.com/value.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows, and you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Fargo, the new virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And that's just the beginning. Do you Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Terms and conditions apply. Your mobile carrier's availability and message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra on a tribute to Philly sports fans at Wildwood Catholic Academy on Saturday, June 29th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
Hi, it's Rob with Keystone Window. You don't have to spend a fortune for replacement windows. We offer free estimates in 30 minutes, good for 30 days. And we're not staying for dinner. Those huge window companies with the free windows never leave until your flat broke. Call Keystone for great Energy Star windows backed by a lifetime warranty. A company you can trust. Keystone, 267-308-2500. Better windows and honest price.
Need new windows, pick up the phone. Keystone. Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, Kayal and Company, and you wanted it. You got it, Tony Bruno.
You want it, you got it, you asked for it.
Midnight
Oil. We
Oil.
got a developing situation going on down at the University of Mississippi. I don't know if you guys have seen this protest, but this is going to be the big story today.
In Oxford?
Because yesterday on the Ole Miss campus down there, there were pro-Palestinian protesters, but then a bunch of frat boys come over and they start shouting down the pro-Palestinians.
Mm-hmm.
And then, unfortunately, one stupid kid did something. As Ilhan Omar, some people did something. One dumb kid went out to a woman who was harassing them verbally, and then they did a stupid thing, one guy, and now that's going to become the big story.
Well, what did
So
he do?
mark my words. There was a very large African-American woman who was taunting all of these white frat boys at Ole Miss, and one guy went out there and did some stupid symbol thing, and now that's going to be the big story. They'll be all over this today. So while everybody's been praising these kids, one of the kids that danced like a monkey was making monkey noises near a black woman who was protesting for Palestine.
Is that the guy in the overalls?
No, it was a different guy. But there were a bunch of guys, you know, pro-American guys, and they went out there, and Ole Miss broke up the whole thing. And so now all of a sudden, you know, the far left people are jumping all over this. You know, Ashton Pittman and all these so-called journalists.
Well, that idiot put it on a tee for him.
Yep.
Whoever that
absolutely.
kid was.
Absolutely, and it's stupid, and the kid should be punished.
He should.
But now, because the Ole Miss students started singing the Star-Spangled Banner in response to the protesters who were saying "Death to America," and so then all of a sudden these Ole Miss kids became the latest frat boy, white boy heroes defending America and the flag, and then some moron goes out there because he was being taunted by a large woman who was just getting in their faces, and they couldn't stop 10 seconds enough to do something stupid. And so that will be the story today. It's not going to be that they were all out there and that these pro-Palestinian nutcases are out there, you know, just going down, and because it's been happening, you know, got Palestinian flags going up on different campuses. And so you get, you know, pro-America people who should be most of us, I would think.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I know a lot of people hate America, and go right ahead. That's your right. And if you don't really like it here, just join Robert De Niro, Barbra Streisand, and all these other celebrities
Madonna.
who are going to leave the country like they haven't left the country in every election that they always cry about leaving the country for the last 50 years.
Right.
And so this Ole Miss thing, I'm telling you, this is going to be the big story because, you know, the left needs something to fire back. And call white people all racist to make it about those extreme MAGA Republicans again, because the left has lost the message with all these stupid college protests where these kids have no idea what they're even protesting. So tell me, watch it today. That's going to be the big story everywhere.
Well, and a lot of them aren't even college students. I mean, they're like you said, they're outside agitators.
Yeah, but these look like just punk kids. These were you Ole Miss kids. These were not out.
Well, I'm talking about
agitators.
the protesters. I'm talking about the actual.
No, this protest in Ole Miss, I don't. They look to be. They look to be school age. They look to be college age boys.
Oh, okay.
Young men or whatever you want to call them. I'm telling you right now, that's going to be the story now.
That Ole Miss.
Mark it down.
That's on my bucket list to attend a football game there.
Oh, Ole Miss is phenomenal.
Because there's a party area there. They call it the Grove, and the tailgating is just off the charts.
Road trip.
Yeah.
I'm in.
Go down and see.
I don't know. They may shut that campus down now.
I mean, Nick
Kayal.
It's
true.
The FBI will now be going to Ole Miss to investigate this hate crime that occurred yesterday, and all the media. You watch it. Mark my words. Mark the tape. It's almost 7 o'clock in the morning on this Freaky Friday.
6:56 to be exact.
I'm seeing it start to domino.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Snowball.
Once the media, once the morning Joes and there's hags on the View jump on this one, they'll be running with it all weekend.
Yeah.
It will be 24/7 coverage of one moron doing something stupid.
It's stupid.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just stupid to do something like that, and it is a racist trope. And
I love the word trope, though. Well, that's become.
I didn't even know what trope meant until a year or two
jump
ago.
The shark, though. That's what I want to know.
All right. Speaking of news, we got to get to the news.
We'll take a break.
And we'll take a break and then get to the news.
Absolutely.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles. Highly logical. Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
Okay, guys, we gotta put our trays up for takeoff.
Where's Dad?
Oh, he's in the back. We could only get 3 seats together.
Daddy has my pillow.
We'll get it later. Can you not put your feet up, please?
Why aren't we going?
We must be in line for takeoff.
Like security?
Well, that was a different line.
I have to go.
We just sat down.
But I have to go.
The seatbelt sign's on.
Why aren't we moving?
Hey, no picking.
We're just 15th in line for takeoff.
Son of a...
Don't go there. Go on a real vacation. Go RVing. Learn more at GoRVing.com.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
When you look at your kids or grandkids, you can't help but wonder. You wonder what their world will be like in 20 years. Then you think about yourself. What will your life be like when you step away from work and into retirement? There are a lot of things you can't control, but with the right planning, there are some things you can. At Spectrum Wealth Partners, our Portfolio X-Ray is designed to show you how you're doing so far and what your monthly income will look like in the future. In other words, they can take you from wondering to knowing. So take control of your financial future. Call today for a complimentary evaluation. 856-322-8686 or at SpectrumWP.com. And tune into The Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, we're back. Kayal and Company. Bruno and
7
Mays sitting
and
in.
I want to rock.
When are we doing the cut sheet? Which
7:45.
Which I gotta
Harry,
tell you.
Don't you have the cut sheet in front of you? Are you not prepared?
Yeah, I have it in an email form here. I do, but I just want to tell Greg Stocker, who's the captain of the cut sheet, that it is probably the best radio segment in Philadelphia radio going right now.
Wow, man!
Now I listened to this.
Even hotter than the workforce block. I think this is now overtaken the workforce block because not many people are working anymore in Philly. You know, they're doing it from home and all the other stuff going on.
Yeah, Noontime Nuggets was good too back in the day. But the cut sheet, and it's so good that not only is it the cut sheet, but then it's the cut sheet part deux.
Yeah.
In the 9 o'clock
you can't
hour.
Stop the cut sheet. You can just do a whole show with just cuts.
Yeah, pretty much.
The
pretty much,
cuts.
it's just an entire show. Yes.
The best cuts, the finest cuts.
I appreciate that.
Bring in your finest meats and cheeses and cut them up nice and thin. If this thin enough, you go to the deli, and they hold up that first piece of boiled ham.
Except, Tony, you're a horrible Italian. You don't like cold cuts.
I like cold cuts when I'm making a sandwich, but I don't like cold.
You don't like salami. You don't like gabagool.
You don't like salami?
Pizza, but I'll eat turkey. No, I'll eat turkey. I'll eat ham and cheese on cold. But I'm not eating like pepperoni meat. It has to be cold pepperoni. Doesn't.
Oh,
work.
I love cold
again,
pepperoni.
You know, it's your choice. It's your cold cuts, your choice. And so you can do whatever you want. I'm just telling you what I don't like.
Yeah, but speaking of, remember when, speaking of the Knicks last night, their coach, remember when you and I would say he looked like a butcher?
Yes.
Thibodeau, like you go to the butcher
guy at a
shop.
deli counter.
Yeah, a deli
Right?
counter with the big white apron on, a little bit of blood on it. You know? He looks exactly like a guy that
But
would
he's a
work
hell
at
of a
deli.
coach, let's
He
be
is
honest.
tremendous. He really is.
I mean, how about the Knicks losing their best player? And then
I think their best player was playing.
Listen, that was a great series for both. Both teams played hard, as one athlete once said. I think it was, what's his name at the Super Bowl, who's now a big star and doing a lot of commercials. The guy who didn't want to talk to the media. Beast mode, that dude. Remember, his comments were, both teams played hard, man. Both teams played hard.
Well, they did, and that was a very compelling series, even though my team didn't win. That had the feel.
Marshawn Lynch, it is the best 6-game series in a first-round elimination in Philadelphia sports history.
No, but I'm saying,
I think you have to wipe out all the records, stop worrying about second-round exits over the last few years.
But that had a feel of a finals, like an Eastern Conference Finals feel.
Exactly, except it was the first round.
Yeah.
And you know how it goes in Philly. And again, I don't want to rip the team and the players and the fans. It's not my style to criticize.
No, the fans were great.
It's not your style to criticize.
The fans were. I just make observations.
Right. Yeah.
I'm not here calling for people to get fired, although if Tobias Harris were to get on a
he
Spirit
should be
Airlines
fired.
flight and get in the middle seat about 10 o'clock this morning, you know, I don't even think Johnny Airport would go to say goodbye to him.
No.
I mean, let's
he should
be honest.
be fired. And it's time for the news.
That's right.
Yes, it is. With Dawn, who's never going to be fired because she has clout. She has joie de vivre. She's got everything you need to maintain.
Because I'm cheap and I do everything Greg Stocker says.
I didn't want to go there, Dawn. I'm glad you said it. I would never say that about you. The great Dawn Stensland.
I've completely lost control this morning. Wow. I don't know what to say. Wow.
In the news, ready?
I'm overclamped.
We've got. No, I love Greg. That's what I always say because of your cut sheet comment. Greg Stocker, you never leave me. We are sponsored this morning by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. It's Friday, announced by Tony Bruno this morning. But it's chilly this morning, so grab a coat if you're headed out. It's sunny, but only 57 degrees. We won't even...
What's the wind chill, Dawn? We have a wind chill.
The wind chill is 57, so no real wind chill. You know, last week, Nick Kayal became very sick, and he said that he had gotten meatloaf. Remember this? He got food poisoning. He was sick as a dog.
Meatloaf, yes.
Well, now we find out that more than a huge beef recall, and this is a local Hazleton, Pennsylvania company. I'm not making this up.
Wow.
So more than 16,000 pounds of raw ground beef. They're under a recall by the USDA. They've just announced this due to possible E. coli contamination. It's recalled beef processed at a Cargill Meat Solutions facility right here in Pennsylvania, Hazleton, Pennsylvania, and shipped nationwide. But right here in Pennsylvania, I'm just saying, I wonder if that's because he did have that meatloaf.
Yeah, I know he went back to the Lehigh Valley for a day or two over the weekend, too. That's probably where he got that bad meatloaf.
See?
You know, when you go into these supermarkets and they have those big, tubes of ground beef, you've seen those, right? And it's like only $4 a pound if you buy the 5-pound gigantic loaf. And you realize that stuff's sitting there in plastic, and you don't know. And again, these people are working hard. I don't think it's intentional. But there's just, now that here in Florida, Governor DeSantis has banned lab-made meat.
Yeah.
But now the real meat, they're going to start. Anyway, I'm sorry, Dawn. Continue, please.
No, please.
We have the meats.
Breaking news, Tony Bruno talking about meat.
What is lab-made meat?
Stuff you make in a lab.
But I mean,
literally.
That's all the fake stuff, all the ones that people were buying stocks of, Beyond Meat.
All that Beyond Meat comes from a pea protein. That's that pea protein is where you get the taste that tastes like meat. I used to eat it for a while, and then I was just like, I can't. I don't know.
Where would you purchase this?
Oh, you can get it at any store.
Yeah. Now you purchase it in the clearance aisle when you go to the clearance freezer because nobody was buying all this Beyond Meat because it was beyond horrible.
And highly processed.
Thank you.
Real meat.
Yes. Let's get it back to the news. Let's get it back to Dawn.
All right. We'll continue your meat conversation later. We do have, by the way, Kamala Harris is coming to Philadelphia next week. So
Terrific.
I know we'll be right.
The wonderful Mamala.
Yeah, that's what we need, Mamala.
By the way, Drew Barrymore saying that, she's getting in all kinds of hot water for saying that.
Yeah, but guess what? Chuck Blow, as I like to call him, not Curtis Blow, who was great. Charles Blow, the blowhard at the New York Times, was ripping what's her face, Drew Barrymore, for calling her Mamala, not knowing that that she actually called herself Mama a million times over the last few years. So, hey, Chuck, blow. Put down the blow. Put down the crack before the crack puts you away.
Allegedly.
And get some facts
allegedly.
before you go starting playing the race card again, sucker. Sorry, continue.
He's just fired up.
Wow.
So we do have happening today. We talked about, I'm sure we'll play it, but President Joe Biden speaking out yesterday, finally, after, a week and a half of all of this nonsense going on in our college campuses and Ivy League schools especially. So President Joe Biden defining what is violence, what is goes beyond free speech, but that he wants to protect free speech. I'm paraphrasing. Today, he is to award the Presidential Medal of Freedom to 19 politicians, activists, athletes, and many more, including former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, as well as Vice President Al Gore. They are among those who will receive the nation's highest civilian honor from the president at the White House today. That's scheduled.
What did Al Gore do?
He just made another comment at the World Economic Forum about how we're going to die from climate change, which he's been saying for the last
35 years.
Yet somehow he's still getting awards. He's just a bloated blowhard. Smart. The best thing that ever happened to Al Gore is he didn't win the election.
Thank God.
Now he became a multi-billionaire pimping the climate scam.
As he flies around in private
jets. How many times has he been proven wrong? And he's still out there pimping this stuff.
Yep.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Don.
He had it all in his locked box. Maybe that was what it was. Medgar Evers, by the way, will receive a posthumous recognition for his work. Yes, from more than 6 decades ago, fighting segregation in Mississippi in the 60s as the NAACP's first field officer in the state.
Can you believe, though, that Medgar Evers, who absolutely should have gotten this, and then along with Nancy Pelosi and Al Gore? I mean, what's wrong with that trifecta? One person deserves it, the other two don't.
Nancy Pelosi should get the Golden Hammer Award.
What is
honor
that?
her husband.
Right. Whatever happened to that story?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he went away, didn't he? Or
the guy who broke in?
Yeah.
The Hammer guy, I think he went to Oakland and now is the bat boy for the A's before they leave and go to Las Vegas.
They're going to Sacramento first.
I know they are.
Yeah.
Sacktown, baby.
By the way, Pennsylvania connection, Jim Thorpe, who died in 1953, was the first Native American to win an Olympic gold medal for the United States. So that's one of the other posthumous rewards.
Why did it take so long?
Jim Thorpe like 100 years after he's dead, and then we're bringing Al Gore back in his blubber state to come in and burn more fossil fuels to go to the White House to get a stupid medal that he should never even be allowed to. Why would they give this guy a stinking Medal of Honor? It's a joke.
And Phil Donahue.
Phil Donahue?
What?
Yeah, Phil Donahue.
As the godfather of shock talk
afternoon talk shows.
Yeah.
Journalist and former daytime TV talk show.
When does Maury Povich getting one for making sure who the father was? I mean, here's a guy. How does Maury Povich not have a Medal of Freedom? Right? How does Morton Downey Jr., who was a great talk show host in Philly when I was working with him at WCAU back in the days.
Wow.
How is Morton Downey Jr. not posthumously getting a Medal of Freedom? It's an outrage.
It is. You're right. Thank you.
Phil Donahue had great hair, though.
He did.
No, he did. That show was relevant back in the day.
Yeah.
It was.
Yeah.
It was relevant.
If you really think about it, he really was the first. Oprah ripped him off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sally Jesse Raphael, all of them, Maury Povich, they all did kind of what he started.
Yep.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
So I'll give Phil Donahue a pass, even though 90% of the people don't remember who Phil Donahue is. They think he was on Surfside 6.
He's on the Mount Rushmore of TV talk shows.
Yeah. Absolutely he is. Absolutely.
Well put. We've talked a lot this morning about the University of Pennsylvania. Everybody's watching that one as that moves into yet another day, even though it was 1 week ago today that the interim president had said to this tent encampment that they need to go. They still are staying. So we're watching this very carefully as just yesterday afternoon, many Jewish students and advocacy groups supporting Jewish students were petitioning the university, were petitioning the interim president to please get this encampment off campus. And they were delivering as well, talking about the fact that they have been subjected to harassment, to anti-Semitic slurs, to all that graffiti, which they were power washing yesterday. So we'll see what happens there. I just want to put a story on on everybody's radar that has not gotten a lot of play. And that is that we knew that President Joe Biden, when he came into office, signed all of those executive orders, and one of them was revising the Title IX rules. And we heard a lot about this, and Joe Biden is on a mission to support trans athletes and the LGBTQ plus community. But in this one, did they go too far? The reason we're having all of these school board meetings this week and the discussions this week locally is because just this week, the Biden administration, Department of Education, flowing then through the state levels, they have revised these and they've received these new Title IX rules. So a lot of people might think that they rewrote the rules to support, LGBTQ plus. It goes a little beyond that, and that's what schools are grappling with. What am I talking about? They've rewritten the Title IX rules. The schools just got them and are just digesting them. That's why they're all meeting this week and next week, because by August 1st, every school, this has nothing to do with sports, every school has to allow biological boys to go into any bathroom they choose, or by August 1st. It all changes. And
so by next school year.
Exactly, Greg.
Yeah, there's going to be no issues there.
No.
And Biden has done this intentionally to placate the fringiest community out there. With all due respect to people that we know who are transgender, and I knew the first transsexual in Philadelphia back in the 60s. So it's not a hate thing. But you're right. Biden is placating to the fringes, hoping to get their very small percentage of votes.
Yes.
That's how ridiculous this is.
So states, not here in our area, but at least 15 states by my count, have filed lawsuits, are filing suits to fight this from going into effect August 1st. Alabama, Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, Mississippi, Louisiana, Idaho, Montana, among those that have filed this, as well as the Independent Women's Law Center, Independent Women's Network, Parents Defending Education, Speech First. All these groups are seeking to block this rule from going into effect by August 1st. Now, some local schools, and I'll take you to Penn Ridge, which I think is among the only one or the few in the so-called Philadelphia collar counties that has said that you have to go to the bathroom or locker room that is your assigned or birth gender. All the other ones allow people to choose. Wow. So the problem that they're having is that they said, well, let's just create bathrooms that are private stalls. And so if you, for whatever reason, if you want to go into a private stall, you can do that. Apparently the lawyers in the school district, they're reading through this and they're saying it's not going to be good enough. And so this is going to be, I'm just saying, putting this on your radar.
Yeah.
Watch for these lawsuits. This is going to be a huge issue. But remember that here in Pennsylvania, under the Shapiro administration, these schools are already being warned by our state Department of Education that they need to comply. So it's not up to your local school board. Don't shout. It's beyond them now. And so what the Biden administration has said is, and Penn Ridge in particular, they've said, we cannot afford to forego the $6 million at least of federal money.
Yes, we have coming up at 7:45. It's a great transition, Don Stensland. Coming up at 7:45, we have Education Secretary Miguel Cardona basically saying that if schools don't comply with Title IX, with these new rules, their federal funding is gone.
It's gone. Wow.
It's the mafia.
Yep.
It's the freaking mafia.
Yep.
Yeah, it really is.
Yep.
Hey,
but Columbia and all these Ivies will still get billions of dollars from our tax dollars,
absolutely,
so that they can run amok.
I did research who has the biggest one as far as what Tony just referenced.
Columbia, right?
It's
Columbia.
Harvard.
Oh, Harvard?
Harvard, $50 billion.
Oh, their endowment?
The endowment.
Yeah.
$50.7 billion.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
$50 billion.
And by the way, speaking of that, did you see that Columbia now yesterday, they are so triggered at Columbia that they have now asked, their students have asked to cancel exams this year because they are so upset.
They're
and
emotionally
don't think
distraught.
They are emotionally disturbed by what happened, and they don't have the right mindset to take
Not
examinations
just cancel exams,
right now.
but they want to cancel the exams and still give them a passing grade.
Exactly.
of course.
Yes.
Well, I mean, you might as well ask for it, right?
Yeah, I mean, and they'll get it. That's the thing.
That's right.
They'll demand it, and then they'll get it.
Yep.
Yeah, we're at Harvard's $50.7 billion, Yale $42 billion, University of Texas System Office $40 billion, Stanford $38 billion, Princeton $37 billion.
Wow. Stanford's only 38 with all that Silicon Valley money out
Right?
there. It's
Well, they have the tree at least. They have a good mascot. I think that's what they got going for them right now.
Why are federal dollars going to
Thank you.
schools anyway?
That's the greatest question ever.
to private schools.
No, I do want my art degree, my John Nagy Home Art School course that I took as a young man. Remember when you get those in the newspaper? And it was John Nagy, you can be an artist. When I was a kid, I would see those, and I ordered one of those John Nagy, and then
Is that the one where they said, if you can make this
Yes.
drawing, then you
and
can
then I
do
got that money. And
Oh, I
since
remember
Biden's
that.
giving all of these art institutes of Philadelphia who've gone bankrupt and screwed their students over, and we have to now pay for the money that they borrowed from these corrupt schools that went under, I want my John Nagy paint at home. All that money I spent plus interest compounded to over $100,000. I want that check in the mail today, Mr. President.
Yeah, that won't happen.
Got to forgive that student debt, Tony.
Damn right. My student debt goes way back, way back. And my John Nagy course was one of the things that inspired me to be an artiste.
On that note, Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon sponsors this news on Kayal and Company. The secret to spoiling the moms in your life this spring, now with 3 locations. Glen Mills, Springfield, Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. Visit in person or online, josephanthony.com, where gift cards are available. That's josephanthony.com. Today, 68 degrees is your high. Enjoy the sunshine because you won't see it much over the weekend. Tomorrow, cloudy, 62 degrees. Sunday, 61 degrees, 73% chance for rain. Kayal and Company News Live.
Yes, and we'll be right back. Tony Bruno, Harry Mays sitting in for Nick Kayal on Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
But first, a little magic. Are you tired of that dated old kitchen or bathroom? Ready for a refresh? Then you need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They've been transforming spaces quickly, beautifully, and affordably since 1979. From refacing to custom cabinets, backsplash counters, yes, you can get the kitchen you want now. I'm talking about right now. They're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, plus 10% off your remodel. So schedule your free in-home design consultation. Do this today. Put it on the calendar, kitchenmagic.com. You're going to love it. kitchenmagic.com. I love all their before and after photos. kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Although you try not to, most of us have used an ATM out of network. And at the end, you get that notice that it's going to cost you $4 extra.
Are you kidding me?
So you're paying money to get your own money. It makes you crazy. In retirement, you're going to want to use that 401k, but every time you dip into it, you have to pay taxes. Here we go again. You have to pay money to get your own money.
Oh, come on!
Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group believes that every retirement plan needs a tax plan. Without it, you're using Uncle Sam's plan. And do you really think that's going to work in your favor? Call Retire Ready Financial Group today at 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 and schedule a complimentary retirement consultation. Or you can find them online at retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
This is Eileen Canestrasti, CEO of Insight PA Cyber Charter School. If you, like many families, are exploring other options for your child's education, consider switching to Insight PA Cyber Charter School. We are an online public school serving students across Pennsylvania and providing individualized, life-ready learning experiences for students from kindergarten through 12th grade. Learn more about how Insight PA can help your family at insightpa.k12.com.
To learn how Insight PA Cyber Charter can set your child up for the future, visit insightpaschool.org.
I'm Philomena, founder of Kin Apparel here in Philly. I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies and hats were doing to it. So I made my own satin line hoodies and created a business in the process. I've got big dreams, and Chase for Business in Philly was like, all right, how do we get you there?
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank, NA member FDIC.
Gonna dig a hole in your backyard? Call 811. Don't be caught off guard, cause PA1 Calls got your back to help locate those utilities stacked.
Play it safe and do your part so no one in the neighborhood's house goes dark.
But if you don't, and there's an outage, you might have to deal with some screams and shoutage. Cause ain't nothing worse when your toilet won't flush, your lights go out,
Or when your pipes bust.
Yeah, your neighbors are gonna love you. Know what's below. Call 811 before you dig. Help us at 50 and 5. More at PA1call.org.
Did you know you can stream Fox News Radio on the free Odyssey app? Just download the free Odyssey app and search for Fox News Radio to hear the voices you trust. Brian Kilmeade.
Why are we so scared of Iran thinking that we're at war with them?
Guy Benson.
Get the bleep out of here. It's disgusting.
Jimmy Fela.
Then this administration rolled into town with a checkbook.
Are all on the free Odyssey app. From the news and talk to keep you informed and up to date during election season. Listen to Fox News Radio on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
Today, everyone is trying to eat healthier and eat more fresh foods. Well, that also goes for your four-legged friends. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. If you are not aware of the new generation of fresh food diets available for your four-legged friends, then you are missing out. At Dogs and Cats Rule, we carry a wide-ranging selection of fresh foods that includes raw, gently cooked, freeze-dried, air-dried, and baked. To learn more, visit any of our 7 locations. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Yo, Roy is Ford. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, Kayal and Company, Bruno and Mays sitting in, Tony down in Florida. And it's the summer of discontent, Tony. Now I'm not even
We
hearing
are
it.
better
There it is.
known as the outside agitators. I think we should call, Harry, we should have our own show called the Outside Agitators.
Is that a
How
podcast?
perfect is that? Yeah, no, because that's what they're calling all of these students up at Columbia.
Yeah.
A lot of them are outside agitators, but I think that's a cool name for a band. You know, we can go down to the Troc,
Mhm.
you know, maybe the Fillmore. Is that still open, the Fillmore?
Is
all those other places?
J.C. Dobbs?
Yeah, that's
J.C.
That's
Dobbs.
been a long time. It's been a
I
long
played
time
there.
since- Did you?
Yeah, I played there.
Nice.
What's the one in Ardmore? 23rd.
The Ardmore
20
Cabaret, the old cabarets.
Yeah, love the cabaret. Life is a cabaret.
It used to be Brownies 23 East. That's
Exactly
right.
That's great brownies knowledge right there.
That's what I remember.
By the way, people are checking in all over the place on the chat stream on YouTube, and our good buddy John from Mayfair says, "Bad meatloaf, Paradise by the bathroom light." There is no bad meatloaf. Come on, man, was that a terrible song?
It was a terrible song.
It was.
Yeah, it was a
awful.
terrible. But it was, it was like one of those songs. If you're on radio, you put it on, and then you go to the bathroom, and you don't have
That's
to worry
true.
about getting back quickly.
That's true.
I mean, the full version of that is like Inagata Davida back in the day.
Right.
The entire side of
8
the
minutes,
album.
8 minutes long or something.
Harry
like that.
loved the Iron Butterfly, didn't you, Harry?
Oh,
Were you
yeah.
a big Iron Butterfly guy?
That was their only hit, I believe.
It was. It was.
Inagata Davida.
It was.
Yeah.
It literally took up the entire one side of our record, right?
Well, yeah, I think it was an album. It was like an album side.
Yeah.
I was a big Yes fan back in the day, and they'd have
Yes.
songs that were like 20 minutes long. There was one album had 3 songs on it.
Yeah, Roundabout, which Jersey has finally eliminated, but they're bringing them to Pennsylvania now, I see.
Oh, yeah?
We love the roundabouts. Europe, it's a big thing. No, everybody hates. That's why they cut through the like 70 and all the circles. Remember, they used to have the circles you had to go around?
Yeah.
And nobody knew what the hell they were doing. And then they just cut through like Route 70, 73.
It's because Americans are just dorky with they don't know how to utilize them properly.
Thank God they don't have many of those here in Florida. You talk about, brain dead drivers not knowing where to go. It's an outrage. By the way, yesterday, guys, we had the Big Trial blog, and we had the great people who exposed Larry Krasner on this show.
Yep.
And did you see what Larry Krasner did yesterday? So he had a news conference to denounce this hearing that he's supposed to go to, claiming that he didn't even know about this. and he's calling it a witch hunt because he's being asked to answer questions in front of Jim Jordan's committee, and he's now not showing up. So the Big Trial blog, they've announced today, and the other organizations that are covering this, the independent journalists that they hate in this city because they want the Inquirer to set the narrative on what to talk about. But the bottom line is that they are now allowing their sites, Big Trial blog, the guy Cipriani
Ralph
Cipriano, that Larry Krasner always calls out when he asks any questions of Larry Krasner in his staged press conferences, where he's like Joe Biden, he won't take any questions and he storms off. So now Krasner is not showing up, and they are going to now open their site and their paywall, take it down so people can read what's going on as Larry Krasner, the most gutless district attorney, the most thin-skinned loser in Philadelphia political history, is now going to defy a request to go and testify. And these are the kinds of people Philadelphia loves. He was surrounded by all of the sycophants yesterday while he was calling these. And he was calling and then he caught himself. He's, I don't want to call these people. I don't want to call these people names. And then he calls them names. Ridiculous.
I have a little bit of Larry Krasner from yesterday, if you want to hear it.
Yeah, let's hear that. I want to hear this creep. He's a crumb, creep, coward, and he's a lush.
Mr. Keeley, they appear to be trying to sneak into town real quiet. This only came to our attention indirectly early yesterday. We have seen a very consistent pattern when the enemies of democracy want to put on a, quote, hearing, unquote. It's not a hearing at all. It is a dog and pony show with prearranged witnesses where they are deliberately going to make sure there is a one-sided representation. And I don't say that to demean any of the witnesses.
No.
There are, without question, there are without question all kinds of good people who may be called tomorrow, but they ain't all good, I'll tell you that. Why don't you do a little research on Nick Geraci, G-E-R-A-C-E. Why don't you look for his ethical violations? Why don't you look for the email signed by him where he said George Floyd was responsible for his own death? That is one of their witnesses tomorrow on this topic. So the short version is, no, I was not invited, but I'll take that invitation right now. In fact, if Jim Jordan or Matt Gaetz can get their fingers out of whatever else they're doing, they can give me a call. I'll see him tomorrow. I'll even buy him a cheesesteak. Maybe we'll have a debate, because I think Philadelphia would love to hear their insights.
So you would like to talk tomorrow?
Because we already know. We don't have to do any research on you, Larry. We already know what a creep you are, and you're a coward. And he's the guy that he's the guy that's been crying about Trump for the last 8 years, and now all of a sudden they want him to testify about being corrupt and not having any accountability for his actions here in Philly, except when he goes after cops. Now all of a sudden he doesn't want to go there, and it's a witch hunt.
Right.
No, you want to talk about a guy who is tone deaf, and yet the people of the city keep supporting this clown.
Yep.
Well, aren't there consequences if you don't show up to things like that?
No. Hunter Biden doesn't show up.
Well, he got high.
Only certain people who are asked to testify or even are subpoenaed to testify are allowed not to show up and say, stick it up your you-know-what. In the two-tiered system of justice. Listen, I know how to self-censor here. So, I'm not a rank amateur.
Yeah.
Here.
You've been doing that since the 70s.
Dawn,
damn right.
So the
damn
hearing,
right. You know where the line is. You step to the line. I walked the line many times, but I've never crossed the line.
Right.
I walk the line. So the House Judiciary Committee holds this field hearing. It's today. It starts 9 o'clock this morning in Philadelphia. It's called the Victims of Violent Crime in Philadelphia hearing, examining how Philadelphia DA Krasner's pro-criminal policies embolden criminals at the expense of victims and Philadelphia residents. So among them, somebody we all know, and that is the widow of slain Philadelphia police officer Corporal Terry O'Connor. And so, the widow is Terry O'Connor. Her husband was Jim.
Yeah.
So we've been part of raising money for families of the fallen.
Yep.
Terry, the widow, will be speaking. She has said that she believes the federal intervention is important. She believes her husband Jim would still be alive today if not for these far left policies that have made our streets more dangerous and the jobs
And
of
it's
police
documented
officers.
evidence. You're absolutely right, Dawn. There's documented proof that Larry Krasner's a creep and hates cops and allows criminals to go back out onto the streets to repeat, and he's got all these people behind him supporting that, and many of them are African Americans who are the ones being more victimized more than anybody else in this city.
It's sick. I think one of the first people to testify, somebody we know well, George Bachetto.
Oh.
Will be testifying.
You think that crumb, creep, coward Larry Krasner will show up?
You're a real crumb bum.
No, I don't
think he's going to show up.
No, because it's a public hearing, and I don't think he wants to be on the record and have these questions asked. But remember,
He
George
doesn't want to be held accountable for his own actions.
You're right. George Bachetto was the former special prosecutor for that impeachment of D.A. Krasner, local attorney, legendary attorney. George Bachetto.
And then, of course, the hacks in Harrisburg, the Shapiro's and his cabal, they found a way to make sure that Larry Krasner could never be impeached, recalled. So he's a rogue DA. He can do whatever he wants without any account.
Well, he's one of
And
many
I hope
rogue
they bring him in
DAs.
there and grill him. I want to see him. I want to see him sweat.
Wow, I don't think you're going to get your wish, Tony. But we got to take a break anyway. We got the cut sheet coming up, part one. I am getting fired up. I'm going to tailgate the cut sheet during this break.
We should do the cut sheet from the parking lot and invite people to hang out like at the Today Show. Stand around and watch us do the cut sheet live, ladies and gentlemen. Cut sheet live, the 2-drink minimum. Come on up. Greg Stocker and the cut sheet.
Back after this.
You've heard me talk for years now about Chapman windows, doors, and siding. I think the world of the Chapman family team. They've done such beautiful work in my home. And celebrating 30 years, Mike and Mark Chapman started their brothers, obviously, started their business in Chester County 30 years ago. As their business grew, their families have grown. Now some of their adult kids are helping to run the business. Just great people who do beautiful work. So, if you needed windows, doors, siding, but also what about stucco remediation? I want to point this out, that siding projects, stucco remediation, you only want these certified Chapman installers. They are the professionals you want, especially on a job like that. With new updated siding choices available right now, wow, the curb appeal of your home is going to pop. James Hardy Plank, think James Hardy Plank or the vinyl siding. It's going to add such value and beauty to your home. So if you or somebody you know are looking for windows, doors, siding, shutters, all the beautiful hardware choices, and as well stucco remediation, siding, give them a call, text them, 610-431-8898. They're listening right now, like-minded. You can text them, 610-431-8898. Or you can visit online, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. They have a feature where you can take a virtual tour. So ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family? Search engines don't always get it right. For right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair, Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-948-6033 to speak to an expert. That's 800-948-6033.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Hi, everyone. Stephanie here from Emmons. You know, a great way to spring out of those winter blues is by upgrading the favorite place in your home, your bathroom. Emmons will give you an affordable, modest bathroom refresh with synthetic stone surrounds in as little as 1 day. That's right, 1 day. And Emmons will include interior design consultations at no cost to you. This is an easy way to spruce up your bathroom without having to break the bank. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or check out our website at callemmons.com.
Headquartered here, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT takes you inside the businesses powering Philly.
Crash Proof Retirement is empowering the investing landscape, becoming the first firm in history to record and store all financial meetings. This unprecedented initiative validates the guarantees Crash Proof Retirement has delivered to the Philadelphia region for over 15 years. All promises made in recorded financial meetings become legally binding between Crash Proof Retirement and the investing consumer, such as no market risk, no fees, and the potential for double-digit interest returns. This unrivaled documentation silences all those who doubt Crash Proof Retirement's proven commitment to truth and transparency. Learn how recording financial meetings will empower you to make the best decision for your retirement future at crashproofretirement.com.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, highlighting the businesses, big and small, headquartered here.
93% of Pennsylvanians killed in a car crash while unbelted could have survived if they just buckled up. One simple click, a second of your time. It's the difference between making it home to your loved ones or not making it home at all. Whether you're a driver or a passenger, make the life-changing choice to wear a seatbelt every drive, every time. It's not just the law, it's common sense. Buckle up, PA. Learn more at PennDOT.pa.gov/safety.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000. I tried to make payments.
The IRS wasn't satisfied with Eric's efforts, so they came after him full force.
They're coming to put a lien and a hold on all my income, my home, my car. I was just overwhelmed at what to do.
Then Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, and their team of expert tax professionals took care of Eric's problem.
I owe $15,000, and now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Take Eric's advice.
If you have a tax problem, you need to call Optima Tax now.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Paoli, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now we're talking. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, Kayal and Company, Bruno and Mays sitting in. And we got a little Metallica here, Tone.
Yeah. Actually, Tony stepped away just for a second to run the restroom, so he will be right
Oh,
back.
okay. Well, I know Stocker's a big Metallica guy.
I am.
Yes, I saw them twice now, indoors and outdoors.
Oh, really?
What an experience.
Yeah, they're one of the best live shows I've ever seen. I saw them at the Summer Sanitarium tour in 2003 or something like that when they Limp Bizkit opened up.
Oh, wow.
But
who was that lead singer of Limp Bizkit?
Fred
that little
Durst.
guy, Fred Durst.
Yeah.
I met him on South Street one day.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was in like one of the record stores back where you used to have record stores.
Yeah.
And he was flipping through like the Limp Bizkit section, just like, and I'm like, dude, are you serious? Like, you're in the band. And so I bought the CD and he signed it.
Oh, really?
He was actually cool.
That's nice.
Yeah. But Metallica, that's an experience to go see them live.
I saw the most amazing Metallica. It was Metallica, Scorpions, and Dokken.
Oh, wow.
That's what
It was amazing.
Dokken.
That's what I'm talking
Yeah.
about. That is, yeah.
Yes, that's metal.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I know we got the cut sheet coming up. We got to hear from Afro Man, who has a new hit song. And
Which
we got
is fantastic.
It is fantastic. We got Tony's Kentucky Derby picks, which I'm anxiously awaiting because he's actually really good at picking horses.
Yes, I am, Harry. You know your ponies, my friend.
Exactly.
By the way, the rain has stopped at Churchill Downs, so the Oaks looks like it's not going to be sloppy. Although a lot of the people there will be sloppy.
Yes.
Yeah, and tomorrow they'll really be sloppy.
Yeah, I can speak from experience.
Exactly.
I was there one year.
There's a 20-to-1 horse that is supposed to be a sleeper that is going
Sleeper?
Yeah, Dornock.
Dornock. Well, he was one of the favorites.
20-to-1 is almost
But he's
close to a
20-to-1.
favorite.
Yeah.
Yeah, come on, Robin.
Yeah. I mean, that race is just a you-know-what. It really is because there's just so many horses and so much can happen to the
But as
to the
you
good
know,
horse.
Harry, I have given away absolutely free on many of my reinventions. Stone Cold guaranteed superfecta locks. I even documented one on the air and then didn't bet it. And it was like a $55,000 superfecta. So I got to play. I need money, and I will release a superfecta lock later on. If I can't do it on the show, I will post it on my X account. So you must follow me at Tony Bruno Nation. And the only followers will get this absolutely free. You normally would have to pay $59.95 plus handling fees.
Yeah.
I will release those absolutely free to you, the Tony Bruno Nation followers on X.
Now, you're
not getting this anywhere else, Harry.
Is it a
You would have to
subscription
pay-
on X?
No,
for
you don't need an.
No?
Now, if you are on X, you probably won't be up enough to really, get the vibe.
See,
You know what I mean?
That used to mean ecstasy if you're on X.
Well,
back in
that's
the
true.
day, you
Now
know?
that's what it means to most people.
Now it's Molly.
Right.
Yeah.
Molly,
Yeah.
yes. I know her too. Good, nice broad. Let me just tell you that right now, as Frank Rizzo would say. Real nice broad.
All right, you guys want to do this?
Yes.
I
It's
say
time.
we do it, Broad. We have Broad Street.
Broad Street. All right, here we
had
go.
Babes on Broad. We got breakfast on Broad. Remember that?
The Cut Sheet!
What's on the cut sheet on this Friday is brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have an amazing competitive pricing and additional $1,000 discount on all new Volvos. Cherry Hill Volvo is where relationships really do matter. Judith, Yosef, and the entire team look forward to meeting you. Check them out over at 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Thank you, Cherry Hill Volvo, for sponsoring the ever-important Friday and always the best edition of what's on the cut sheet. Let's continue with Title IX, shall we? I've been sitting on this all week. I know Dawn, you mentioned a school locally here.
Yes.
But
Penridge.
yeah,
Penridge.
this is the Oklahoma education superintendent who basically said we've instructed all of our districts to not comply with the Title IX rule changes. And then we have Miguel Cardona responding to what this gentleman said. So I'm going to start here with cut one. Phil, this is the Oklahoma education superintendent. Cut one, go.
I'll be really clear. President Biden deciding to rewrite Title IX is one of the most radical and illegal moves we've ever seen from the federal government. It's an attack on our states, it's an attack on our families, and it's an attack on our young women and girls. We will not stand for this in Oklahoma. We are pursuing all actions to oppose this illegal and unconstitutional move by the Biden administration. We have already instructed our districts to not comply with this illegal rule change from President Biden. We will not allow boys in the girls' restrooms. We will not put boys in girls' sports. As a coach and as a parent, I've watched young girls work to learn the lessons that come along with playing sports. They have been able to show leadership. They have been able to dedicate so much of their life to learning those lessons that come from hard work, that come from teamwork, that come from competition. And to see the federal government try to erase girls' sports is disgusting. We have already heard back from a lot of districts that are very pleased that we stood in front of them and this dictate from the federal government. We're very proud of our districts that are holding the line, and we will never allow Joe Biden to control our schools and indoctrinate our kids. Our young
for him,
girls
you know
deserve
what?
these experiences.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And they shouldn't have them ripped away from some activists in Washington, D.C., who want to use the power of the federal government to impose radical gender theory on our state. I will continue to keep you all updated as we continue to move swiftly and aggressively against this overreach.
And the award for the biggest brass balls is this guy. Ryan Walters is his name. Ryan Walters.
And you know what? And the women out there who are going to vote blindly for Biden, you know, because he's pro-abortion and everything else. If you have children or young women in your family and you're not outraged at what the government is doing while no one's paying attention with Title IX, then you're a moron.
Yeah.
Then you get what you vote for. Then don't come crying when some dude goes into your kid's school, in your daughter's school, and goes into the bathroom and strips naked, and there's nothing you can do to stop it.
Yeah, couldn't this blow back on Biden?
Yes.
I think it could.
100%.
This could backfire big time.
Because, as Dawn pointed out, it goes into effect August 1st.
Right.
And what's this year? I forget what this year is. Oh, yeah, that's right. It's an election year.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it'll take effect right as kids are going back to school, right before an election.
Yeah, this is going to be a big hot button issue.
Yeah, I think so too. Especially because it's women who are the ones that are voting because of abortion issues.
Right.
So if they turn on Biden, that's going to be
even just a
huge
couple
chunk
percentage points of that
Exactly.
vote really
And
could
any
make a
woman who
difference.
has kids, female kids, daughters, has to be because the media is not covering this. The media is letting this go. They're not going to push this story.
Yeah.
Well, Dawn's covering it.
Dawn, yeah.
No, absolutely. But not the mainstream media will not cover this or be outraged at this absolute talk about government overreach.
Yeah.
Were you going to say something?
You've
Dawn,
got
here?
a crumb creep education secretary too, and now that's going to be. Let's get to the cut sheet back. I'm sorry.
Don't derail the cut sheet.
Real quick, and my phone's blowing up right now. You know, I'm emailing and texting back with different parents across the suburbs. This is a huge issue. And if you think about it, when do kids go back to school? And if you're in sports, you go back probably the second or third
Usually
week in August.
15th is usually when it starts,
right?
the sports.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that this
unless
is
there's a pandemic, unless there's a more bad meat or
God.
pandemics or some mystery
I don't even
virus.
say that.
Yeah.
But that I think you nailed it. That once this hits August 1st, and people start realizing, oh wait a minute, you know, your 11-year-old daughter comes home and says, yeah, I remember Johnny, you know, and now Johnny is Jane, and you know is, ooh. And so then it's going to hit home with people. It will be personal.
Yeah.
Yep. Education Secretary Miguel Cardona said this in response to schools not cooperating. Cut 3, Phil, go.
And ultimately, if a school refuses to comply with Title VI, yes, we would remove federal dollars.
Title VI?
Title VI.
I think
Title IX, you dope.
If 6 was 9, that's an old Jimi Hendrix song.
That's great Hendrix knowledge. Harry, you remember I was there at Woodstock. I was there with Free Love, hippie chicks, when we were protesting for real, not make-believe, in the mud up there at Woodstock. Free Love. We had to buy our own. We had to buy our own tents back then.
This is the mafia. This is the mafia.
This is a hijack.
Yes, it is.
It really is.
Hey, it would be
This
a
is
shame if
third
something
world.
happened to your school district. You know what I mean?
Right.
If you don't pay me. Pay
These are
me.
the same people who won't do anything to these students at all these colleges who are demanding that they have their demands met, and they're not being expelled or having their stinking scholarships or even their graduation certificates should be expunged. They should all be expunged and thrown the hell out. That's what these clowns in Washington and every single member of this administration is more radical and far left than any I've ever seen before, including Obama's group of monsters. Ridiculous.
Well, Biden will probably retain the single women without children.
Because they want abortions on demand, and they're good for them. If abortion's the main, remember when Phil Murphy was like, if taxes are the only thing you're worried about, then maybe you shouldn't vote for me.
Right.
And they still voted for him.
Well, so let's get into that abortion thing right now. And by the way, no lib, if you're watching on YouTube, this is your moment to shine, my friend, because him and I are always going back and forth because I do believe that the abortion issue is going to be a big issue. In November, he disagrees. I know there's a lot of people that disagree. There's a lot of people on this radio station that disagree with.
They don't think it's going to be the big issue?
No.
Oh, wow.
No.
It is an issue for single women who think that this is the most important thing in their life. And if it is, then you need to reevaluate about your life.
Yeah.
If that's the most important thing to anybody, and it obviously is to Kamala Harris because that's all she has, that's all she's selling right now.
Yep.
And she'll be
is
selling it in
abortion.
Philadelphia next Wednesday. She'll be here.
Absolutely, and people will buy it, and every news station, and then Will Bunch and all of these strapper columnists will write glowing diatribes. And Charles Blow will realize that she wanted to be called Mamala, and then and his head will explode. That's the problem. We have the most corrupt media and corrupt government in my lifetime of 71 plus years, and nobody seems to care.
It's not just the media, but it's also the politicians. The
media and the politicians are the ones in power.
Well, the media is the PR arm.
Yeah.
They're in cahoots.
Representative Frederica Wilson, what she said yesterday.
Is she the one with the hat? She's the one with the hat,
she's
right?
the cowgirl down there in Texas.
Yeah.
No, she's down here in Florida.
Yeah.
Frederica.
She's up in Miami.
Yeah, she's from Florida. That's Miami. We have to. We don't have a cut, but we'll get to that after
Let me
we go after
read what
the
she
cut.
said. Let me just read what she said. This is on the abortion issue. Before Roe v. Wade, I was forced to carry my dead, stillborn baby boy in my womb for 3 months to term. As his flesh disintegrated, it poisoned my bloodstream, and I almost died. It was considered illegal to induce labor, even to save my life. We can't go back, Florida. That is what she posted. And I actually did a little bit of research because I know that was a whole bunch of BS. But if you know anything about babies and how they're
and losing
babies,
intentionally or unfortunately because something went wrong.
I've had 3 miscarriages, so I know a little bit about this. After a baby dies in utero, 98% of women go into labor naturally within 2 weeks. If they don't, a D&C is performed, which was invented 150 years ago, by the way. And we have been able to detect a heartbeat for hundreds of years by using different types of instruments. Maybe not as well as you can now, utilizing an antenatal ultrasound, which, by the way, started being used in the early 60s. Frederica was born in 1942, so do the math. That entire story is complete BS.
Yeah, and the fact that people here in Florida pay attention. I mean, we have to do a show where we just figure out who the dumbest member of Congress is. And there's a long list. You got Jamal Bowman, the guy from New York who pulled the fires thing. He's going on TV yesterday and saying he went onto these college campuses and there's no anti-Semitism.
No.
I mean, come on, man. There's no anti-Semitism. There were no people standing against the Jews. That's what they put on MSNBC. This clown, Bowman, who should have been in jail for pulling a fire alarm, right? That's his claim to fame. And then you got Frederica Wilson with her cowgirl hat. Even the cowboy fans will detest her. But she's got those. I got to give her the cowboy hats. She's got the sparkly ones, the real cool ones.
Bedazzled.
What a dunce.
This is CNN data guru Harry Enton. He broke down the latest polling data surrounding abortion and the 2024 presidential election with John Berman yesterday, throwing cold water on the issue of abortion and how it will help Joe Biden win re-election. Phil, this is cut 15, if you will. Go.
Let's take a look at states that will or may have an abortion measure on the ballot. Say abortion should be legal. In Arizona, 59% believe that abortion should be always or mostly legal. In Nevada, it's 2/3, 66%. Now in Florida, where all the news is developing this morning, 57% of registered voters say that, in fact, abortion should be legal up to 24 weeks. Now, why is that 57% important? Because in Florida, in order for a ballot measure to pass, you need 60% of the vote. So even though the majority here believe that abortion should be legal up to 24 weeks, the fact is that may not be enough to enshrine abortion rights in the state of Florida because, again, you need at least 60% of the vote to do so.
If you are the Biden campaign looking at these numbers in important states for them on the map, particularly Arizona and Nevada, what do you see?
Yeah, you love the fact that abortion is in the news because would Biden or Trump do a better job? This is nationally. Look at abortion. Biden leads on this measure by 14 points. It's by far his best issue. The economy, Trump leads. Immigration, Trump leads. Foreign conflicts, Trump leads. And even on preserving democracy, which is obviously been a focal point of the Joe Biden campaign, he only leads on this issue by 4 points. So abortion being in the news is something that Joe Biden wants because it's the issue that he runs most ahead of Donald Trump on.
He's exactly right.
Now, say about how important the abortion issue could be in voting.
Here's the money shot.
All right, you see this 14-point lead for Joe Biden, but will abortion be important for votes for folks in their voting patterns? So in our new CNN poll, abortion affect your vote for major offices? Candidates must share your views. Only 23%, John, only 23% of Americans say that candidates must share your views on abortion. So even if they agree with Joe Biden, it doesn't necessarily mean they vote for him. And more than that, John, when we look at the top issues, the nation's most urgent issues, look where abortion is on this list. It's all the way down at 5%. The issues that are at the top of this list are immigration and the economy, which, of course, are Donald Trump's best issues.
Democrats are convinced that abortion helped them do well in the 2022 midterm elections. It's interesting to see if maybe something's not showing up in the polling, but right now, it's not showing up in the polling.
It is not, John.
As a driving issue. Harry.
Wow.
Why do you think Kamala Harris is going door to door, basically? And you got Frederica Wilson with her magic cowboy hat telling everybody that she had a dead baby sitting in her gut for months because she didn't have any place to go. I mean, these are the kinds of morons women are listening to.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they watch The View. I mean, that's where they get their politics.
Look, I don't believe any of these polls. I say that all the time. I do think it's going to be a big issue.
I do too.
And I think the Democrats know it's going to be a big issue. That's why that's basically all they're running on. You saw that, but there's nothing else that they can win. Even preserving democracy.
Yeah.
They're only +4.
Right.
It's unbelievable.
I think we should send Frederica Wilson door to door here in Florida, especially down here in Southwest Florida, and with the cowboy hat and on all the sparkles. And she could say, I got spurs that jingle, jangle, jingle, and get an abortion today. And if you don't have one now, and if you were thinking about getting pregnant, I will give you absolutely free 5 abortions free, and then the 6th one you'll have to pay for. I'm sorry, we're out of money. We'll only pay for your first. Listen, I think abortion should be legal, but the extremes on both sides just can't come to a common ground. That's the problem. Anybody with common sense knows that after what, Robin? 15 weeks? What do you think it should be?
Well, I mean, there's
obviously rape, but that's a small percentage of the abortions performed. Right? I mean, that's statistically accurate. That's all I care about. Statistically accurate.
If you think 12 weeks is 3 months, I would think that by 12 weeks, you should know whether you want to have a child or not.
And even if it's accidental, don't give me the rape thing. That's absurd. No woman is going to be forced to have a baby if she's been raped.
Well, if it becomes illegal to have abortions,
it's not going to become illegal completely. There's no medical facility. If a woman is sick, she doesn't have to go to Planned Parenthood to go have her situation straightened out. Planned Parenthood is an abortion factory.
Yes.
They're not. It's not reproductive health care to have an abortion.
Correct. But that is the fear that is being induced.
Of course it is.
Right, and then they believe it.
Yeah. What was at the top of everybody's concern list was the border. This I took from NBC News, the NBC Nightly News. A suspected ISIS terrorist illegally crossed the border in 2022, then was released and allowed to live freely in the United States for nearly 2 years.
Of course.
So, while we're talking about all of this, we've said on the show, abortion versus the border, that is whatever base is going to come out the most. Those are going to be the two issues that are going to decide the 2024 election. Here's this NBC report. This is Cut 14. Phil, go.
Tonight, among the record wave of migrants crossing the southern border, a suspected ISIS member who lived freely in the U.S. for nearly 2 years.
Cool.
2 U.S. officials tell NBC News. 33-year-old Jakovir Atoyev of Uzbekistan crossed into Arizona in February 2022, where he was apprehended and vetted by both Customs and Border Protection and ICE. He was not on the U.S. terror watch list, and he was released into the U.S., those sources tell us. Then, in May 2023, Uzbekistan put out an international alert, saying that Atoyev was affiliated with ISIS and wanted there. But it took nearly a year for U.S. officials to figure out the suspected ISIS member was living freely here in the U.S. U.S. officials tell us DHS made the alarming discovery after reviewing Atoyev's application for asylum. Shortly after DHS connected the dots, ICE arrested him here in Baltimore just 2 weeks ago. Former Homeland Security officials tell us his case raises red flags about the vetting process for migrants after they cross the border. Should alarm bells be going off here?
We are in the midst of a really volatile threat environment. Anytime I see a gap in a system like we are seeing in this case, I do have concerns. Anytime you have just a massive volume of people like we do, our systems are overwhelmed, and we need more resources at the southern border to properly protect the homeland.
There you go.
Wow. It's an all-out invasion.
Meanwhile, a grandmom in Utah who was at January 6th walking around, they hunt her down like a rabid dog. And we don't know about these people who are in the country who are criminals, because there are a lot of them have come over the border.
Oh, you can't tell me that there aren't some of these ISIS and Al-Qaeda members that are in our college campuses
Of course.
doing all these protests right now.
It's an all-out invasion.
It is.
It really is.
Yesterday, Joe Biden delivered a statement on what happened on college campuses yesterday.
By the way, he came out an hour after he was supposed to appear.
Oh, really?
An hour after they said it was going to be live, he stumbles out and then reads from a prepared statement. And then, again, I hate to be a spoiler, he played the both sides card again.
This is cut 13, Phil. Go.
Before I head to North Carolina, I wanted to speak for a few moments about what's going on our college campuses here. We've all seen the images, and they put to the test two fundamental American principles. Excuse me. The first is the right to free speech and for people to peacefully assemble and make their voices heard. The second is the rule of law. Both must be upheld. We are not an authoritarian nation where we silence people or squash dissent. The American people are heard. In fact, peaceful protest is in the best tradition of how Americans respond to consequential issues. But neither are we a lawless country. We are a civil society, and order must prevail. Throughout our history, we've often faced moments like this because we are a big, diverse, free-thinking, and freedom-loving nation. In moments like this, there are always those who rush in to score political points. But this isn't a moment for politics. It's a moment for clarity. So let me be clear. Peaceful protest in America. Violent protest is not protected. Peaceful protest is. It's against the law when violence occurs. Destroying property is not a peaceful protest. It's against the law. Vandalism, trespassing, breaking windows, shutting down campuses, forcing the cancellation of classes and graduations. None of this is a peaceful protest. Threatening people, intimidating people, instilling fear in people is not peaceful protest. It's against the law. Dissent is essential to democracy, but dissent must never lead to disorder or to denying the rights of others so students can finish the semester in their college education.
All right, there you go. There's just a little bit of it.
Well, now we know why it took a few weeks for him to make a statement, because he didn't want to rush in to create, political points.
And then he has to go to the Islamophobia, anti-Arab, and all this other stuff because he's got to placate the Michigan voters and the pro-Hamas members of Congress who have his ear and are just yelling at him every day to play both sides.
Yep.
And ignoring the fact that these protests are primarily and 99% anti-Israel and anti-American.
It's anti-American.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, they want to have happen what's happening in European countries where immigration has been going on for a much longer time. There's many, many, many more immigrants who have come from Muslim countries who have now infiltrated politics just like actually in our country, but more so there. And now they are wanting to have equal laws for like Sharia law and some of the other Muslim laws that they want to now incorporate into everyday European life. That is going to happen here in the United States if we don't pay attention.
And listen, I think
true.
if you want to have an abortion as a woman, you should have an abortion. But for California and greasy Gavin Newsom out there, hair gel Hitler, as they like to call him, to tell everybody, I'll fly you into California,
Is that what they
and
call
you
him?
can have come on down. You're next up for abortion on demand in the great state of California. That's what's going on here. And again, I think abortion should be legal the way it was originally intended. Safe, rare, and legal.
Isn't that what?
That's what has to be determined.
Isn't that what Bill Clinton used to run on?
One thing I'll say, you said
Yeah.
that Planned Parenthood is a factory for abortions, but the truth is they're a money laundering operation. If you look at the money that Democrats give them, and then they give it back. And so if you look at the election cycles, the last election cycle, $675,000. In 2020, $735,000. In 2018, more than $500,000. It was $528. In 2016, it was $673. So, you're looking at hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's a money laundering operation. And by the way, if you look at the past since 2020, zero to Republican candidates. But they drove funding in the last primary election. The money that they poured into Pennsylvania candidates, it's incredible.
To be fair, though, you could say the same thing about the NRA and the Republicans.
for the conservative
Does
side.
the NRA get federal dollars?
No.
Planned Parenthood
And the
does.
NRA doesn't sell guns, by the way. They do not sell guns.
But
You
Planned
don't have to
Parenthood-
be an NRA
right.
member to buy a gun.
Right. So NRA, it's a private club, basically. They don't get any federal or state funding, to my knowledge, but Planned Parenthood gets a ton.
Absolutely.
That's why I say it's a
By
money
the way,
laundering
I have
operation.
3 guns, but I'm not an NRA member. You don't have to be an NRA member to buy a gun. They don't license guns. They have shows where they have gun shows where people show up. And by the way, there's no metal detectors, because I went to a gun show and they don't have any metal detectors. They have guns displayed, and no gun gets up and shoots people, or no knife comes out and starts stabbing people.
The NRA does not get government funding, although they are a 501c3. So they don't have to pay taxes, just like all the other 501c3s.
That's why I get my news from Dawn.
Me too. And the
Because she
cut sheet.
deals in facts.
By the way,
Yes, she does. I
not
deal in facts
narratives.
too, Harry.
Uh-oh. Oh, no.
What?
My microphone
Oh,
fell
no.
off.
Uh-oh.
Oh, geez.
What happened?
My microphone
Cut
fell
sheet.
off.
Oh,
Boys,
dude, come on, man.
boys in the back, if you
It
could,
broke.
if you could help me out here. Did you guys see this? By the way, streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Please hit the subscribe button and hit the like button if you're watching right now. I appreciate it. If you are tuning in because you were a fan of the Mays Bruno show back in the day, Bruno Mays,
And
whatever.
the cut sheet, of course,
yeah,
which lives forever.
we appreciate you tuning in this morning. So please hit the subscribe button. This is what the campus at UCLA looked like after people were arrested yesterday. We can describe it for the people who can't get over to YouTube now, but this is cut 9. Phil, go.
Taking a look around the encampment after police have gone through here.
Look at it. I mean, it basically looks like it looks like Woodstock, right?
Yeah.
Just garbage or like a homeless encampment.
Yep. It looks like K&A on a good Saturday. Or a bad
Imagine
Saturday.
a landfill, like the top layer of a landfill.
Yeah, shouldn't Al Gore, instead of coming to Washington to get a Medal of Freedom, be up there on his hands and knees saving the climate? Where's Gavin Newsom
Where's
with his
Newsom?
hefty bags? With his hefty bags doing a photo op pretending that he's saving
Picking
the
up
planet by
trash.
picking up trash. Jesus. Yeah, mic drop. Now, Kevin Pohl says, mic drop, Greg. Stalker's new nickname, Mic Drop Greg. You like that one?
By the way, Tony, you're getting a lot of love on the stream chat for the term strapper.
Yeah.
Strappers. And I think I'm going to have to trademark strapper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You are.
You should.
You should sell merch.
Well,
I
that's
should. I'm going to make a strapper shirt today.
Miss Robin, was it you who was saying that that Jewish students went around and
they were cleaning it up,
cleaning
right?
it up?
Yes, there was a. I was reading. I forget where it is now, but there was a couple people that were reporting that about 400 Jewish students came over to UCLA and were doing the cleanup afterwards.
Oh, wow.
Well,
The
good on
cleanup
them.
woman wasn't there, though. Remember the great
Yeah.
song? The cleanup lady. The cleanup woman. Who did that, Harry?
I
Let's
have
check
no
yours.
idea.
Come on, man.
No, I don't know that one. I know the Cleaning Lady was a show on Fox.
No, the cleanup woman was a big hit back in the day. R&B.
By the way,
Betty Wright with the cleanup woman.
Not Betty White.
No, Betty Wright.
Oh.
Crumb Bum and Strappers. We've
Betty
covered
Wright,
it all. this morning.
1971 classic on Instagroove Records.
Moving on to cut 12 here. This is the UCLA protest spokespersons. They said that given that the University of California is founded on colonialism,
yeah,
it's inherently a violent institution. These are the people that made the mess, by the way. This is cut 12, Phil. Go.
Yeah, I think it's more than divestment as well. I think given the fact that the University of California is founded on colonialism,
yes,
it's inherently a violent institution. There needs to be an addressment of U.S. imperialism and its ties to the UC system and how it perpetuates war and violence abroad. Not only abroad, but also here, locally. We see this with the brutality, the police brutality that black and brown students face here at UCLA, Arab students, Muslim students, Palestinian students. And I myself have personally been, faced those violences that the UC has perpetuated and continues to perpetuate. It's not just a means of divestment, it's a divestment from Zionism.
She sounds brilliant.
Yes.
Yeah.
And why is she wearing a mask?
It's a great question, Harry. Very good
It's
question.
COVID. There was actually one activist who said that these students, these protesters, were concerned about getting sick, and the fact that the police pulled their masks off yesterday when they were rounding them up put them in danger of getting sick. So when they were taking the masks off and doing the walk of shame, and then I said somebody should have put a video together playing pomp and circumstance as each one of these strappers had their masks pulled off and were walked off. Right? That's their graduation.
Yeah.
They made it. Congratulations. When will they be getting their medals of freedom at the White House?
By the way, guys, they're outside. They're wearing masks. Come on.
know. I'm not making it up. I'm just reading what people are posting, and these activists are actually saying that's
do they move the mask from one side of their face to the other?
It's a great question.
When you graduate?
Yeah. And the fact that we're making fun of them for it, we're colonialists, I guess.
And instead of cap and gowns, I think the white work helmet is really nice. I think it's a nice touch. Get rid of those stupid hats where you throw them up in the air. Somebody can get hit in the eye with one of those corners and take your eye out. I think all college graduates, if they graduate this year, should wear white safety helmets.
Well, it occurs to me, if they are so upset about colonizers, right? Isn't that why one of the things? Isn't that what a lot of these Islamic immigrants want to do? Is they want to colonize other countries?
Yes. That's exactly right.
You're 100% right.
That's what California was based on gold. I mean, everybody went there when the gold rush came. California was one of the last states. I mean, their history is not that long.
What was it, like 1849 or something?
That's
the 49ers.
Because somebody said, "Go west, young man."
Yeah. By the way, Harry Mays, Tony Bruno, you guys want to be called what? The outside agitators? Right?
Outside agitators.
Yes. Outside
show.
agitators.
We should trademark that. Let's put up a website. The outside agitators.
That term was coined by Eric Adams. He was on Spectrum.
Right.
Spectrum.
That's where I took it from.
Yeah, Spectrum News yesterday. They asked him how many outside agitators are at Columbia, and he declined to answer. This is cut 11. Phil, go.
Names the police department did, and others have actually boasted about not being students at the colleges. And so it's not unclear. I had the suspicion in the beginning, Pat. I mentioned it when I first saw it. I said, something is wrong. Something is different. We're seeing a change of tactics here. And the intelligence division solidified what I felt all the time.
But is it half the protesters that were from outside? Is it a quarter? Is it just a small number who managed to have an outsized amount of influence?
Pat, I don't think that matters. I gave you an analogy. One professor poisoning a classroom of students is just as dangerous if it's 50 bad professors talking to 50 students. We don't need outside agitators on our college campuses hijacking the democratic right or democracies that we have in this country to right to protest. Protest is one thing, breaking the law is another, and we're not going to accept that in this city.
So I wanted to ask you about that. You know, there is a tradition of divergent viewpoints on campuses, a tradition of student protest. Did you consider that as the NYPD was rolling in with the ladder trucks and the riot gear?
Oh, well, I know that tradition so well. I did it in John Jay. I did it in New York City College of Technology. I did it as a police officer, protest, but I also protected protesters as a police officer. And so, yes, this is a rich history in our country, and really, it is our trademark. It is our secret weapon. It is who we are. You have the right.
There you go.
Outside agitation. Now, did you see the webcam video for the police? The police camera video of once they went inside and when they were climbing through those windows.
Yep.
Did you see what they saw? I mean, these clowns were barricading everything, sitting, resisting arrest.
Yep.
And so give it up to those cops because they had to deal with all these strappers. And I'm telling you, strapper is the word of the day.
It is.
Yeah, and people are saying take a shot. On Monday, we'll take a shot because there'll be Cinco de Mayo and we'll be on.
Yep.
Take a shot every time I say the word strapper.
Yeah.
And for those of you just tuning in who didn't hear this morning, somebody needs to bring in a blender on Monday so we can have some.
And I'll bring the salt.
Yeah.
Even though it's May 6th. Cinco de Mayo is technically Sunday.
Yeah, but
don't
this Monday's the
confuse.
actual acknowledge of the holiday.
Yeah.
Listen, Dawn's here for the
You can
facts,
start
okay?
drinking on Sunday. I'm not saying you can't.
Not for nothing.
The Phillies
but...
are back home. Will they have $1? Will they have $5 tequila shots on Phillies Sunday Cinco de Mayo against the San Francisco Giants? Order now.
It's really too bad that Cinco de Mayo and No Pants Day, which is today,
I know.
on the same day.
It's an outrage. Shouldn't Cinco de Mayo and No Pants Day? Cinco de Mayo is always on the 5th of May. That's what Cinco de Mayo means.
Yep.
It really should be.
It
on the
should
5th.
be No Pants Day every year.
Wait. What is No Pants Day?
I decree it.
No
What's
Pants
that?
Day is today.
Oh, it's
None of
today?
us are
It'll be on
wearing
Cinco de
pants, Harry.
Mayo.
Thank you, Dawn.
I thought it was Top Off Friday. Isn't this when the women take their tops off?
Yeah, right. Mardi Gras.
That's wishful thinking.
We talked a little bit about this yesterday, but I want to play the news report on the second Boeing whistleblower dying in less than 2 months. Something suspicious going on here? Nah. Cut 10, Phil, go.
Minutes to 7 this morning, and one of the first Boeing whistleblowers to raise concerns about manufacturing defects has died.
Joshua Dean was a quality auditor at Boeing Supply's Spiro Aerosystems after a manufacturing plant in Kansas. Last year, he testified against Boeing over concerns related to the production of the Boeing 737 MAX. His family says he died suddenly from a fast-spreading infection. The Seattle Times was the first to report his death.
Now, this comes less than 2 months after another whistleblower, John Barnett, was also found dead of an apparent suicide in South Carolina.
It's always an apparent suicide, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, was Hillary Clinton anywhere?
That's what I was going to say.
Arkansas, as we call it
Arkansas.
Do we have any other information or facts on this? Like dies from an infection. He's like 45 years old.
I know.
Right? I mean,
he got MRSA. MRSA hasn't been a thing since the Tampa Bay Buccaneers locker room.
It was in their locker room years ago,
right?
yeah.
Remember MRSA? That was one of the outbreaks.
Yeah.
There is way too much suspicion going on with this. I mean, the coincidence, cannot just happen with two whistleblowers.
You know what's interesting? These whistleblowers against Boeing have both died in strange ways.
Right.
Yet the whistleblowers that they've put up in Congress to impeach Trump 2 times have never been identified. And maybe why? Because if you're a whistleblower and you're identified, you're dead.
Well, I can suggest if
Except the
anybody,
invisible ones that nobody knows.
if anybody else wants to be a whistleblower for Boeing, do not go to that same law firm.
Yes.
Because that law firm cannot keep you
Oh, for
safe.
2 now.
Yeah.
Better call Rand or whatever, or Morgan and Morgan for the people.
Do we have a sponsor on that, Greg?
No.
I don't want to step on anybody's toes here by calling out the wrong law firm.
Yeah.
What happened to monkeypox? They could have at least said the guy died of monkeypox after visiting the Sansom Street gym. But that's thank you, 991 Ellis.
Not true.
Sansom Street.
So Trump did an interview with Fox 6 in Milwaukee, and they pressed him about who will he select as his running mate in 2024. The interviewer threw out a bunch of names, and he swatted them all down. Not swatted them all down, but gave glowing reviews for them. But is not making his decision yet. Obviously, on this jabroni show. This is cuts 7. Phil, go.
Exclusively with Fox 6 political reporter Jason Calvi.
They certainly cover a lot of ground, including about who the former president might be considering as his running mate.
You've got a big retreat this weekend. You're going to have a lot of the leading candidates for that shortlist. Who's on your shortlist? Doug Burgum, Tulsi Gabbard. Who are you looking at?
I mean, all good names. We were speaking before. All good names. We have
Marco Rubio.
Marco's great. I think he's been great.
Is he one of your tops?
Well, he's one of the people I respect. I can tell you that Marco's been great. But so many people ask that question. Usually it's done right around the convention. So it's going to be done, and maybe it'll be done before you, because here we are in Wisconsin. We'll be making that decision, I think, closer to Wisconsin time, if you want to know the truth. It's very early right now.
Okay. No leading candidates of that list I just mentioned. Tim Scott, Senator Scott. You're looking at a senator, though.
Scott is fantastic. He's been, I always say to Tim, he campaigned, he did well, but he does really well as a surrogate for me. He's been incredible. He goes around, they call it surrogate, and he's been to a lot of different networks and stations, does a fantastic job.
But you're in trial pretty much every day, so wouldn't it make sense to have that person out there right now for you?
Well, I'm in a fake trial, and I'm in a trial that's a Democrat. You take a look at where did it come from. It came from Biden. It's a Biden trial to try.
If there's evidence of that, he was involved with this.
There's evidence, so you just take a look. I mean, who's heading up the trial? Take a look at the person that's heading it up. No, there's a lot of evidence, and there's also common sense involved, but there's a lot of evidence, and it's disgraceful. Never happened in the history of our country before what they're doing. So I call it the Biden trial, and it's a fake deal, and the voters get it, and that's why I'm up by so much.
And the jury will have their say, and you'll have your say in court as well.
Wow. So, what do we think of the names that he threw out there? Tulsi Gabbard, I think, is my top pick right now as far as who I think he's going to choose.
She's not on that short list, though. It's Doug
You don't think so?
Burgum, right?
Yeah. Doug Burgum.
Now, who is that?
Exactly.
Doug
Seriously.
Burgum was the guy who ran. He's like from North Dakota.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
But he didn't shoot a dog, at least, though. So Doug Burgum of North Dakota, not Kristi Noem
Didn't
of
he
South
run for
Dakota.
president?
He
He
did.
did.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
He was
ran early,
excellent.
and then he got out.
He was
ran
excellent
early.
on energy. When
Yeah.
he spoke
Yes.
about energy and the economy, but especially energy, that's his wheelhouse, and so he'll be a secretary of something.
Secretary of Energy.
I can't see Trump Burgum 2024.
No.
He had only slightly more energy than Pence, so that's a really
Wow.
bad. Let's not
That's saying
go
something.
with that. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but Pence loves his wife, and that's that really matters in this day and age.
Tim Scott. What do we think of Tim Scott?
I like
he
Tim
married her?
Scott.
Yeah.
I like him. I like you mentioned Gabbard. I like that. And I like Huckabee Sanders.
Yeah, that's
I don't
Dawn's
think
choice.
she's going to be in the mix.
I love Sarah.
What do I know? I mean, we have to do a bracket now.
Yeah.
Don't
Yeah,
we?
we do.
Aren't we obligated to do a bracket? I mean, we have a Final Four that people are throwing out there. We have to have a full-fledged pool.
Rubio
and then
does
go
nothing
do a
for
live
me.
show
Yeah.
in Cape May
Yes.
with Scioli, and then put up the big board and start, and then
we do the
bring in
odds?
all of the bracketologists from the NCAA. Bring in, who's the guy at ESPN? That's the guy. the
Lenardi.
guru? Joe Lenardi, local guy.
Yeah.
Bring him to Cape May, get him liquored up, and then we'll go live and then have the big board, and then we'll walk up and put in like the 16 seeds and the 8 seeds. How about that?
We need a good 5-12 matchup, Tony. Because there's always an upset in the 5-12.
I want a live mid-major.
Yes.
We got to get the mid-major. And Doug Burgum, you can't get any more obscure
That's
than
right.
North
I know.
Dakota.
North
can you?
Dakota.
Seriously.
Yeah. Well, one
great ideas.
Yeah.
John from Mayfair on Twitter
Yep.
is saying, "Hey Tony, you may be onto something with a strapper and NRA thing. Somehow that works as a T-shirt idea. Going to the basement to get working on this without any pants on."
One person that has been thrown in the mix, and it was speculated because these two met in Florida a couple of days ago, is Ron DeSantis,
My man, Ronnie D, baby, Ronnie D.
Mr. Mustard himself.
Mustard.
He came on.
I haven't heard that drop.
I
all
know.
week.
I don't have.
You're really slacking.
Yeah, I don't have the board that Nick does. I mean, I do, but it's that's not my thing.
Well, is it in here? Can I hit it?
Yeah, you can.
Where is
Mustard,
I don't
for
know.
God's sake.
It's next to you, I think.
I'm gonna text Nick.
Florida
He's playing with your
is where
stuff.
woke comes to die.
Ron DeSantis on the Trump meeting and what it was all about. He was on with Hannity last night. This is Cut 19. Phil, go.
Joe, we're not going to do it.
Governor, let me ask you about your recent meeting with President Trump, which I was glad to see, to be very honest, from the very beginning, and I had said it often publicly, that I did not like the contentious battle that had emerged between two former friends and allies. I didn't like it one bit. I am glad that you both got together. Whatever you feel like sharing, share. I'm sure there's probably part of it that was, I guess, confidential between the two of you.
Well, look, yeah, I mean, back in January, I endorsed him. I think it's really important that we win this election, and I reiterated that to him. We're going to be active in a variety of capacities throughout the rest of the year to help, not just the top of the ticket, but all around the country, and particularly in Florida with some of the key issues we have to deal with. But a lot of it was just connecting about things. I mean, look, he's a dad. He's got a kid going to college. I'm a dad. I've got 3 young kids in the household. He's concerned about how my wife was doing. Obviously, she had a cancer scare a couple years ago. So it was just a good meeting and a good conversation. But he understands the importance of this election. He understands the damage that Biden is doing. And I think you would see 180-degree different policies if we're able to win in November, which is important that we do.
Governor,
there you go.
No, sorry. Aren't politics great? Where you can sit there and make fun of somebody, call them all these demeaning nicknames, and just trash them in the public forum, and then you can all come together.
That's why it's pro wrestling.
It really is.
You can't believe anything you hear or see.
He called Rubio little Marco.
Little Marco.
Remember?
Yep.
Well, Ron DeSanctimonious, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Just tore him apart.
Ted Cruz, he was vicious to Ted Cruz, and now they're buddies.
He accused his father of killing Kennedy. It was a whole thing.
And his wife.
And
he
called his wife ugly.
Yes.
I mean, it's just it's
wrestling.
It is
WrestleMania.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Every time these guys get together.
That's why it's like when people, it's like, oh, I'm behind this candidate. I'm this candidate. Let's put our faith in this candidate. It's all a show, guys. It's all a show.
Well, remember when Kamala Harris was a candidate running against Joe Biden?
Yeah.
Right.
She trashed him
Of
and talked
course.
about, how dare you say this about me? I grew up and was on the back of the bus.
I was
the bus
that little
I never
girl.
took because I wasn't really. I grew up in a rich neighborhood with rich parents, and so she had to trash Biden too.
Yep. I was that little girl, Joe. I was that little
Exactly
girl.
right.
As he was talking about, this whole Joe Biden thing. By the way, let me play that real fast. Because
Kamala thing?
we have Joe Biden from 1995. This is cut 20, Phil. When he was still a senator, he proposed a constitutional amendment making it illegal to damage the American flag for any reason at all. So think about how far he's come.
Right.
Now, where you see, the American flag being torn down and the Palestinian flag being torn up, and he's like, well, it's free speech.
It's
free
peaceful.
speech.
Yeah.
Here's Joe in 95 saying actually the exact opposite. Cut 20, Phil, go.
Our diversity naturally pushes us apart, not together. But what holds us together as a nation, Mr. President, is not a common language, although I think that is necessary. It is the national symbol. The reason it is worth preserving is because it unifies this diverse nation. The flag's unique place in our national life means that we should preserve it against all manner of destruction. a statute making it unlawful to burn, mutilate, or trample upon any flag of the United States, period. It doesn't matter who burns or mutilates or tramples the flag, and it doesn't matter why. Under my proposal, it will be unlawful to do the flag harm, no ifs, ands, or buts.
Wow.
Man.
Joe Biden, 95.
Sounding like Rick Monday.
By the way,
Doesn't even sound like the same guy.
he's evolved. He's evolved
I
on
know.
the flag issue. I get people saying, I was I was against gay marriage back in the day, and I've evolved, and now I accept it. We get that, but how can you go from you're gonna be executed if you mess with the flag to, hey, you know what? They're just expressing their rights to burn the flag. And George Washington's statue at George Washington University, you see what they did to that statue?
Yeah.
They got like a burqa on them. They all this racist stuff thrown on it.
By the way, I think evolved. It's devolved.
Devolved, yeah.
Well, he's devolving every hour.
Evolved a lot.
It
happens to all of us eventually.
It's funny seeing that clip of him from 95. I always say this, that when he ran in 2020 as like the
great uniter,
the father who's gonna put his arms around America. It's just like, has anybody been following Joe Biden's career? Like
I remember when he was a young senator, when his hair plugs were just being rammed into his skull. He was in Wilmington.
He was a firebrand. He used to say offensive things all the time. Like this whole uniter thing was such BS. Trump yesterday was asked about RFK Jr. What do you guys think? RFK Jr. spoiler in the 2024 election, and for who?
I think he's going to be a very minor player. I don't think he's going to
because he's not on the ballot.
Yeah,
well, he's on the ballot in California now, so he's going to be on 2 major states. And if his numbers keep going up above 15%, he has to be on the debate stage. There's no doubt about it.
Well, that would be good television.
Absolutely.
Well, what's the threshold for the debate? Does anybody know?
Is it 15%, Tony?
I think you have to be 15%
nationwide,
and you have to get on state ballots. Yeah.
Well,
so
yeah.
If he's on the.
To Dawn's point, he's not on. Yeah, he's not on enough ballots right now to qualify for anything, right?
I think he's going to hurt Biden way more than he would hurt Trump, though.
Yeah, I don't. I disagree, but the polls, Robin, would say that you're correct. But Trump actually says about him. I don't know anything about him. He's not a serious candidate, but he could hurt me, meaning Trump. This is cut 8. Phil, go.
Any question?
Would you hate RFK Jr.?
RFK, I don't know anything about him. Look, RFK is polling very low. He's not a serious candidate. They say he hurts Biden. I don't know who he hurts. He might hurt me. I don't know. But he has very low numbers, certainly not numbers that he can debate with. And he's got to get his numbers up a lot higher before he's credible. But the numbers that he's taken away, they say will be against Biden. I don't know. I'm not so sure. It could be a little bit against me, but I don't see him as a factor. Who's your favorite?
There you go.
By the way,
And
Trump will.
It's a good question and a good point, and he answered it. But I saw RFK being interviewed the other day, and he said that he wants both Trump and Biden to debate him, and one of them has to go because he says he could beat Biden straight up if it was them, just the 2 candidates. Right. And he also has a chance to beat Trump if it was just 2. So he wants one of those knocked out and then make it a 2-person race because he believed, this is RFK, in an interview saying that if it was RFK against either Biden or RFK against Trump, that he would beat either one of them head to head in a 2
He's an
candidate,
independent
only
now,
2
right?
men standing. Yeah, he's running as an independent.
Yeah.
What were you going to say, Dawn?
I was going to say 2 things. The debates, the first debate is not even set till mid-September, number 1. But I wanted to point out Trump, they've announced this week, will address the Libertarian Party concerns at their national convention that's coming up later this month, May 25th.
Yep.
So that was, is just making some headlines today, that Libertarian Party, National Party, they're going to have the straw poll, but they did make this big announcement that Trump is going to be, he responded to their invitation. I think it's smart.
Yeah.
And so he will speak at their national D.C. convention May 25th, Saturday.
By the way, Chuck Doherty on the YouTube chat brings up something that I have been saying too, is that if you look at, we know that Joe Biden suffers from a stutter. and that's his excuse now for fumbling over words. But if you go back to 1995, he didn't really seem to have too much of a problem with it then, did he?
No, he sounded really good.
Yeah.
No, and he still got loud. He had that, I'm going to be loud now so you know I'm saying the truth.
Yep.
It's like me. I get loud when I know I'm right.
Yeah.
I get loud when I know I'm right. You know what I'm saying?
Is that it?
But like the stutter appeared probably only 5-6 years ago.
Yep.
Again.
Yep.
It was gone for a long time. Supposedly he had it as a kid, right?
Yep. And it does get, from what I understand, it does get worse when you get older.
Yes.
Right, when you're in decline.
Yeah, when you're in decline. So
I'm in decline.
No, you're not.
No, you're not. You're still at the top of your game, buddy.
I'm in decline, even though I'm aging. And back when I was a lifeguard in South Philly at 13th and Moore at the pools there that are no longer there, I saved 6 kids one day when I jumped in to the pool at 10th and Reed. It's inside a building, and I remember saving so many young South Philly kids, and I never even got a tattoo or a medal.
Did you have hairy legs?
I did have hairy legs, and the young African-American kids would come up and say,
"Feel them.
I know you're Italian, Tony, but you're."
But they rubbed their hand.
They rubbed their hands up and down my legs.
God, wow, so gross.
And they respected me, and they saw that I was the capo de tutti capi.
We talked.
And they knew, hey, yo, how you doing? And I give them a couple of those. Hey, what
Let's
up?
get back to the cut sheet.
We talked about
in progress.
We talked about this earlier. The Ole Miss students that built a wall and sing the Star Spangled Banner as pro-Hamas protesters were there. Unfortunately, Tony, you said that image is going to hurt.
It's going to be tarnished.
This, but I think it's worth playing anyway. This is cut 6, Phil.
No, it's going to be the big story today. You watched the pivot to that one guy to just take the sting out of the Democrats trying to defend what's going on.
This is cut 6, Phil. Go. That's how they do it in SEC
Oxford.
country.
Was that the big, beautiful wall they were building? Trump said, I saw the wall. It's a big, we got to get what's his face on. I still haven't met that guy.
Sean Farish, yeah. He's
Sean Farish.
Oh, he's tremendous.
He is.
He is tremendous.
Yeah. This is a UNC Chapel Hill student. It says frat boy here. I don't like that name.
I don't like that term. As a fraternity brother, I do not. I take offense to frat boy.
Man.
It sounds very. It sounds very derogatory.
Yes.
Strappers would be more. The strapper is universal. You're not really pigeonholing somebody as a frat strapper.
Yeah. He was interviewed by Fox News Digital. His name is Dan Stomple.
Stomple. I had some of that for Passover.
He was one of the students who protected the American flag at UNC. We all saw that video the other day. This is cut. Where are we? Cut 16. Phil, go.
I love America. I love that side of America. It's like we all just kind of connected our brains and stood there protecting one thing, and we all were. Like we all were looking at every direction. If stuff was flying in, we would say heads up. We would cover each other. We would look out for other people. We would swap. We had like for an hour, and our hands did hurt. Our arms did hurt. It was like an arm day for me that day. It was no gym happened that day afterwards. It was exhausting. I remember we were all standing in there. And I think I made a joke. I was like, oh, I don't know if it's a joke, but I was like, I'd die for this flag. And everybody was like, yeah. If they get any closer, we're gonna start throwing hands. Like we're not going anywhere. I don't care. They're gonna have to tear me off this flag like by my dead body, stuff like that. And that was, I'm smiling right now after such a insane day, but it's because it genuinely was hopeful. It was enjoyable to be in such an environment while doing what we think is right. People really took a lot of damage to protect that flag. And again, we were there for a really long time, all things considered.
I mean, look, we're in good hands.
That was my leg day, by the way. I know, but give him credit.
How many bong hits did that guy do before that interview? I mean, seriously, somebody needed to pan the camera down to see the big bong on the floor.
Harry,
you can see the tie-dye thing
Yeah,
in the background.
yeah. I was just
know that there's a bong in that
I
room.
was just gonna say that thing above his bed is all about he takes a bong rip, looks at that, and just passes out.
Wake and bake.
I need a little hits from the bong in the background.
That's amazing. All right, we should take a break and do more cuts at 9:40.
Best segment in radio.
Thank
right
you,
here.
sir.
We should do all cuts all the time.
It's
we should do just one show with the best cuts, prime cuts.
That's a great idea.
Ooh, prime cuts.
Yeah,
and on a best of show when everybody could take off and all go out and go down the shore and get wasted.
I like
we
Captain.
should have prime cuts.
Dawn and I kind of did that when Nick had food poisoning
from the bad meat that came from Hazelton.
Yeah, Dawn and I kind of did that last week. So
that's when you texted us like at 4:00 in the morning, and we were not awake.
Yes. Nobody's awake.
That's right.
Nobody's awake. It's all good. I wanted to see if you guys wanted to jump on, but. Yeah, so we should take a break and then come back on the other side.
Let's do that.
Yeah. But first, actually, I want to talk to both. Yeah, let's do this. Let's get in spot mode here. Okay. I want to talk to both Harry and Tony about my friends at FanDuel. FanDuel. The NBA playoffs
last night, by the way. I hate to do it, but I just felt it.
The NBA playoffs have tipped off, but it's not too late to get in on the action with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, because right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. You have any tips for same-game parlays or anything for this weekend?
Well, I mean, the Phillies are minus 155 tonight.
Yeah.
Against the San Francisco Gigante.
And you got Aaron Nola on the mound.
Yeah.
Who's pitching great. It'll be Gabe Kapler oil giveaway tonight. All the oils that he used to rub on his body when he was the Phillies skipper.
Yeah.
The leftover oils will be given away tonight.
Who do we like for Tony Bruno? Who do we like for the Kentucky Derby? Do you have a pick for that?
I have not narrowed it down yet. You just don't throw these up in the air and like ping pong balls.
I know. I'm sorry.
I will release them. I told you. I got to.
But not for free.
You got to let them marinate.
I get you.
You got to let these marinate. You can't release them early in the week. A couple of horses got scratched. A couple of the favorites.
Yep. Well, there's no better place to bet on all the playoff action on the NBA, whether you're betting on the NBA, MLB, the Kentucky Derby. It's all right there on America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel.com. Just go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to get started. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT, and the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and over, President PA. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued does not withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
Spring into savings at National Appliance Warehouse. Purchase a qualifying Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliance package and choose 3 years of additional warranty or a rebate up to $2,500. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
It seems like just yesterday when I captured my son's first steps or when we recorded his soccer games on VHS tapes. Those moments are gone. But the old home movies and pictures don't need to be. That's why my son created Legacy Box. Box.
That's right, Mom. Over 1 million families have used Legacy Box to digitally preserve their old home movies and photos.
Simply fill Legacy Box with your old camcorder tapes, film, and photos. They will professionally digitize and send them back on DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud.
With Mother's Day around the corner, it's the perfect time to get your Legacy Box and save your family's history. After all, few things are as important as protecting your precious memories. Give your mom a Mother's Day present she'll never forget. Legacy Box is offering a 60% discount. Order yours today and take advantage of our best Mother's Day sale ever. Visit legacybox.com/value, and for a limited time, get an incredible 60% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value for 60% off. legacybox.com/value.
Hey, Nick Kayal here, and I recently had the pleasure of exploring the all-new Mercedes-Benz C300 Coupe at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester. Sleek and stylish on the outside and packed with advanced technology on the inside, its touchscreen interface and AI voice recognition are sure to impress. The 2024 C300 features a turbocharged 2-liter 4-cylinder engine with 255 horsepower. Available today at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, or Atlantic City, or shop online at PiazzaPremiumAutos.com and tell them Nick sent you.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Free speech lives here. With Don Giordano weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, Kayal and Company. And this is what happens to me when I'm watching the YouTube channel and I'm blinded by the light off of Nick Kayal's head.
Exactly.
It's true.
And suddenly today I'm in the dark.
On that, baby.
Yeah, I know.
When I'm on TV back in the day when I was a young strapper like Nick, I always had the dome. You got to put a little powder on it, man.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
By the way, did you see now they're releasing the mug shots of the University of Texas at Austin, people arrested? Did you see it?
No, but
look at these people.
If you have a
they
photo,
look like they're all they all look like they are absolute terrorists from another country. There's no doubt about it.
Did you retweet it? Did you so that we can find it?
I think I did.
if you have it, can you please send it so we can put it up on the YouTube page?
You have to see that. You have to, and there's one where all these kids, they look like they were put through a grinder. They weren't on Grinder. But I'll post those.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
No.
No. I mean, hey, whatever floats your boat.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
You did not. You did not do that. So if you.
By the way, Larry Krasner is showing up for this thing, and I mentioned earlier because yesterday we were talking about him being a coward, and he still is, and he was complaining about not being told about it until a couple of days ago. Like that matters when he shows up.
Actually shows.
No, he's going to show up because he has to. Because if he doesn't show up, then how does he explain it? So. Hopefully, they ask him the questions and he actually answers questions. You know what I mean?
Will that be televised?
Apparently, on the Big Trial blog is going to be doing it. They're opening up their paywall so people can follow their coverage. Big Trial blog. That's Mr. Ralph Cipriano, the one that Larry Krasner always ignores when he's asked a question at his fake news conferences where he doesn't take any questions. And so we'll see what happens. But I'm going to send you the pictures now.
Yeah.
So I wanted to stand corrected because Steve Keeley said that Krasner said he will attend. Because if he doesn't, he'll look even worse. And that will be a real proof that he's just a scum bum and a crumb bum and a crumb creep coward. And a strapper on top of it.
Crumb creep coward. Love it.
I think Strapper's too good.
I agree.
for him.
Yeah, strapper could be a term of endearment.
It is.
You know, it's like
Yeah.
waitresses calling you hun. You know, that doesn't bother me. When I used to go in the now defunct Melrose Diner growing up in South Philly,
Yeah.
if they didn't call you hun or sweetie, you know, who got offended by being called hun or sweetie?
Yeah. A lot of people.
Well,
Robin, did you get offended when a waitress would say hun?
Never. I was like, well, thank you.
Well, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
I say it just like
I call them sugar lips. I call them all kinds of sweet things. You know what I'm saying? Down there in Alabama when I was growing up, there were Ralph Shook Jordan and Bear Bryant in the Tower of Tuscaloosa. Come on, man.
Greg, I just sent the link to the mugshots.
All right.
The mugshots?
Well, see, now, interesting. Will anything happen to these people? Or are they just going to be processed and released with no charges?
Number 2. I choose door number 2. Seriously.
But you see the picture. They're all not students. So they are outside agitators.
Yeah, these were the mugshots from the University of Texas.
At Austin, right.
Not the UCLA one, so we haven't seen those yet. But yeah, these do not, guaranteed, do not look like students.
No, they look like they just came in.
Outside agitators.
Outside. They look like they just parachuted in.
Yeah. Maybe
from
one.
the Middle East.
There's one that maybe looks like a student.
To Robin's point, watch what happens Texas, red state versus a place like California or the East Coast. So
Right.
to Robin's point that you're making about Texas, they probably will, especially outside agitators, there probably will be charges and they'll follow through with it. But do you see any of these charges sticking in California or New York?
No.
Well, no. I mean,
all those UCLA kids that were paraded out yesterday, live on television as we were watching it, as it ended around 6 a.m., 9 a.m. our time, 6 a.m. when the sun came up in Santa Monica and at the Westwood campus of UCLA, you know, they had their people are angry that they pulled their masks down and showed their pictures. And then the one chick, the last one that was looking down, she had a news conference later in the day and saying they're going to sue the police. How dare they show my face?
wow. Well, isn't the DA there, Gascon?
Oh, yeah, he and Larry Krasner.
They're the same.
I think they're a dead heat
Yeah.
for the two worst strappers ever to be elected in any state.
Oh, now I'm
Any
seeing
city.
these mugshots.
Oh, yeah. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Please hit the like and subscribe button while you're there.
Now, I don't really know what students look like anymore. I haven't
It's
been
true.
on a campus
It's a
in
very
a
good
while.
point, Harry.
But these could be students at Shiraz University over in
I think they're on
Iran.
a recruiting trip.
Yeah.
This is the open. What are they doing in college sports when they allow students to come in?
Well,
and
they're in
look
the
at
transfer
campus?
portal.
Well, they're not in the transfer portal. They've decided they're coming in. They are now here recruiting. This is a advanced recruiting trip.
Okay.
You know, like coaches go into
Yeah.
kids' houses and try to convince them to come to their university.
That first row on the top, I can almost guarantee you not one single person in that first row is a college student. I mean, the guy has a terrible receding hairline, like the first one.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. None of them are students.
How about the guy in the middle? Like second row, right in the middle.
Oh, I see.
I mean, he almost looks like he was in the Allman Brothers.
Now, here's something interesting.
Rest in peace, Dickie Betts.
What can I tell you?
Amen,
I
brother.
haven't seen this before. They all have now. I'm assuming that this is something that they were given, like a blanket or something that they put over their shoulders.
Yeah, it's the same color.
It's all the same color. So unless everybody was wearing the same T-shirt or uniform, it's something that was given to them to take the mugshot.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that procedure, but
Now, the girl in the top row, second from left, is kind of hot.
Would you?
Yeah.
I was just waiting. I was waiting for this.
See, Dawn knows my type already.
Right.
We've been working together for 2 hours, 3 hours.
Is she a wood or a mite?
Oh, she's a wood.
Okay.
She's no Honey Mahogany, of course, the new trans director out in San Francisco that the mayor out there has appointed.
Oh my gosh.
The woman who openly supported defunding the police, abolishing the police, and now she, who was on RuPaul's Drag Race and lost, is now San Francisco's top trans official, making $200,000 a year while they have pandas coming in people dying on the streets, urinating on the subways. But let's focus on the important things in San Francisco, London Breed. What a joke.
Shafe on the YouTube chat says it looks like a pro-abortion poster.
Yeah. It really does.
Oh, God.
I think Kevin, we're learning more about Kev and Harry have kind of the same taste there. So
yeah, well, I mean, most of the people you see complaining about the abortions never have to worry about it. Seriously, don't worry, hon. You're good.
Yeah. Ain't nobody, man or woman, going to get me a dog. You know what I'm saying?
I don't care what bathroom you go in.
All right, we got a break for the top of the hour. Dawn, can you talk to us about Anderson Mechanical?
Yes.
Before we run out of time.
Yes, my friends at Anderson Mechanical Corporation. I love these guys, and you will too. So maybe you're still trying to hold out, turning on the AC. I hope not after yesterday's 90 degrees, but it is inevitable. Hot weather coming, and you won't have a choice. So now's the time to make sure your AC is ready, good to go. They have such a wealth of experience at AMC, a dedication to their field. The professionals of AMC are going to take great care of you, and they take such great pride in their work, believing in delivering high quality at a fair price. They're going to work until that job is done correctly. Also, look at their company. The same great crew has been together for so many years. I think that's a testament to the quality of their company and those individuals. One thing I want to point out here, one of the first things they told me was, Dawn, no matter who you hire for HVAC, plumbing, because Anderson does it all, you want to make sure that you ask one question first, and that is, do your fix-it guys, the techs who come out, do they earn commission? Are they really commission salespeople in disguise? You want to ask that, because at AMC, they are not earning commission. You can trust they're going to make the proper repair or install the appropriate system for your home. And they're really old school about that. And that is so important. AMC, of course, keeping to the schedule, respecting your time, communicating properly. Right now, you want to call, because my listeners, WPHT listeners, you're going to receive a total of 15% off your spring maintenance, plus 1 year of free maintenance with a replacement system. 15% off your spring maintenance, though. This is huge. Call them today. Schedule a spring tune-up at this awesome discount. Visit amcontheweb.com, amcontheweb.com. I think the world of Anderson Mechanical Corporation. Give them a call. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
La 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 la. Oops.
Ever had your singing lessons cut short by icy water?
Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Say goodbye to those cold notes with Navien tankless water heaters. With Navien, you'll hit all the right notes without the surprise chill. So keep singing and let Navien keep the hot water flowing. And get ready for the encore when you get your utility bill.
La 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 la.
Navien tankless water heaters. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized. With help from Beacon, I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and the chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com for official rules and to start earning entries.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You don't want to miss out on the Memorial Sale at Rescue Natural Supplements going on now with prices rising across the country. Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic 2 bottles, get 1 free, and buy 3 bottles, get 2 free Memorial deals. Stock up on your favorites. Save big with Rescue rollback pricing and generous free bottle offers, whether you're in need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, or natural pain relief. Everything is on sale. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483 and speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Don't miss this opportunity for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle your health goals. Remember, 2010 rollback prices and the Memorial deals are going on now through May 30th. So go shop res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Do it today.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hello, saver. Whether you're saving for that trip to the tropics or saving for an emergency, now is the time to take advantage of Wells Fargo's savings options. Wells Fargo offers savings accounts that can help you save towards your goals. So, what are you saving for? Visit a Wells Fargo branch or wellsfargo.com/save to open a savings account today.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is Bill Hoffman, president of Hoffman's Exterminating. We've been protecting Delaware Valley homes and businesses from pests for 34 years, all while supporting our local community. We also support those who protect us, our veterans. Robert Rutherford, our Director of People and Culture, served 10 years in the U.S. Marine Corps. We at Hoffman's have made a commitment to hire veterans. Our veterans are valued, and the skills they learned in the military are transferable. Join the Hoffman's family and visit us at hoffmansexterminating.com.
Hey, Philly. Jason Kelsey here. Even though I won't be playing on Sundays anymore, you can still find me at Lincoln Financial Field on Saturday, May 18th for the Eagles Autism Challenge, presented by Lincoln Financial Group. This event raises millions of dollars to support autism research and care and gives you the chance to walk, run, or ride your bike beside your favorite Eagles players. Together, we can transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org, and I'll see you there.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, Clementon. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
All right, welcome back. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us today.
We got Dawn's Big Three coming up.
Yeah.
In the final hour, we got the cut sheet pot deux. We got Tony's
By the way, the
Kentucky
New York
Derby
police,
picks.
Sorry, with the New York PD have now moved in
Yeah.
to clear out the other dirt bags at one of those other dirt bag
Encampments.
schools in New York in the encampment. And
Yeah, is this NYU or Columbia?
it's one of those schools.
Yeah.
I mean, is there one school in New York that's not protesting? Is there any?
I don't think so. You know, it's interesting.
Even the Fashion Institute is protesting, I think.
FIT.
Yes, FIT, baby.
It's interesting. I don't think it made the cut sheet today because it's fairly new news. But because we're talking about freedom of speech, supposedly on these campuses and what that really entails, Elon Musk has just announced that he's probably going to reinstate the account of Nick Fuentes. For those of you who do not
He's
know,
one of those far-right lunatics.
Oh,
yeah.
he is absolutely disgusting. He praises Adolf Hitler.
Oh,
He's publicly fantasized about marrying a 16-year-old. He's like every kind of ist that is horrible that you can possibly think
Right.
of. However, free speech is free speech. If we are really talking about what free speech entails, putting him back on a platform, if you're allowing everybody else and
Yeah.
you're saying that you're a platform of free speech, you really should allow him as well, as disgusting as he is.
And
You
the
don't have
fact
to
is
follow
that,
him.
Yeah, you don't have to
Right.
follow him. You don't have to pay him. You don't have to read his content.
Right.
There's no obligation, except listening to this show.
Absolutely.
Well, yes.
It should be.
And this
it
show
should be
gets big
mandated.
ratings,
It
Tony.
does. It does.
By the way, I have breaking news. This is legit. Riley Gaines has just posted this. Great news today for real women competing against men. Now, remember these women that were barred from future competitions, the 5 girls who refused to compete against a boy at a track and field meet in West Virginia, and they went on and sued. Well, it's a win for truth and sanity because today or yesterday, Thursday's ruling, the students cannot be punished for any acts related to the demonstration of free speech at the next 2 track meets. Remember, these girls refused to participate with a boy who was competing against them, and they said, we're not competing, and then the state tried to get punished. They were trying to punish these girls.
Yeah, they were going to ban them for the rest of their
lunacy.
lives.
Exactly. How pathetic is that?
Yeah.
A dude throwing up, shot putting is obviously an upper body strength thing. That's where men have a tremendous advantage. I don't think anybody can argue with that, right?
Yeah, and some of those girls, being represented are as young as 11. The shot putter, whose name identified as Becky, a 13-year-old boy in this case. But I just want you to think about something. If that had happened here in Pennsylvania, I think that those girls would have been, SOL. I think that the truth is it happened in a state where you have an attorney general who's a Republican, who's on the right side of the issue, and went after this and pursued legal action. Would not have happened here in Pennsylvania.
Thanks to Josh Shapiro, because he's gutless.
That's right.
All right, let's do Don Stensland's Big 3 at 9. You guys ready?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
And starting minutes ago, yes, it is underway as we have the House Committee from D.C., the House Judiciary Committee, in Philadelphia right now for this field hearing surrounded by victims of violent crime in Philadelphia who are set to testify. So the hearing started just 6 minutes ago, right, not so far from where we're reporting from live from Odyssey World headquarters here, but they're at, 6th and Arch at the Federal Building there in Center City. So this is the Victims of Violent Crime in Philadelphia hearing, examining how Philadelphia DA Larry Krasner's pro-criminal policies embolden criminals at the expense of victims as well as Philadelphia residents. So Jim Jordan, among others, on this Judiciary Committee, and that's I'm reading off the website. Family members, the Philadelphia Police Sergeant James O'Connor, his widow, will be speaking, Terry, who we know well, as well as the parents of Temple University Police Sergeant Christopher Fitzgerald. His parents will be speaking out today, and also our friend leading attorney in Philadelphia, George Bacchetto, are among those set to testify. So Krasner held that news conference yesterday. He claims that he was not invited to testify, but Krasner says he's going to show up and offer his testimony if they want it. So we'll see what really happens there. I do want to point out number 2. I've only got 3. So number 2, I'll take you to Hoboken, New Jersey, North Jersey, a warning from the parents of this little girl who got her arm stuck in an elevator door in this New Jersey building. They're alerting other parents and families as they do take legal action. So yes, they're filing the lawsuit. I know Phil Almquist and Greg have been working on the video.
We have the video right now. Phil, if you can run it one more time. Oh, my God.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Oh, my God.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
She's lucky she didn't lose her hand.
So 5-year-old little Zoe, you see them. It's the mom and her friend and then the little kids. They're in the elevator.
Kids, yeah.
And so Zoe has her hand, just sort of
it
placed.
Got like sucked back in there.
Yeah, the door as it opens sucks her hand in there, and now it's stuck. And so finally, somebody pulls out their lotion. It pulls out the lotion, but thank God, one of the mom's girlfriends had lotion
into the
basket.
Oh my God!
See, they come in handy even at protests.
See?
Right. Did they have sunscreen by any chance?
Oh my God!
The video is, it's an agonizing little over 3 minutes, and finally they free. You see mom, and they pull, and then they have to, and they actually fall down as they try to pull her arm out of here. She still, has a scar. She had to get about 20 stitches.
Oh man!
So they are suing the elevator company, but at the same time, they're warning everybody. You think you're okay inside the elevator, as she just had her hand just gently resting on the door itself.
Oh, that's horrible. Wow. You never think about it like that.
No.
You always think about
getting stuck in an elevator
or on the other side, like
right.
that. Yeah.
There was a Dutch movie called The Lift, the elevator, and I think it was remade. The remake in American was not as good.
I did it in Philly, right? There was the one about the devil on the elevator.
Yes, but this was actually about an elevator that the technology was utilizing human brain to it was like a smart elevator, and it went crazy and started killing people. I saw that as a kid. I, to this day, cannot get on an elevator without looking around and thinking about, don't get my arm stuck. You will never catch me. Like, how, like, if somebody's coming to the elevator and you're already in, and
Right,
you
and you
stick your
reach
head
out
in.
your hand.
No,
Yeah.
I will not do it.
You
I'm
won't.
sorry, folks. No, I am not putting my arm in a door. Never.
Well, see, as a long time like news reporter, I would show my kids a video like this. If I don't know if you remember the story, and there are updates on him. He was 4 years old, Sharif Hall. It was a SEPTA subway escalator. He lost his foot in the escalator. Do you remember the story?
No.
And they've done update stories on how he's doing great now, but he lost his entire foot, and because his shoelace got stuck in the escalator and sucked his foot in there.
Oh my God!
So my kids will tell you, before we would go to the mall when they were
Make
little,
sure your
I was like,
shoes are
look at
tied."
this video. Don't be playing around in the escalator.
Look at this video. Can you, Dawn? I love you. You know that, but I can't imagine growing up with two parents that were in news. And there's pedophiles everywhere.
Yes.
Right.
You're gonna be kidnapped. You're gonna be killed.
You know,
Stay inside.
I did a report on this.
True story. So they want ice cream. The ice cream truck man, I'm like, looks like a pedophile.
Wow.
My kids
Well,
have
I
a whole
actually knew
joke act
pedophiles
about it.
growing up in South Philly who would stalk people, young fatherless boys like me, trying to tell them, entice them to come into their houses because they were hobby troopers and they wanted to make sure I was okay as a 10-year-old boy who lost his father. So they were out there. They've been out there forever. And this guy wasn't even
So that's
a
what's
scout
happening.
leader, wasn't a priest.
That explains a lot.
That explains a lot, right?
I had to deal with these people. You know, I should.
You were traumatized.
I should sue. I have. I was abused as a child.
The ice cream truck drivers are either pedophiles or they're selling weed out of the bag. They're very rarely just selling ice cream.
Yeah, those guys are clowns.
Yeah,
clowns freak me out, man.
Yeah.
Number 3, and our big 3, I just want to point out, shout out, Deptford High School today will dedicate their baseball field to fallen officer Bobby Schisler, who died 2 months after he was shot in his leg during a struggle with an armed and dangerous suspect. He was just 27 years young. And it was a horrible story if you remember it locally. But 3:45 today, they will honor him and name their baseball field. It'll be Schisler's baseball field after today. And their game is 3:45 this afternoon against Gloucester. So just a shout out to Deptford High School. What a beautiful tribute to Bobby Schisler baseball field. He graduated obviously from Deptford High School back in 2014, played catcher for their varsity baseball team. But I know it means a lot. I had some emails and texts from family and friends who said, please mention this. So a beautiful tribute.
Nice.
Very nice.
Nice.
That's your big 3.
Thank you, Dawn.
It's not all, it's not all doom and gloom on this program.
Of course not.
We look for the positive, fun things.
Yep.
We can have fun talking about stuff. And that's why the show is like The Five, Gutfeld, the only 2 shows that I watch, is because they're breaking down real stories, but they're having fun. Now, in tragedy, obviously, you don't have fun.
Yeah.
But when you're talking about politics, especially now, 'cause politics is so toxic, if you don't have fun joking around and mocking politicians from either party or any party, and the people punching up to people in power, whether it's media people who claim that they have so much power, because today is, on this day 31 years ago, did you know that? The UN General Assembly, speaking of corrupt organizations we should never listen to, on this day, 31 years ago, the UN General Assembly said May 3rd was World Press Freedom Day. Did you know that?
I thought it was No
Today's
Pants
a day
Day.
we celebrate with the most corrupt media in world history. And the DOJ, by the way, hasn't started looking into any civil rights violations into the anti-Semite protest. Where is the World Press Freedom reporting on this? They're not, because the world press is now a corrupt press and should not be and the UN should never be listened to or followed in any way, shape, or form.
Amen, brother.
I agree.
Thank you very much. And I'm Tony Bruno, and I did not pay for this message.
By the way, Manglemush says, LOL, we used to buy weed from our ice cream.
Exactly.
Of course.
Exactly.
See, this is world press right here.
Yeah.
They're free and real.
The ice cream man always had the best weed. By the way, I didn't realize something you had said, Dawn, in your news, that that family wants to sue the elevator company?
Yes. They're suing the elevator.
The elevator for
It's a lawsuit
for their daughter getting her hand stuck in a place where she shouldn't have put her hand.
Yeah. She'll probably win.
Oh yeah, they'll settle.
She'll win.
They'll win.
And I put my
They'll
hand
get
where I
something.
wasn't supposed to many times, but I never got sued. It was usually consensual. And they said, "Oh, a little bit more, a little higher,
Yeah.
right now lower." I mean, there's different situations that you have to deal
It
with.
was always
different.
consensual, though, Tony.
Exactly,
Can we-
absolutely, Harry.
Can we stop with the lawsuits? Honestly, like just stop. It's
such an American thing too.
It is. It is.
Litigious.
I'll
Yes.
sue. Okay, like the elevator company had nothing to do with it.
I bet there's attorneys lining up at the door for that.
Yeah.
Case.
Yeah. It's already in the courts, and they definitely will get a settlement. The only thing I'll say is, it is a remedy rather than, that's the debate, government regulations. So in other words, would you rather have laws that the elevator company has to have, something on their door? Would you rather have that as a government regulation, or would you rather have, an elevator company who's worried about having to pay out $20 million to this family? So I think that's the debate.
But the elevator company shouldn't have to pay out anything. And by the way, I'm not blaming the parents either, because we're all parents
But
here.
sometimes stuff just happens.
Sometimes stuff happens.
Yep.
You can't control your kids
Right.
all the time, especially in that situation. There's like 3 of them,
Right.
so you don't know what they're doing at all the time. So it's not their fault either. But
Bill
it's more their fault than
the elevator company.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
But should there really be enough of a gap for a little girl's hand to be able to be sucked into there like that?
Well, they're probably going to change it now. Bill L says,
Yeah.
was mom on the phone while the kid palmed the door? I'll just tell you that with my kid, if my teenage sons were here right now, they would immediately say, mom would say, back away from the door. Get away from that door.
Let's.
It's good parenting.
Phil,
But she had like 4 children in that.
Phil,
you can't keep track of all 4
and that's a
kids.
great point.
Phil, can we re-rack the tape, please? Let's re-rack it, shall we?
Oh, do we have to watch
What, the
it?
video?
Yeah, I just want to see. All right, so she's there.
Now,
No,
where's
she's-
the mom?
She's not on the phone. It's 2 moms.
Bill was asking it.
Oh, it's 2
No.
moms, and there's 4 kids.
Oh,
And
my.
look, it's not. Yeah, it's not. No,
Nah.
it's not her fault. It is not the elevator company's fault.
It's nobody's fault.
It's just kids, are dumb sometimes. A lot of times.
I mean, the
To
problem
this
is,
day, when I see an escalator,
Yeah.
I make sure that I get my foot on the step and especially when it comes to the top.
Yes.
I'm worried about like those getting my toes, especially if you're wearing flip flops and stuff. And make sure you wear good flip flops, not the dollar store ones.
Yeah.
The ones with thick soles, so that you have some arch support. But I always worry about getting my toes sliced in half. Like a nice meat grinder. When you go to a butcher, go into a deli, and then they get a nice thin slice.
Nice thin slice of toe.
Get boudin or gabagool, and then they hold it up. The deli guy is that thin enough? I think my feet are going to go under there and get cut because they look like big
You shouldn't
blades.
expose your toes, Tony.
Yeah.
No.
I agree. I
our policy
try not
here.
to expose anything here.
Yeah.
Kev on the
Unless I'm
YouTube.
asking.
That is
Kev.
a false statement, Tony Bruno. You try to expose things as often as you can.
Kev on the YouTube chat says it's a freaking design flaw.
It is.
It is.
Well, that'll probably be
that's what the
addressed.
lawyers are going to argue.
Yep.
And think about it. You're a jury. The lawyers, they're going to have the best lawyers who are going to
Ridiculous.
say to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, look at this beautiful little girl, and she has this this horrible scar. She's going to have the rest of her life, and it was a design flaw, and all they had to do is blah, 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 and they'll interview experts. And that jury is going to cash out.
Yeah.
So how
But,
many millions?
It's a scar on your forearm.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
I know.
It's not like she's deformed.
Agreed. If
But
she would have
it
lost her
could have
hand
been,
or
that it easily could have been worse.
Yeah.
But it wasn't.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I jumped in a quarry when I was 16 years old. I could have, killed myself, but I didn't.
Right.
So I don't know what to say.
The fact that they have the video clinches
Oh,
the
yeah.
settlement.
Yeah.
I'm thinking they have 4 kids. They're not rich people. Cha-ching, pays for college.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
No, it won't.
Yeah, that's state college.
I just the lawyers always win in situations like that. It's like, come on in. We got we'll get you 20 mil.
Yeah,
no problem.
contingency.
Peel it off.
Yeah.
Peel off 20 mil for
Well,
that family.
I mean, why stop at the elevator company? Why not go after the building owner? And
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like, just bring them all in. That's what
Bring
they do.
Otis himself.
Otis,
That
the elevator guy. Yeah.
Who has the the Otis
Otis
elevator
loves
test
us.
shaft. The Otis elevator test shaft is right across the street from ESPN's world headquarters in Bristol, Connecticut.
Is that
I'm
right?
not making it up. That's where they test all the elevators. And I wanted to go in there one day and just go up and down and hit all the buttons, and see, if it, it's like getting on the front car of a SEPTA. When I was a kid, I get on SEPTA and I get into the front car and look out the window.
Yeah.
When I would skip school, I'd get in the front car, get on the L, and go all the way to 69th Street and then all the way to Fern Rock the other way.
Yeah.
That was living the dangerous life as a youngster when I was growing up as a young punk.
Yeah,
You know
I
what I'm
fell
saying?
asleep on the R5 one time and woke up in Doylestown at like midnight.
Oh my God.
Yeah, the conductor comes by and wakes me up. I was in my suit. I went to happy hour, got trashed, and just passed out on the train, missed my stop, and
Now,
there was
when
no
you went
way
to
back.
Doylestown, Har,
Yeah.
did you go to the shrine for Taylor Swift? They have candles there. You can go light a candle at the Taylor Swift shrine.
No, this was
in
pre-Taylor.
Doylestown.
Yeah, this was pre. This is like
Isn't that where the Lady of Chensahoba is up there in Doylestown? The shrine? Come on, Dawn, you're a good
Dawn's
Catholic.
saying yes.
Yes.
That's good. That's good.
It's
Doylestown
the Lady
knowledge
of
out of you.
Chensahoba.
Yeah.
Something like that. I know it's got pierogies in it and, some nice kielbasa.
Lady of Czestochowa.
Sure.
People know what I'm talking about.
Easy,
I guarantee you Joe Biden went there when his son was going up there to pray and then unfortunately died on the R5 next to Harry Mays back in the
But
day.
I could have died.
Yeah.
But I didn't.
Yeah. Did you sue anybody,
No.
Harry?
No, I hitchhiked home.
Apparently you should have. You hitchhiked home,
Yeah.
that boy.
Did you get molested while you were sleeping?
See?
I don't know. Maybe.
God. That's horrible.
All right, we got to take a break. Coming up, we have the.
Can I just say something?
Yes.
Yes.
Speaking of the Lady of Czestochowa, they actually have it's starting today. They have a special celebration of mothers. So they actually, the National Shrine of Our Lady of Czestochowa actually starting today has some huge events.
Apparently it's Czestochowa.
Oh,
Yes.
excuse me, I didn't know.
I don't
But
know.
they have some Mother's Day novena starting today.
I'll be there.
since Tony,
And by the way, I'm going to St. Rita's. I'll go there in the shrine of St. Rita's of Cascio on Broad Street, where I went to elementary school, which has now been torn down. St. Rita's in the house, yo,
In the
South
house.
Philly.
Yeah. Coming up, Cut Sheet Part 2, we have Senator Schumer talking about the end of marijuana prohibition, Senator Kennedy ripping a climate activist, and Bill Maher and Dana White all coming up on the other
Love
side.
Dana White.
Yeah. We'll be right back.
Celebrate the ladies in your life on Mother's Appreciation Day, presented by Pep Boys, when the Phillies play the Giants on Sunday, May 5th at 7:10, and women 15 and over receive a Phillies bucket hat. Get tickets now at Phillies.com. Let's be frank. You don't want to miss Hatfield Phillies Frank's BOGO Night, when fans can purchase 2 hot dogs for the price of 1. Join the fun on Tuesday, May 7th at 6:40 when the Blue Jays are in town. Snag tickets now at Phillies.com.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in a tribute to Philly sports fans at Wildwood Catholic Academy in North Wildwood and at the Ocean City Music Pier in Ocean City, New Jersey.
Alan Iverson, Cole Hamels, Joel Embiid.
My dad set this up. This was actually a gift to us to bring us all together, come see Joe and relive all the Philadelphia history. Come see it. It's amazing.
That's Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood Catholic on June 29th and the Boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey on July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
Join Camden County and visit South Jersey this Saturday for the annual Down and Derby Wine Festival at Veterans Island at Cooper River Park. Enjoy a day of sipping wine from South Jersey's favorite wineries like Plagidos and Whitehorse Winery. Buy your tickets now at downandderbywinefestival.com. Get 10 tickets for the price of 8 or 6 tickets for the price of 5. Come dressed in your Kentucky finest or as you like. Music and entertainment, including the Secret Service Band. Buy your tickets now at downandderbywinefestival.com.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Financial statements, cash flow. Isn't my balance sheet supposed to balance? Am I even making any money this year? It's all so complicated.
You didn't get into business to work on spreadsheets. Let Style CFO Services handle it for you, freeing you up to actually run your business. At a fraction of a cost of an internal CFO, Style CFO Services offers a full suite of accounting services to help you, big or small. Visit stylecfo.com for your free quote. That's STILESCFO.com. Let Style CFO take the confusion out of your account.
Hi everyone, Matt here from Emmons Roofing and Siding. There are a lot of companies out there that say they do roofing, siding, windows, and doors. Some good, some not so good. Be careful of those that say buy two, get two free. Does that really make sense? Think about it. At Emmons, we don't offer gimmicks, just quality products installed by our experienced craftsmen. We do offer 12 months, same as cash financing though. That's not a gimmick. That's because we know how tough it is for some people right now to get these projects done. If you need roofing, siding, or windows and doors, call us for a free estimate today at 856-885-6677 or visit us at callemmons.com.
You're driving along when you realize...
Oh, I've got to get over. Oh my gosh, sorry.
You didn't see him, did you? He was in your blind spot. You can also have a blind spot when it comes to your retirement. That's where Joe Yakovich of JML Financial Group comes in. He knows about a little blind spot called taxes. Social Security, your pension, your investments, all can be taxable. Look, you don't want to end up saying...
Will I be writing huge checks to the government when I retire?
Don't get blindsided by taxes. Make sure your retirement plan has a tax plan. With one call to JML Financial Group, 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company. JML Financial Group does not offer legal or tax advice. Please consult the appropriate professional regarding your individual circumstance.
Don't pay retail for your diamond engagement ring or gift. Come to cleanorigin.com. That's cleanorigin.com.
Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family? Search engines don't always get it right. For right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair, Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-948-6033 to speak to an expert. That's 800-948-6033.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Hey everyone, Boomer Esiason here. The NFL draft is behind us and your favorite team is now gearing up for week number 1. The free Odyssey app puts you right in the middle of the pro football conversation with the biggest sports radio stations from across the country. The local voices who know your team the best, giving you their unfiltered takes on the current state of your squad. It's always football season on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. Download it today.
If you put the words retirement savings crisis into Google, you'll get about 81 million references to explore. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, crazy markets, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. Don't trade the stress of work for a new kind of stress in retirement. Call Jim Cipriotti today, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 to schedule your complimentary retirement second opinion. Or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
.1210 WPHT Talk Radio, Kayal and Company in the final hour. And I'll tell you what, you got to like and subscribe to the YouTube channel. I am a subscriber, and I liked it today. The chat on there takes on a whole life of its own.
It does.
And I see Dawn interacting with the folks, which is cool. So,
Oh, thanks, Dawn, instead of paying attention to our show.
I know.
Dawn's a
Like what? There's
multitasker.
news?
She's a woman, Harry. What's
Yes.
the matter with you?
Us women can do more than one thing
That's
at
right.
a time. It's amazing.
oh,
I like
what,
that.
men can't?
No.
And guys, she'll like that too.
Man.
I think Frank Howard once said.
Trust me,
Frank
Tony
Hobbs,
tells
actually,
me.
not Frank Howard.
Tony tells me almost every day that I cannot talk to him when he's doing something because he has to focus.
I got to lock in.
He has to
Yeah.
focus.
Well, he's easily distracted.
He is.
I mean,
No, but when I'm ready to go and roll, I'm locked and loaded. By the way, we would like to thank all the NYU unwashed losers for participating. Luckily, it's only 9:30 in the morning on a Friday. Maybe mommy and daddy will take you in for the weekend.
Yep.
Maybe buy you a case of Lowenbrau or whatever the cheapest.
out to the
beer. Maybe
Hamptons.
Genesee cream ale since you're in New York State. Have it brought down. Make sure it's served cold. Get a keg and sit around and tell stories about how you were radical. Now that's the new thing, guys. Now all of a sudden, all of these schools are claiming that these students were radicalized online on websites that tell them to go out there and get involved in these causes, even though they don't know what it is. It's just the cool kids doing what the cool kids did. And you watch when any of these kids are threatened to get thrown out of school, they'll get lawyers to claim, well, these online sites and the kids are on the computer all the time. Can you blame them? They want to get involved in something that matters. That's going to be the angle now. That these kids really didn't mean to go out there and destroy property. And now you have groups out there saying that they really weren't saying anti-Semitic stuff.
no.
So that's what happens. They're going to convolute this thing to try to sanitize this and make it go away before we get to the summer.
Let's do What's on Country Part 2, guys.
Yeah,
Let's do it.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. Remember when marijuana used to be the cool drug? and all the cool kids, and I say that in quotation marks.
It was
used
a
to smoke
gateway drug.
Yeah, it was. You smoke weed. Well, marijuana has jumped the shark because now Chucky Schmucky Schumer took to the floor and.
Wait a minute, is that an anti-Semitic trope?
No, is
Schmuck Schumer?
I think that's what Mark Levin calls him, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he's the great one.
Yeah, he said that he is proud to be the first majority leader ever to call for an end to the marijuana prohibition.
Has he walked around the streets of New York or any other street in the world right now?
I love the ganja.
It's legal in how many states?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Cut 4. Cut 4, Phil, go.
And over the decades, millions of Americans, most often Americans of color, have had their lives derailed and destroyed by our country's failed war on drugs. The consequences of this harmful campaign linger on to this very day. So I was pleased by yesterday's news that the DEA under the Biden administration is preparing to take a truly historic step, rescheduling cannabis from a Schedule I substance to a Schedule III substance under the Controlled Substance Act. Reclassifying cannabis is a necessary and long overdue step, but it is not at all the end of the story.
No.
It's time for Congress to wake up to the times and do its part by passing the cannabis reform that most Americans have long called for. It's past time for Congress to catch up with public opinion and to catch up with the science. So today, I'm proud to join with my colleagues, Senators Booker and Wyden, to reintroduce the Cannabis Administration and Opportunity Act, a comprehensive and necessary update to the federal government's approach to cannabis.
There you go.
So it's about the science.
Yeah. Meanwhile, this
Follow
is
the
like
science.
20 years too late. Meanwhile, cannabis, the whole bit was if we legalize it, we can tax it, and then the government will make a lot of money.
Right.
Well, guess what? They can't because the people who are running these cannabis shops can't put money in the bank.
Yep.
Yeah.
They have to deal with cash, and they can't even deposit the money. And the bottom line is, no matter what, people will find ways to buy weed on the street still.
Yep.
You know, because it's cheaper on the street. People can grow their own. And so now the government wants to get involved and find a way to punish people for buying legal weed.
Well,
and so people will turn to illegal weed.
Yep. We played this on Monday, and just for you, Tony Bruno, Harry Mays, I would like to play Afro Man for everybody that remembers Afro Man from 2001 because I got high. He redid it and dropped it over the weekend, last weekend. We played it on Monday. I think we were the first radio show to play it. Let's play it again because it's Friday. This is Afro Man, Hunter Got High. Are you ready, Phil? Go.
This is the real Afro Man. This isn't a parody.
Yes,
this is real
legit. Yep, it is legit.
Shout out to Bass Records. Hey, yo, Hunter. Roll up another one of them congressional blunts, bro. He was gonna get his laptop fixed, but Hunter got high.
Yeah.
He wasn't gonna show all them pics, but Hunter got high.
Yes, he did.
The Hunter in the video is tremendous.
Amazing.
His whole hard drive. Yeah.
What happened?
Hunter got high. He wasn't gonna mess with the but Hunter got high.
Yes, he did.
He was gonna take them all out on the boat, but Hunter got high. He's the smartest man Joe ever knew in his life. Yeah, till Hunter got high. Hunter got high. Hunter got high. La, da, 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 da. He was gonna go visit his dad, but Hunter got high. He thought he had a secret stash, but Hunter got high. The White House got shut down. We all know why. Yeah, Hunter got high. Hunter got high. Hunter got high.
I love the chalice.
I know.
Yeah. Everybody's got a. I call them pimp cups. Come on.
Yeah, the pimp cup.
Damn,
And Hunter's got the cane.
I never used to start with BUI. Yeah.
That's a good line right there.
Hunter got high. Hunter got high.
We need UB40 to get back together again now that Weed Mania. Now that what was the great movie? What was the big weed movie back in the 60s?
Cheech and Chong?
Helter Skelter?
Oh.
No. It was about marijuana.
I don't know.
I think it was before the 60s, too, wasn't it?
I know it was
I know
around
what
the
you're
60s.
talking about.
Reefer Madness.
Reefer Madness.
Reefer
Yeah,
Madness.
yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Nope.
There's a musical, Reefer Madness, the musical.
I actually think this version. I think his voice in this version is actually even better than in the original.
You don't lose it when you're Afro Man. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Let's probably
Black don't crack.
auto-tuned.
It's definitely auto-tuned.
It's auto-tuned.
By the way, is Afro Man not the epitome of one-hit wonder? I mean,
no. Tremendous.
Had one hit.
Still living off
2001, and that was it.
Well, what about UB40? What about the musical Youth?
Musical
Youth.
Youth.
Musical Youth with Past the Dutchie.
Yep.
These are great classics. We should do a classic Smoke 'em While You Got 'em and Let's Get High Friday edition.
Bill Maher had
come up with all these ideas, about
there's
specialty
Is somebody writing these down?
There's a definite theme to what's on the Cut Sheet Part 2, by the way. Bill Maher on his Club Random podcast.
He's high a lot.
Exactly.
That's all he is. He's high on that show all the time.
Had Dana White on as his guest from UFC.
Yeah,
and they were talking about the overreaction to COVID back in 2020. And Bill Maher said that someone needs to do a smart tally on all the collateral damage from how we overreacted on COVID. This is cut 2, Phil, go.
I just saw this thing yesterday where I want to say it was the CEO of Nike just came out and said, we're starting to notice that people not being in the office is a problem. It's slowing down creativity, productivity.
Oh.
Are you me? Really? Yeah. Let me tell you what happens when you don't have people in the office for 2 years or longer.
I was screaming about this in our meeting today that I think, where is the book that somebody needs to write about the cumulative collateral damage from our reaction to the pandemic? Not the pandemic, the reaction to it and the overreaction, because we just found out like the murder rates plummeted like in the last 6 months. It was all pandemic related. It's not whether Trump is president or Biden is president. The murder rates went up. Car crash rates went up. To say nothing of the kids who didn't learn anything for 2 years and all this stuff. The health issues that arose because people didn't get tested. I could go on and on. Someone needs to do a real smart tally of all the collateral damage from how we overreacted, and see, and then let's add it up.
I could not agree with you
and
more.
see if it, let's have some data. Let's have this battle on a data level.
Depression.
Yes. Suicide.
Yeah, 100%.
So many things. And kids who are, how do you assess the psychological damage of kids who are germ paranoids from the age of 2?
People who were laid off, people who lost their businesses that they spent 20, 30, 40, 50 years building. The list just goes on and on and on.
But just so I know for sure, you believe you don't believe that it's a hoax. You believe COVID was a real thing, of course.
People died from COVID, 100%.
Yeah, of course, right.
But people died from the flu, too, and people died from lots of things every day.
It was worse than the flu. The flu did not kill quite like that, and it was not the same thing, and our bodies were less used to it. But I don't know.
My philosophy was if it's as bad as they say it is, we're all anyway, all right? And let me tell you what I'm not going to do. I'm not going to die hiding in my house. That's for damn sure.
There you go.
Wow. Bill must be smoking better weed because he's making a
he
lot of
does.
sense.
Yeah, maybe that's it.
Yeah.
He's not smoking the Chuck Schumer brand.
No, he's not.
But you're right. Remember, Harry, when we were on the Sirius show, where we got canceled because of some schmuck from Deadspin who lied, that's what Dana White was the first guy who did. He went to an island.
Right.
He brought all of his fighters there while all the other cowards in MLB, NBA, they were all panicking. They were all like, we can't allow people to go out. And Howard Stern was hiding in his mansion in the basement.
Oh.
And all these other people were calling for accountability from day one.
Yep.
Because, listen, I don't trust the government. I'm glad they came up with a vaccine. I took the vaccines. But I had side effects that they refused to acknowledge exists. And now they're acknowledging it finally. And now people are saying, well, we didn't really know any better. Yes, you did. You went after anybody who questioned legitimate questions about what was going on.
That was
You forced people
misinformation.
into their homes. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And just like these college students who are going to get off scot-free for destroying campuses, The people, the Dr. Fauci's and all of these other crumb bums
He's a criminal.
will never be held accountable. And he'll go there in front of Congress again because they love, and then they'll put him on CNN and MSNBC and still proclaim him to be a saint after he botched the AIDS epidemic and after they gave him the power again because he was one of the few guys that they remembered. They gave him too much power, and then he became power crazy, and people lionized it. They had candles made up. They would worship at the altar of Dr. Fauci. And even though I'm an Italian, he's one of those schifoso, stunad,
yes, that too.
Figliacco, figlia di puttana, anything you want to say about Dr. Fauci. If you're Italian, you have my permission to absolutely excoriate this dwarf, because the bottom line is he will never pay for all of his sins because he and his wife made gazillions of dollars screwing us over.
9:45. We got to take a break. One last break here. Then we hand things over to Dawn Stensland. We'll do Who on Twitter and this day today in music history on the other side. Stay there.
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized. With help from Beacon, I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and the chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com for official rules and to start earning entries.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Tom Herr, and this is Susan Herr, Norvon, Pennsylvania.
Being with Crash Proof is like being in a big family. We know there's a lot of other people out there just like us, and everyone's very happy.
Yeah, they're not sad.
They're not sad. I mean, we come in and we know our money's safe and it's continuing to grow.
The Crash Proof system is fighting inflation for us. When prices do go up, we still have income coming in. And with the Crash Proof system, we made just under 7%. Even though we're using money, we're still making more money. And at the end, we have more money than we started with.
We have those resources to make our life in retirement much more comfortable.
And we can sleep at night.
Yes, definitely.
Only crash-proof retirement can guarantee peace of mind in a legally binding, recorded financial meeting. Register for our next event happening at the Washington Crossing Inn on May 15th. Choose either the 11 a.m. or 5 p.m. event. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
It seems like just yesterday when I captured my son's first steps, or when we recorded his soccer games on VHS tapes. Those moments are gone. But the old home movies and pictures don't need to be. That's why my son created Legacy Box.
That's right, Mom. Over 1 million families have used Legacy Box to digitally preserve their old home movies and photos.
Simply fill Legacy Box with your old camcorder tapes, film, and photos. They will professionally digitize and send them back on DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud.
With With Mother's Day around the corner, it's the perfect time to get your legacy box and save your family's history. After all, few things are as important as protecting your precious memories. Give your mom a Mother's Day present she'll never forget. Legacy Box is offering a 60% discount. Order yours today and take advantage of our best Mother's Day sale ever. Visit legacybox.com/value and for a limited time, get an incredible 60% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value for 60% off. legacybox.com/value.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Rich Cioli this afternoon, 3 till 7. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Closing moments of a Friday. Kayal and Company.
Yeah, buddy.
Bruno and Maze. Greg and Dawn and the whole gang. And Jim was just in here, the great producer Jim, who does that impressions of Mark Levin and all the talent. He could do it like a whole day part of shows.
Yeah. He does a great job here. He's gonna be producing Dawn as well. Dawn,
Right.
what do you have coming up on your show at 10 a.m.?
Yeah, so we're going to talk to Andre Beliveau of the Commonwealth Foundation, talk about all the latest and the EPA's carbon emissions rule, how it's a raw deal for Pennsylvania. So this is a huge issue. It means jobs and so much more. So we'll talk to him about that. Obviously, we have two big things going on. 9 a.m., as I told you, we've got the local Krasner on trial, if you will, with that House Judiciary meeting going on here with local widows of police officers who've been killed in the line of duty, among others, testifying. 10:30, Anthony Hennon of the Center Square. So we're focusing on a lot of local news, but as well, we're watching Trump, because Trump is back on trial in Manhattan. We'll tell you what he's doing later this afternoon. So there's a whole lot going on locally, nationally. We got it all covered for you.
All right, and this day in music history, you guys ready for this?
Oh,
Harry
yes.
Mays, Tony Bruno. This is from the great Phil Almquist. This is basically Phil's show for 90 seconds. Here you
Love
go.
Phil.
Today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, Friday, May 3rd, we celebrate the birthdays of Pete Seeger as well as Bing Crosby. Albums include Poison, Open Up and Say Ah, as well as Operation Mindcrime from 88, and New Order, released for Public in 93. Singles include Crazy by Aerosmith in 93, Is She Really Going Out With Him by Joe Jackson in 79, and Life in the Fast Lane by the Eagles in 77. Also, Robert Palmer's Addicted to Love hit number 1 in 86, Bob Seger's album Against the Wind hit number 1 in 80, and Led Zeppelin launched its Swan Song label in 1974. But lastly, and you knew it was coming, in honor of the Knicks saying goodbye to the Sixers,
Oh, God.
here's my
What
top
is
5
wrong with
songs
you?
with the word goodbye in the
oh,
title.
please,
So,
please.
number 5, Hello Goodbye by the Beatles. Number 4, Elton with Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. Number 3, Goodbye Stranger by Supertramp.
That's a good
Number
one.
2,
That is a great one.
Goodbye to Romance by Ozzy.
That's a
And
yeah.
number 1, Goodbye to You by Scandal, and goodbye to the Sixers. Have a great weekend.
It's just
I'm
wrong.
actually celebrating with tonight's Saxon Uriah Heep show in New Jersey, because of course I am.
Saxon
For Kayal and
Uriah
Company, I'm Phil Lomquist.
What about Steam? Nah, 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 nah. Come on, man. That's the number one buy song of all time.
I should be fired for giving him 90 seconds.
Wow.
By the way, we have to do this.
Twitter.
Carl
This is a
wins.
democracy.
Carl wins Twitter. He says, "What a great show today. This must go on at least once a week." Well, it'll go on at least on Monday again.
Yes.
So back here
Yeah,
on
Monday,
Monday.
by the way, I have a programming note. Monday, you know who will be joining us?
Yeah.
John Ondrasik, 5 for Fighting, friend of the show. I've known him a long time. He's in Israel. He's going to be.
He's not in Israel now. He was in
Israel. He's coming back to the States. He's going to do a concert at Columbia.
Wow.
Because he's so pro-Israel and he's seen what's going on and he's sick and tired. He's written a lot of great songs. He will join the show on Monday after Cinco de Mayo, which should be a holiday. I mean, they should make Monday the holiday after Cinco de Mayo. But we'll talk about
we got a heart out.
Yeah, we have a heart out. Don Stensland is next. Harry Mays, Tony Bruno, thank you guys so much.
Love you guys.
Love you guys.
everybody.
Don
Thank you.
Stensland
We
is
love
next. 5 minutes.
And I'm fighting. Love you. Fighting for Miss Robbins. Equal FaceTime.
Oh, jeez.
Exactly.
Equality.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts? At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ziprecruiter.com/radio. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio. ziprecruiter.com/radio.
Join Camden County and visit South Jersey this Saturday for the annual Down and Derby Wine Festival at Veterans Island at Cooper River Park. Enjoy a day of sipping wine from South Jersey's favorite wineries like Tomasello Winery and Valari Vineyards. Buy your tickets now at downandderbywinefestival.com. Get 10 tickets for the price of 8 or 6 tickets for the price of 5. Come dressed in your Kentucky finest or as you like. Music and entertainment including the Secret Service Band. Buy your tickets now at downandderbywinefestival.com.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, Philly. Jason Kelsey here. Even though I won't be playing on Sundays anymore, you can still find me at Lincoln Financial Field on Saturday, May 18th for the Eagles Autism Challenge, presented by Lincoln Financial Group. This event raises millions of dollars to support autism research and care and gives you the chance to walk, run, or ride your bike beside your favorite Eagles players. Together, we can transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org, and I'll see you there.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
93% of Pennsylvanians killed in a car crash while unbelted could have survived if they just buckled up. One simple click, a second of your time. It's the difference between making it home to your loved ones or not making it home at all. Whether you're a driver or a passenger, make the life-changing choice to wear a seatbelt every drive, every time. It's not just the law, it's common sense. Buckle up, PA. Learn more at PennDOT.pa.gov/safety.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Hey everyone, Boomer Esiason here. The NFL draft is behind us and your favorite team is now gearing up for week number 1. The free Odyssey app puts you right in the middle of the pro football conversation with the biggest sports radio stations from across the country. The local voices who know your team the best, giving you their unfiltered takes on the current state of your squad. It's always football season on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. Download it today.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, a live call-in show airing every Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on WPHT. What would you do to protect yourself this cold and flu season? Well, medical hydration therapy at Innovative Medical Associates could help to boost your immune system. That's because vitamin C and other key nutrients are delivered intravenously right to your cells. Medical hydration therapy may even lessen symptoms should you become ill with a virus or suffer with long COVID or post-COVID conditions. Dr. Molly Fantasia at Innovative Medical Associates prescribes a personalized treatment plan for every patient.
We are a medical facility. We treat our IV protocols or our hydration protocols as a medical modality.
Learn more about the benefits of medical hydration therapy at innovativemedicalassociates.com. And be sure to join Dr. Molly and me on Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 for Health Watch on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Here's a great tip for spring. Go with the sure thing. PJ Fitzpatrick has been your trusted roofer for over 40 years. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and back all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals installs most roofs in just one day. Set up a free design consultation this month to save thousands. Plus, they're extending the 12-month financing deal. Nothing down, no interest, and no payments for qualified buyers. Visit trustpj.com today.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
So much developing at this hour in Philadelphia, not far from where I'm broadcasting live. Hey, Dawn Stensland here reporting to you live. They want to know on the YouTube chat if I'm on YouTube live, Anthony. So it's Anthony's fault. Okay, I'm on. It's either Anthony's credit or fault. Good morning. We have so much developing not far from where I'm broadcasting live from Odyssey World Headquarters, not far from here in the Philadelphia, in our federal building, locally 6th and Arch. We have a bit of a field trip, if you will. Jim Jordan and crew, other Republicans, holding this special House committee hearing live. And many familiar faces to us who are near and dear to our hearts are going to be testifying today and talking about the impact of DA Larry Krasner. So it's all about the victims of crime as well as police officers falling victim to career criminals who, quite frankly, should have been kept off our streets. And that would have made life for all of us better, improving our quality of life, but also would have, I mean, at least one widow I know, Terry, is going to be, we know some of these families, obviously, the Fitzgerald family, the parents of murdered Temple University police sergeant Fitzgerald, Chris Fitzgerald. His parents will be testifying before this hearing. Started at 9 o'clock. And then right around 9:30, we had underway, and it's getting underway now, and this is the Trump trial, the Trump persecution. So I will tell you that Trump has a lot in store today. In a moment, we'll turn that around for you. But a lot going on, a lot breaking. So we'll talk about all of it. But, you know, I talk about policy and how policy matters. And I was thinking about what takes effect in 2025. Just thinking about Trump policies. Just a little tidbit before we get to our next guest. Remember the Trump tax cuts? It was actually called the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, right? And it was enacted under Trump. And that legislation, we lose all of these tax cuts that Trump imposed in a good way for us. We lose those upcoming in 2025. So remember this, and we forget it so quickly, but it was providing the reconciliation pursuant to all these different titles. What did it mean for all of us? It meant that we could deduct more, the standard deduction for families, for corporations, what you could write off, even as a company. When somebody takes family leave, for example, you can write that off as a company because your employee, whether it's a dad or a mom, whether they adopted a child, let's say, and mom and dad are both taking time off, you can deduct that. So they were pro-family, pro-business, whether it's a big business or a mom and pop. All of these wonderful tax cuts took place. I will also point out to you, and I was researching this morning, and we'll get to somebody, we'll talk about policy and why it matters. But I want to just remind you, all of this ends, but remember that major universities and their endowments for the first time had a very small, about 1% tax, that they get taxed on that. So think of Harvard, for example, $50+ billion in endowments. That's the largest. I mean, billions upon billions of dollars. And I'm sure that these big universities did not like that Trump imposed some of these very small, but taxes nonetheless. But for regular working people and families and businesses and corporations, we saw the impact on our economy when all of those tax cuts happened. It was fabulous, was it not? So just thinking about policy, let's get to do we have our next guest? Yes. So let's get to Andre Beliveau, Commonwealth Foundation. Thanks for joining me again this morning. How are you?
Hey, good morning, Dawn. I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on again.
Absolutely. And talking about policy, and you think about energy policy, Trump, every time he's interviewed or he's speaking out, he's talking about his energy policy and why it matters to each and every one of us, because fuel prices really flip the switch on everything, whether it's on or off. And so what you're talking about is that the EPA's latest carbon emissions rule, you're saying, is a raw deal for Pennsylvania. Can you take us through Biden's new federal regulations that you're saying are a raw deal for Pennsylvanians?
Yeah, absolutely. So we saw a final ruling come out from the Biden EPA. It's essentially announcing a new carbon dioxide emissions guideline, and it targets existing coal power plants, and it's targeting new natural gas plants that are trying to come on board. And it's that second tier of the new natural gas plants I think we'll focus on a little bit this morning and why that's such a raw deal for Pennsylvanians. But just to kind of explain the EPA ruling in brief, the rule establishes a 90% carbon capture and storage requirement targeting these new natural gas facilities, and this has to be in place by 2030. So if the EPA gets its way, I mean, this is going to be litigated in the courts for sure, but if the EPA gets its way, and this rule goes into effect, I mean, essentially you're having a rule come out now that is asking the natural gas industry to really close down. I mean, the ability to carbon capture 90% and storage requirements. This is not a technology that's working in the industry right now. I think this will be part of the litigation, is that part of these rules need to be enacted in a way that's reasonable, that there's areas in industry that are already doing this and that it's proven. Of course, this is not. So fundamentally here what we have is we have a rule that will drive up energy prices. It's going to make energy less reliable. And also we're seeing an undermining of the constitutional constraints that are supposed to happen in our government. You have unelected bureaucrats now making an unlawful assault on affordable energy and grid reliability. And in Pennsylvania, where we have an abundance of natural resources in natural gas, effectively what this rule does is this puts a nail in the coffin to the natural gas industry. If they get their way, it's going to be almost impossible. No one in their right mind is going to invest, put iron in the ground, not just in Pennsylvania, but across the country in building new natural gas plants if this rule takes effect. So, I mean, it's a raw deal for the country, but particularly at home in Pennsylvania, it's a raw deal for all Pennsylvanians. I mean, even right now, natural gas accounts for nearly 60% of Pennsylvania's electric generation, which, by the way, has, because of our transition from coal to natural gas, we've lowered carbon emissions by this natural market transition because of demand without government fiat. So really what we have here, and I know we've talked, Don, about some of Governor Shapiro's policies, it's death by 1,000 cuts. Whether it's Biden's EPA new announcement, whether it's Shapiro's PACER and press policies that he wants to do that are absolutely going to kill the energy industry by imposing economy-wide carbon taxes, things like RGGI, which is another economy-wide carbon tax. I mean, this is a death by 1,000 cuts that are just going to hit Pennsylvanians in the pocketbook and destroy our energy industry. We're going to lose jobs, and the lights might not come on when you flip the switch. We are really barreling down a grid reliability crisis, and I'm sorry to have doom and gloom on a Friday, but it's just not looking good with these policies we're getting from some of these politicians that are currently in office.
Yeah, I mean, even some of the so-called mainstream media, the headlines talking about the fact that these new EPA regulations do threaten coal, natural gas, but admonish, really acknowledging the fact that it could threaten the power grid. And so this and others, there's a Fox News headline that says new Biden EPA rule puts all of us at risk of energy shortages. So that's a Fox News headline, but I was even looking at other so-called mainstream media. They're talking about the power grid, that's in play. What do you see moving forward? And other than a big change coming November 5th, what's being done state by state to stop this?
Right. Well, I mean, the states are going to have to take action. I mean, there's lots of things we can look at here. I mean, fundamentally, what we have, because of bad policies that are built on false premises of what we need to do to make sure that we have, clean air and clean water. I think everybody wants clean air and clean water. People want to be environmentally conscious. I think our energy industry has a lot of stake in the game here and has already been delivering on, being increasingly clean and being conscious of our carbon footprint. But a lot of these policies are based on, there's fringe science everywhere. And the idea of that, acknowledging climate change is one thing, but to get us into climate alarmism policies and to think that the energy generation industry is going to have, in the United States, is going to have any real effect on anything, all we're going to do is do practically nothing to improve our natural environment, but everything to destroy our economic environment. Let's just look at the current facts. I mean, we are spearheading towards a grid reliability crisis. Nationwide, projections show that our demand will grow by around 80 gigawatts by 2030, and these forecasts continue to increase. PJM, our regional operator here in Pennsylvania and the surrounding states, they're projecting a 20% capacity loss. That is to say, about 20% of their existing capacity will retire by 2030. And then we're looking at a 30% nationwide capacity loss by 2032. And when you look at this capacity loss versus what is in the queue to replace it, I think it's somewhere around 97% of energy that's in the queue to replace retiring capacity PJM are intermittent sources. These are renewable sources that are not as reliable as baseload and dispatchable sources like natural gas, nuclear, or coal. So you're replacing dispatchable and baseload reliable sources with intermittent sources that cannot provide you for the same reliability and adequacy of your grid.
So let me ask you about the
policies driving these bad decisions.
sorry about that, Andre. So, as far as the utilities go, when we think about the utility companies, the threat to the power grid, what does it mean for? I mean, we've already seen our utilities. I know I have PECO, and I'm in Philadelphia. I know there are other utilities across Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, across as well Maryland, that have gone up. Some of them 35% and more already. What are we looking at when we think about utility costs going up because of this?
Oh, I mean, it's inevitable. I mean, even so, like let's bring it. I mean, the things like this EPA ban certainly are going to do that. These arbitrary designed government central planning schemes to bring more renewables on. Things like PRESS that Governor Shapiro wants to do to bring on more renewables. All these subsidies that these renewable industries are getting, not only through policies like Shapiro wants to do with PRESS, but also through like the IRA. These subsidies negatively impact our baseload generation because they can't compete. Because renewables can come online and say we can provide you, megawatt power at $0 because they're getting so much federal money and so many subsidies that they don't have to charge our grid operators anything because even if they don't get paid, they're still making money. So this drives up the costs for dispatchable and baseload or reliable sources like natural gas. All these things fluctuate the prices. So you have a market that's distorted because of these subsidies. So you have intermittency. These renewable sources are poisoning the economics of baseload generation. So as an example, you have solar that bids in the energy market. They're going to promise a certain amount of megawatts, but they can't guarantee that it's going to be there when our grid operators call on it because it's determined by natural externalities, whether the sun is shining, whether they've been able to produce enough battery storage. So that second or third week in January, when we have peak demand to heat our homes, and it's a cloudy day out, and you call on that solar facility that bidded at the least cost, again, with smoke and mirrors, but you call on it, it's not there. So now they have to call on a reliable source like natural gas, but their prices are going to be higher because they had to bid differently because you can't compete when someone's saying, I can do it at zero. But again, all of this is smoke and mirrors because they can bid at the air quotes the lowest cost, but they may not be there to meet demand. So and policies like all of this and all of these things drive up costs. So you're bringing on more sources that are unreliable, may not be there when we need them to keep the lights on or to heat our homes. They're getting all of these federal dollars and all these arbitrary so-called climate and green policies to bring on. We're going to be paying more money for a less reliable grid. And tell me how that makes sense.
Yeah, and by the way, Edward on our group chat says Delmarva charges customers with solar to sell it back. And so, that's going on. I want to ask you something as we look at, for example, in Pennsylvania, recently we had the Conservative Tours trip where we went to Italy. And I'll give you an example of what another country does. That they actually, in every room, they have a switch, even in homes, where you flip the switch and you shut everything off. But they're in a hotel room, your key card has to stay in to keep any electricity in the room. Once you pull your key card out, everything goes off. And also they have by the municipality, each municipality decides when people can turn on their air conditioning. It's government controlled. So you had all these, American men especially were really complaining when they said to the hotel, turn the AC on. They said, we can't. We're not allowed. The government decides. Do you see where the Biden administration, because through the ironically named Inflation Reduction Act, I know that the Biden administration is saying, well, don't worry because through federal tax dollars and programs, we're going to offset the cost to you. But then does that give them more power to implement things like this? Are we moving toward those kinds of government regulations where essentially they'll be deciding when we can turn the AC on because of the cost, if for nothing else?
Right, and it's not just the cost. I mean, if we go in the direction that the left wants us to go with energy and environmental policy, I mean, the energy might not even be there. They may not have to really make any regulations about when you can or can't turn the lights on because they might not be on anyway. I mean, our demand is increasing, our capacity is retiring. So, I mean, all of this is just a recipe, recipe for disaster. And I mean, prices, yeah, absolutely. Your prices are going to go up. The reliability of the grid is going to go down, and they're subsidizing all of these intermittent. We're subsidizing intermittency. And this just doesn't make sense. Again, people want to agree or disagree on subsidies. At the very least, why are you subsidizing something that is going to make our energy unreliable?
Yes.
It absolutely makes no sense. And again, this is just why government central planning does not work. It's never worked. The market is always going to make better decisions because it deals in the real world with realities and real money. And policymakers in Washington and increasingly policymakers we're seeing in the states, and of course we're experiencing this with Governor Shapiro's energy plans. I mean, they are living in a fantasy world. They have this belief that we are going to be able to live in a world without hydrocarbons, without oil and gas. 80% of the world's energy comes from fossil fuels.
Yeah.
So you want to talk about the impacts and costs, arbitrarily expediting and forcing the market's hand away from that. And within, less than a decade, it is absolutely impossible. And the technology of renewables to 100% replace things like natural gas or coal or even nuclear, by the way, which they don't like to talk about nuclear, and you have to ask why, and it's probably because a lot of the money behind a lot of these organizations is coming from the renewable industry. Mm-hmm. But I mean, it is a fantasy world to think that renewables are going to be able to replace the technologies today. It's just not possible, and all it's going to do is drive up costs and leave us in a place where we are literally going to be in a grid reliability crisis. And I think, unfortunately, when we look at what's happening in New York right now and other places in Reggie states, and when we look at demand and capacity dropping, I think this grid reliability crisis might be coming a lot sooner than we think.
Andre, I know you're the senior managing energy policy at the Commonwealth Foundation, but before Commonwealth, I did see that you worked for the National Taxpayers Union Foundation as its policy and outreach manager. I did want to ask you about, thinking about those so-called Trump tax cuts that were a key piece of Trump's administration and his agenda. And they're many of them will be going away upcoming in 2025. I just wanted, because a lot of times we don't talk about these things as far as presidential policies, administration policies, and what they mean and how much they matter to each and every one of us in our lives. When we look at the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, as it was called, but I think people know it as the Trump tax cuts, what do you see moving forward with a Biden win in November? Those tax cuts go away in 2025. Moving forward, what does that mean to the average American?
I think I'll answer this way, Dawn. I think that Americans are obviously conscious about what they perceive the tax environment is now versus how it was a few years ago. And obviously, Americans know. We're spending more. More is coming out of our paychecks. Our energy bills are higher than they were before. We're spending more, and when we go to the grocery store. So the economic environment that's being created is not sustainable, and I think people are going to be encouraged by policies that they know either in the past have delivered or policies that they believe in the future are going to improve their everyday lives, where they're able to keep more money instead of giving more money to the government, and giving more money to the government for what? For policies that are going to put us into a place where the lights not come on when we flip the switches. And one thing when we talk about not just one of the greatest drivers of where we are economically, but not just on energy policy. Petroleum gas prices, what everyday Americans see at the pumps. Yep. I still think that number, when you go to fill up your car and you see the gas prices, that I still think today is the number one driver of political wins in the of where the political wins prevail in the United States. And that's a number that I think people have been watching, and they've been watching over the next couple of years. And I would be surprised if that were to change. No matter how many electric vehicles we want to bring onto the grid, I think gas prices at the pumps is really what drives economic questions and economic frustrations. And I think policymakers need to really think about what they're doing to improve Americans' everyday lives, not just in perception but in reality.
Well, Andre, we have to stop it there. Until next time, we can continue the conversation. But thank you so much for all that you do. We love to hear you. And you make it sound, you put it into our plain spoken language, but there's a lot of complex policy that I know you're always reading up on. So thank you, Andre. We really appreciate you.
Thanks. I appreciate it. It's very wonky stuff, but I try to make it accessible. But thank you for having me on. It's always a pleasure.
Thanks a million. Have a great Friday. Commonwealth Foundation. Of course, you can always look him up. The Commonwealth Foundation, they cover all of this and have such great, I think, insights into all of these different policies. No, of course, they don't make the headlines, but they're important to each and every one of us. If you run a business, if you have a family, if you own a home, if you have investments, I think, we all have at least some of those things. So it's worth checking out. But Andre Beliveau, Senior Manager of Energy Policy at the Commonwealth Foundation, we really always appreciate his chunk of time on a Friday morning. We're going to take a quick break. We'll get to the Trump latest because we do have some breaking news on Trump, what's happening here with the court what's happening in Manhattan, but as well locally, the federal courthouse, what is developing there. I appreciate you this Friday. Great to be with you for our YouTube WPHT audience. Thanks for being here as well. And Rich Cioli this afternoon on the way to Cape May. That's going to be a lot of fun. The Dom Show in an hour and a half. Dom's all fired up as they see Krasner on trial in air quotes. We're coming right back.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
After further review, they need to get Wally, pull him back out of the swamp, and put him on that boat in Florida with those trash dumpers. Wally's got a lot of things he can do. He can clean that up and then take him to Colombia. You get Fetterman, a bison, and Wally the crocodile.
Yep.
And we just unleash all three of these creatures on campus. We got to have a little fun. We were serious for like 3 straight hours at these protests.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Indulge in an extraordinary dining experience at Del Frisco's Double Eagle Steakhouse. For intimate dinner parties to corporate events, the chef-driven cuisine, impeccable wines, and exceptional hospitality give you an experience like no other. Call 215-246-0533.
Your 401k goes up and down. That's fine when you're 40, but not when you're 60. Find out how to protect your hard-earned money. Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen. Saturdays at 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Greg with Kayal and Company. The NBA playoffs are in full swing, but it's not too late to get in on the action with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. Listen to this. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $150 you can use on same-game parlays, like which player will score the first basket, how many three-pointers a specific player will take, and if a player can score 25 or more points. Live bets, championship futures, and so much more. There's so many options right there in the FanDuel app. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg to get started. FanDuel.com/Greg. There's no better place to get in on all the playoff action than America's #1 sportsbook, FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT. FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and over, present in PA. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. This spring is your chance to get the perfect smile from my friend, my dentist, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. Dr. Mike is the master of implant dentistry. I've been telling you about Dr. Mike for years. My entire family goes to Dr. Veneria because the level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his team delivers to every patient is unmatched. He's been delivering results that surpass expectations, and that has made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. So, if you've been on the fence about getting that dental procedure done, reach out to Dr. Mike today. You have a choice, a clear choice for you and your family. So give Dr. Veneria a call. I promise you won't be disappointed. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury right over the bridge, schedule your free implant consultation today for your perfect smile. Call 856-786-2020 or VeneriaDental.com, VANARIA, VeneriaDental.com.
Hey, Ambler. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Follow us anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Every living thing must solve an equation.
how much nitrogen to eat, how much sodium, how much phosphorus. It solves that through taste and flavor. To go out and find food, but then to choose which of those foods to eat.
Your appetites are linked to nutritional requirements.
Our taste receptors evolved to find the salt lick, to find the savory fish.
They eat these foods, we get a reward, which tells us, do it again.
Give me something good to eat. Give me something good. A new docuseries exploring how our cravings for delicious flavors actually unites us with all animals of the animal kingdom and is key to our survival. So from microbes to elephants, every living thing must balance the composition of elements in their bodies with the elements in the environment. We must eat what we are. I love this. So joining me now is the series creator, Taste the Flavor of Life, biologist, author, and NC State professor, Rob Dunn. Honored to have you here, Professor. Thanks for being here.
What a pleasure, Dawn. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. I've spent part of my childhood in Raleigh, North Carolina. Used to talk on like this. It's why I got into TV news and broadcasting, because I would watch broadcasters to try to speak like a Yankee and, on the news. So I love North Carolina, love your state. What a great journey for you as you are a biologist. And how did this evolve for you that you created this wonderful series, this docuseries that's available for all of us?
It's a good question, Don. It started as a book with my wife, Monica Sanchez, called Delicious, where we tried to start to think about all those things we would be in conversation about with our friends, other biologists and anthropologists, where we'd constantly come back to, like, well, what makes things pleasurable? Why is this different for different species? And we realized it was kind of a secret. We started to know these things, but they weren't shared anywhere. And so the book started as a way to share those, and the documentary was this way of sharing them even more broadly, of telling this story of food, of pleasure, of taste, in a way that connected us to cats and dogs and worms and elephants and all the rest. And so really a fun endeavor.
I love it. And it's Taste the Flavor of Life. This is the new docu-series on Curiosity Stream. Recently, a whole group of our listeners, we went to Italy on a trip together, toured through, and we couldn't help but notice in many countries, they take such pride in growing the food, believing that food is medicine, the taste of the food, they're very strict about it with all these different standards. I don't know if you get into that as far as looking at different countries, how people view food, or is it more in the animal kingdom? Because I know you're going from elephants and different creatures, including humans.
So we do a little bit of both. In the book, we get more into the cultural differences in that special Italian case where food is so important to being. In the documentary, we take that broader perspective, but we also then narrow in on that human story. And we talk a lot with chefs who think about this every day. How do you prepare food for people that have the same taste receptors, more or less, but different cultural preferences? And how do you deal with those differences? And so we deal with elements of that in the docuseries, and then more of that in the book.
Well, huge congratulations to you and to your wife, Monica Sanchez, author of Delicious. Just a great couple. I love it. And we all can learn about what's good for us as well as what is delicious. So, Rob, I know your time is limited. Thank you so much for joining me this morning. Rob Dunn, thank you.
Thanks, Dawn. It sounds like a great trip to Italy. I'm envious of your amazing listeners. Have a great day.
Thanks. You have a blessed Friday. Rob Dunn, please check it out. I know I will check it out, and we can talk about it. But he's the series creator, biologist, author, North Carolina State professor, and it's called Taste the Flavor of Life, and it's this new docu-series on Curiosity Stream. So we'll have to talk about that moving forward. Are we taking a break, Anthony, or are we going to Anthony Hennon? Okay, quick break, and right around the corner, we'll check in on all things local, some developing stories as well. If you want to comment, 855-839-1210. Thanks for being here on this Friday morning.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Technology helps keep everyone comfortable with a smart thermostat.
Turn temperature down.
Temperature down.
Turn temperature up.
Temperature up. But to keep everyone on your team working comfortably, you need more than technology. You need CDW to custom configure Dell Client Solutions devices. Adaptive AI-based software creates a personalized user experience and boosts collaboration so they can stay cool and collected.
Temperature down.
Temperature up.
I'm staying out of this. Dell Client Solutions make adaptive performance possible. CDW makes it powerful. Learn more at cdw.com/Dell Client.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Fargo, the new virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Terms and conditions apply. Your mobile carrier's availability and message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Hi, Stephanie from Emmons. Are you not loving your bathroom? Is the King's Throne looking a little outdated and run down? Let Emmons Design Specialists design a bathroom that you will love and one that Emmons will redo in as little as 1 day. An affordable, maintenance-free bathroom with little to no inconvenience to you and your family. With finance options available, there's really only one problem. Your bathroom will be so nice, your king may never want to come out. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on our website at callemmons.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli, and if you want to make lifetime memories with your family and friends, you should book a getaway at My Happy Place, the beautiful oceanfront Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey. Right now, book a June midweek stay and save. Stay 3 nights, you're going to get $60 a night in resort credit. 5 nights, $70 a night in resort credit. Stay 7 nights, you're going to get $80 a night in resort credits, and you can use those resort credits to eat and drink at Hemingway's restaurant, the outdoor pool bar, beach concession stand, or in the gift shop. Get passes to take your family on a whale-watching boat cruise. Book direct with them for the best rates. The Grand is also the perfect place to host a wedding, corporate events, baby and bridal showers, and more. With 4 ballrooms, they have the perfect space to make your event perfect. Just call them, ask for my friend Caitlin, and she will help you have your dream event. To book your stay today at the Oceanfront Grand Hotel of Cape May, call 800-257-8550 or visit them at grandhotelcapemay.com.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in a tribute to Philly sports fans at Wildwood Catholic Academy in North Wildwood and at the Ocean City Music Pier in Ocean City, New Jersey.
Alan Iverson, Cole Hamels, Joel Embiid.
My dad set this up. This was actually a gift to us to bring us all together, come see Joe and relive all the Philadelphia history. Come see it. It's amazing.
That's Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood Catholic on June 29th and the Boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey on July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com.
If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business and your point of sale system isn't helping you sell more, earn more, or work less, you need to talk to my friends at PDQ Signature Systems. PDQ has everything you need for success, including enhanced mobile reporting, direct integration to delivery apps, 24/7 customer service, and so much more. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ can help. Visit pdqpos.com.
So I just want to make sure my take on Woodrow Wilson is strong and clear and nobody has any questions. I hate the man's guts.
What about Edith Wilson? What do you think of her?
I hate her too.
Okay.
When I can't sleep, I sit there and remind myself of all the reasons why I hate Woodrow Wilson. To lull myself after.
Instead of counting sheep, you count reasons to hate Woodrow Wilson.
Exactly. It's a very effective strategy, let me tell you.
Rich Zioli, weekday afternoons 3 till 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app. Hey, Percy, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Remember to take us anywhere with the free Odyssey app.
So much developing this morning here in Pennsylvania. Is it a cry for free speech on campus by so-called pro-Palestinian protesters, or is it really anti-Semitic? Talking about free speech, what does that encompass? We heard President Joe Biden speaking out, a lot of reaction as Biden finally broke his silence on this issue of what's happening here locally, what's happening nationally and dominating our headlines. But to get all of that, as well as a taste of many headlines across Pennsylvania, we want to welcome back Anthony Hennon of the Center Square. Always working so hard with all of these articles and these different pieces that you've been writing and working on and investigating. Anthony, happy Friday. Thanks for joining me.
Hey, thanks for having me, Dawn.
Absolutely. So when we think about what's going on at UPenn locally or Princeton, we're hearing that many students, even from Drexel and Temple, are now at the UPenn campus, and some of them joining Jewish students saying that, no, this goes beyond free speech. We're being threatened. Our rights are being violated. On the other side, we see students saying, no, we're not supporting terrorists. We're just simply speaking out against the war and what's happening to innocent civilians. So you're writing about this. It's one of your many articles that you've written. Take me through what you're writing about and who you're talking to.
Yeah, I mean, this gets a little more complicated simply because Penn is a private institution. So when we're talking about free speech, technically speaking, the First Amendment does not apply on Penn's campus. Penn has made overtures saying that they value, free speech and, expression and things like this. But they're not bound like they would be if they were a public university to respecting free speech to the hilt. So they have a little more, I suppose you could say, maneuverability here as to what they can and can't allow. Penn, of course, has been under fire since, roughly October. On the one hand, you'll see things like the brouhaha over the law professor, Amy Wax, where they're clearly trying to end her tenure and get rid of her based on some of her views in her speech. But on things like Israel-Palestine, there's been a lot more tolerance for various free speech, even though people find it very abhorrent, very offensive. The first day the Penn encampment formed, I was down there checking it out. It was a pretty normal, college protest that you see. You saw a lot of Palestinian flags. You saw the local communist group setting up a table, trying to recruit people. But generally, students were flowing through. You had some tent encampments set up, and it's fairly orderly. I don't think it comes as a surprise to see if you talk to any right-wing students at Penn. They're on a bit of a tighter leash than you see a lot of left-wing students. But luckily, thankfully, this has not been like it's been in Columbia, the University of Texas, UCLA, where we're seeing actual violence and some very tense situations.
I'll take you, we'll go to another article that you've written on thecentersquare.com, which is you're talking about the opioid trust approving all these different county projects, but that $41 million you're saying is still unspent. Boy, Anthony, I keep hearing from local community groups saying, where's the transparency on this trust? And I hear a lot of complaints about it. I know we've talked about that in the past.
Yeah, again, unfortunately, I think when you look nationally, a lot of these state-based opioid trusts are not as transparent as we would hope. The argument here is that, this is not public money. This is money coming in from legal settlements to be used for the public. So as a result, traditionally, if this were just a county government taking tax money and spending it, we could get a lot more transparency on this. We could immediately know what's happening. With the opioid trust, that is not true. So it's been very difficult, if I could say it diplomatically, to get as much information as a journalist would like or as a general public would like to really see how these decisions are made as to what to approve, what projects to approve, how to spend this money, et cetera, et cetera. Yesterday was sort of the first time we really got a better glimpse of this. The trust essentially had broken into 3 working groups to process almost 400 proposed projects by counties and which ones to approve, which ones ask for more information. Generally, about 55% of those got approved. A lot of them, it was just asking for more clarification about how this money is being used to make sure it fits, what the settlement allows. Only, I would say a handful, maybe a dozen, if that, were outright rejected. A lot of those were, it's too broad. There's a push in Philadelphia. One plan would have built, soccer fields or playgrounds, which is nice, but that's not exactly opioid related. So hopefully in the coming months, we'll get a better picture of what's really happening here. But it's been very difficult to see exactly where this money is going, what it's being used for, and being able to track this in an easy way. If you go to the Trust website, it's not really, there's not a lot of very clear data. I mean, you can get spreadsheets and some things like this, but it's hard to go county by county or statewide and see, how many counties are doing medication-assisted treatment in the county jail, or how many are doing warm handoff programs between hospitals and police stations. So it's very much, unless you're dealing with the trust directly, or if you're commuting with your county commissioners, it's very difficult to know where this money is going.
And even though they say, well, it went into a trust, I thought it was all part of a settlement with opioid companies, with the opioid, makers and pharmaceuticals and all of that, that it was this settlement. But isn't it representing, the deal was made to represent taxpayers and Americans? So if we essentially, we the people, are the plaintiff, if you will, in the settlement, why would we not have transparency?
Yes, I find it a fairly weak argument, but it is one that seems to be holding up. The legislature, if the General Assembly wanted to, they could come in and they could, make all this transparent, I believe.
So
I
why
think a lot
isn't
of this would
anybody?
I would love to know that answer. I will say, though, at least, when you're looking at how this money is being spent, 70% of this money coming in is directed by counties. And then you have 15% by the General Assembly, and then another 15% by a number of different government subdivisions. So at least, when we're thinking accountability, at least this falls more on county leaders, which is a little more direct, a little more accountable, where you can actually approach them and question them during meetings. But yeah, I think it's a nationwide problem we're seeing, whether it's Ohio, West Virginia, a lot of these states. They seem to be much more lacking in transparency than we would actually want it to be.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like they need somebody who's, I don't know, the committee of 70 or some kind of a watchdog group that at least gets to see all the numbers. Because if you think about, let's say, $40 million you had said was left over, well, that's the daily interest on that is incredible and through the roof. So who manages it? And then how does that all work? What is the interest, or $41 million you said was unspent? So is it just sitting there? Is it earning interest? Is it being invested? I have so many questions about it. And I just think for most of us, you can't really get much information about this whole thing.
Yeah, I think I'm hopeful, at least over the next year or two. A lot of these counties, they finally have, their opioid team off the ground. They have a feel for how much money's coming in, what they can do with it. So hopefully, we'll see this speeding up a bit more as, more of the settlement money flows out. But again, I think a lot of this is going to come down to how engaged the public is and how many people are actually keeping an eye on this to make sure, this money isn't just going to whatever project or getting spent, for non-opioid related reasons.
Let's talk about some of the other, you talk about the fact, one of your headlines, Pennsylvania's innovation economy remains challenged.
Yeah, this is always a fun one for Pennsylvania, I think. I think this is reflective of Pennsylvania's general problems with, economic growth, broadly speaking. When we're looking at anything innovative, it's generally coming out of Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and then around State College. But what's happening there, it's not really growing beyond that. Even for Pittsburgh, you would rather see this at higher rates than we currently are. This is coming from the Brookings Institution held an event last week out in Pittsburgh, kind of looking at its innovation economy and the path forward. And Alan Berube, who's the interim vice president and director of Brookings Metro, argued the full promise of Pittsburgh's next economy remains unrealized. The region's top flight research assets are not yet yielding top flight job creation and inclusive growth. So he was making these arguments around advanced industry, like computer systems design, scientific research and development, high-tech instrument manufacturing. We're seeing some above average growth in productivity and earnings compared nationally, but it's still a pretty small sector in Pittsburgh's economy. And we're not really getting much momentum here. It seems like, there's usual concerns here, right, of an aging workforce, of labor shortages, et cetera, of permitting delays. That's always a big one. But it seems like there's some sort of breakdown between the research that we get out, life sciences around Philadelphia, more robotics, computer type stuff around Pittsburgh. We're doing great research, but that's not really translating into job growth yet.
Yeah, I mean, some of the concerning lines that you talk about, advanced industry jobs in Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. You're talking about lagging behind, Boston or North Carolina's Research Triangle Park, the Bay Area, Seattle. But I think the concerning line that you have, Anthony, is where you write that innovation in the state, according to experts and business leaders, must overcome a, quote, valley of death to succeed.
Yeah, I think that, it seems like Pennsylvania's constantly, in a lot of these topics we're talking about, it's death by a thousand cuts. Even when you get the right people in place, you don't necessarily have them connected to each other. Or when you get money behind a business idea, just delays absolutely kill people. And it seems like one of those situations where even when you get all the pieces there, if it takes 2, 3, 4 years or more to really get something going, people will just give up. They're just going to go North Carolina, go to Texas, even California in some cases. And until we get more of a sense of urgency or get this stuff prioritized by state leaders, by county leaders, of why put up so many stumbling blocks. I think it's a big question whether we'll really change this, which is a shame because more and more, as we see an aging population, as we see a stagnating population, this is only going to become a bigger problem.
Yeah.
And we're at risk of getting into some sort of, not necessarily death spiral, but a similar thing where we just can't break the cycle. We can't move on.
And part of it, I think that, you talk about in your article, which is so well researched, is that young people are leaving the area. They'll go to college here, perhaps, but then they leave, or they're living here until college. They leave and go to jobs elsewhere because other states, it looks like other states and maybe universities have different programs, but as well, they're talking about the policy here, that it's a government policy that's not advancing these different jobs. And is it something that could be cured through, I don't know, tech schools and universities and the state system?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a mix. Again, it's hard to say this is X and Y are going to fix everything in Pennsylvania. If nothing else, we can't just generate warm weather like you get down in the South. There's different lifestyle choices going into some of these moves. But Pennsylvania, if you have your family here, if you have your friends, but you don't have that opportunity, at least finding ways to create opportunity or to get out of the way for people to prosper and flourish. There's a lot of chances there. I think, to be fair, Governor Shapiro's administration, they've talked a lot about this, and they're really pushing to try to find ways of, trying to make it more attractive for industries to come in or for companies to come in. But I think there's also a broader concern here of we can do all these efforts, but if we're not just getting the ground rules right, if we're not making it easier for all businesses or small businesses to be created or to expand, we're not going to break out of the cycle.
This week the news broke that, in fact, it looks like at the federal level, the Biden administration wants to lower, the rating on marijuana, that it would not be up there as a class 1, right up there with heroin, that it would be down to a number 3 as far as what kind of drug it is. But you write about Pennsylvania and weed policies that we in Pennsylvania are following Canada's lead on weed. What are you finding out about marijuana?
Yeah, so it's fairly big news if the federal government does reschedule marijuana. I think that's sort of been one of the main barriers here in Pennsylvania to moving forward on much of anything. We have a medical program, but that's also, people shy away from it because due to that ambiguity between state and federal law, it puts you at risk of losing some Second Amendment rights. It's sort of notable up in northern Pennsylvania, a county district attorney, Rob Green, came out and announced he had a medical marijuana card, but he also had a license to carry, and the sheriff required him to surrender that license due to him using medical marijuana, or him having a medical marijuana card, I should say. With this rescheduling, that could make some state marijuana programs easier to avoid these tensions, and that may make it easier to actually pass it. House Dems generally are all supportive of marijuana legalization, but Republicans have been more hesitant, partially because of this legal ambiguity, but also more concerns about workplace safety things, use going up, all that fun stuff. It does seem like on a certain level it's inevitable, simply because every other state around Pennsylvania is legalizing it. If the federal government does clear out a lot of these issues, I think we'll see even more of a shift.
Game changer. Anthony Hennon, as always, thank you so much for joining me. Until next time, my friend. Thank you, Anthony.
Yeah. Thank you. Take care.
Absolutely. You too. TheCenterSquare.com. I didn't even get to, I just really got to the tip of the iceberg as far as all of the different reports. He's been so busy, as always. And there's a lot on there talking about special elections, higher ed reform. There's a lot. And solar power in Pennsylvania. Didn't even get to all of it. I'll notice that Anthony Hennon said something that we heard earlier with Commonwealth Foundation with Andre talking about, death by 1,000 cuts, right? And that's what we're hearing with Pennsylvania's policy under the guidance of Governor Josh Shapiro, under the legislature. So they need to get it together and make this a more attractive work to attract workers here, change these policies so that they're more business friendly as well. I think it's a real problem for Pennsylvania, not one that I recall ever reporting on before. Wow, calling it a death valley. Jeez. Your thoughts, 855-839-1210, the number to call. All right, I have so much developing, and I am going to get to Trump around the corner with what's developing in Manhattan. And then what are his evening plans? So I'll give you that little rundown. And then, of course, we have locally Krasner's feet being put to the fire. He's getting ripped in the federal building here. So much to talk about. Thank you for being here this morning. 855-839-1210. If we're still on YouTube, thank you for joining that as well. I love to check out the chat. Be right back.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Your weekend just got a lot better. Sunday mornings with Barry Siegel and friends.
Eric, good morning. You were live on the air with Jersey Jack Chitterelli and Uncle Barry.
Good morning. I can't think of another talk show where I can listen and feel as though I'm being spoken to and not being spoken above my head. So I really want to thank you.
Eric, thanks so much for your call. I want you to know, Jack, when we win, maybe we could find a job for him.
Barry Siegel and friends. Listen Sunday mornings at 10 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT in the free Odyssey app.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and
and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-254-4574. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-254-4574 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-254-4574 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-254-4574.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
It seems like just yesterday when I captured my son's first steps, or when we recorded his soccer games on VHS tapes. Those moments are gone. But the old home movies and pictures don't need to be. That's why my son created Legacy Box.
That's right, Mom. Over 1 million families have used Legacy Box to digitally preserve their old home movies and photos.
Simply fill Legacy Box with your old camcorder tapes, film, and photos. They will professionally digitize and send them back on DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud.
With Mother's Day around the corner, it's the perfect time to get your Legacy Box and save your family's history. After all, few things are as important as protecting your precious memories. Give your mom a Mother's Day present she'll never forget. Legacy Box is offering a 60% discount. Order yours today and take advantage of our best Mother's Day sale ever. Visit legacybox.com/value and for a limited time, get an incredible 60% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value for 60% off. Legacybox.com/value.
1 in 5. That's how many people in our region are supported in some way by the Catholic Charities Appeal of the Archdiocese of Philadelphia. With your gift, the Catholic Charities Appeal provides opportunity for children with physical and intellectual disabilities through our schools of special education. The fact is, nearly 1 million times per year, our programs provide assistance to people in need. But we can't do this vital work without you. Your gift matters. Go to CatholicCharitiesAppeal.org to donate today.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows. And you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Hi, I'm Mark Cuban, entrepreneur, businessman, and TV fan. People always come to me for investment advice. So here's a quick tip for you. Stop overpaying for cable and switch to Philo. What's Philo? It's the best way to watch more than 70 of your favorite channels and save big on your monthly bills. You can stream top channels like AMC, A&E, Discovery, Live, and On Demand. Philo's also got a library with thousands of hours of movies and shows just waiting for you. Plus, an unlimited DVR that lets you save all your favorites and rewatch them for up to 1 year. All of this for just $25 a month. You don't need me to tell you that this is a deal you need to make. Philo, now and forever.
Head on over to philo.tv. That's PHILO.tv. And start your 7-day free trial now.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Don Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
No, you won't stop me from testifying. The gag order is not to testify. The gag order stops me from talking about people and responding when they say things about me. We have people saying things about me and I'm not allowed to respond. So this judge has taken away my constitutional right. And as the Republican candidate and somebody that's leading Biden by a lot, I should be able to respond. But this guy's got me with a gag order. Now we're filing, I think today, a constitutional motion to get this out. We'll be filing a lawsuit on the constitutionality of it. But if somebody says something about me and I'm not allowed to respond, that's never happened before. Thank you. Thank you.
So that's Trump this morning. So they've already taken a break and now coming back, the trial resuming, the persecution of Trump resuming this morning. And I know they took a break. Now they're coming back. He's wearing, what color tie did he wear today? The bright blue again. He wore yellow the other day. And I don't know if you saw him with the firefighters when they delivered the pizzas. That was a little bit of fun that he had with the group. Probably makes all of these individuals crazy that he's so popular. But we know that a forensics expert resumed testimony when the court came back into session this morning. And this is Douglas Dowse. He has delved into what he found on former Trump lawyer Michael Cohen's phone. So texts with former president's allies, some recordings, and one in which Trump talks about repaying then publisher National Enquirer David Pecker. And the problem here, if you see the transcript from it, when Trump says, oh, well, what do we have to pay this person this time? So not naming who it is, and so is it a check? Is it this? Is it that? I don't know that in truth. I don't know how incriminating that is because you can't really prove, can you, who they were talking about? I don't know. I also have to, I always question this. I thought that you had that privilege between you and your attorney, much like you and your doctor. So I don't really understand. I mean, I guess Michael Cohen, as far as his legal career is over, but I don't fully understand that one, that your former attorney can actually testify against you. That amazes me. And by the way, why would you agree to the recordings? I still don't understand that. I would never, if my husband said, hey, I'm going to record this, my own husband said, I want to record, if Anthony said, I'm going to record a conversation, if an attorney or accountant, no, I would say, no, you're not recording this. So I don't get all of that. But I would imagine if I'm Trump, it would make me paranoid, quite frankly. But at the end of the day, none of this is illegal. Because if you're working with your attorney or your accountant and you're talking about, paying people off after signing a disclosure agreement, I'll just remind you, all of the networks that are reporting on this, I promise you, all of their anchor people, all of their reporters, certainly their CEOs and biggity bigs within the company, they all have these disclosure agreements. They've all signed them. It's it's written into their contract. It's not illegal to pay somebody that. It's not. None of that's illegal. So the way that the media is reporting, they got a conversation. So, big deal. He has a conversation with his attorney that's on a record. So what? Okay, they paid off a couple of people for whatever. None of it's illegal. The fact that they gave a check to Stormy Daniels and she signed that non-disclosure agreement, not illegal. None of this is. So if you want to change the law and say, hey, you cannot ever have any of these non-disclosure agreements, then pass the law. They're saying it's a hush money thing as if it's illegal. Anchor people, including yours truly, have signed, I guess, so-called hush money deals. Why? Because they don't want former employees or anchor people or whatever, rich guys pay off girlfriends or they pay off former mistresses. This happens all the time. To my knowledge, I don't think it's illegal because a whole lot of biggity bigs and wealthy people and big corporations, they'd all be going to jail. It's not illegal. None of this is. You might not like it, but it's not news. This is old news. And it dates back to, if you think about Stormy or the other one, McDougal, what is that? It dates back, 18, 20 years ago? So what? It's old news. They just wanted to and Trump addressed this yesterday, that, they're trying to get something on him with allegedly falsifying business records. I don't think they have it. I think the entire thing will be thrown out if it gets that far, but it'll be thrown out on appeal. So what are they doing? They want the appearance of Trump on trial. He's a criminal. He's a felon. That's what all of this is about. I just think at the end of the day, it's a waste of taxpayer money. I hope that once we find out about the alleged collusion, if you will, between all of these different individuals like Alvin Bragg and administration officials, and we dot all those I's and cross those T's, I hope we make these individuals accountable. And who pays for all of this? We pay for this. We pay for the security around this Manhattan court. We the people, we the taxpayer, pay for all of this nonsense, this circus. And for what? Who benefits? You know who benefits? The person Trump is running up against. The head of the swamp, Joe Biden. That's who benefits because they tie him up in court. Look it up and just think about Trump policies and what he puts the kibosh on. As far you heard in the beginning, let's just all tie this up with a pretty little bow. Think about Andre Beliveau, Commonwealth Foundation, what he was talking about with renewables. So you think of all of these wealthy individuals across the country. What have they invested in? What have our lawmakers, allegedly, they seem to know what to invest in. Everybody's invested in all of these renewables and all of this. What happens on day one, as Trump has promised when he comes in? Is he's going to put the kibosh on that? Will he go toward a hybrid and developing other modes of energy that's cheaper and more affordable? Absolutely. But it'll definitely, the way we should look at this is let's go hybrid. It's my same analogy that I would use right now for EVs. We know that electric vehicles and the sales have gone down in those. Why? because EVs, first of all, they're heavier. We have to redo all of our parking garages. We have to deal with the batteries. What do we do with them? We can't throw them in a landfill. That's not right. And they're just not efficient. They're tough to charge. We saw that in Chicago last winter, where you had all these people and their cars just frozen in a frozen tundra, right? Because the batteries, we learned, need to charge at a certain temperature. That's just one of the many problems. Go hybrid until you can figure out the technology. And then the technology becomes more affordable. That's the answer. But you see, a big part of this, and the reason they're pushing this, is it's because of who has lobbied them, who's donated to Democrats. See, it's all about the money laundering operation to make partisan politicians wealthier on both sides of the aisle, right? But that's what's going on here. This is a farce. We're all getting played. That's my take. 855-839-1210 is the number to call. Now, Anthony, you have arranged for Ben Manis is going to check in with us, because we've got, right now, we have a lot of our friends. I mean, George Pagetto, George, I consider a friend, a close friend. I mean, I've known George Pagetto for more than a decade, probably 15, 16 years, but he is a lead attorney, really a legendary attorney in Philadelphia, who has fought for the Columbus statue and who has taken on DA Larry Krasner and has talked about the policies that Krasner has put into place that put all of us, including our police officers, in danger. I know George Pagetto is going to testify at this. Anthony, update us on when Ben or who's coming on.
Ben will be here at 11:30, so stay tuned for that. We're going to have just an insight on everything he saw. And actually, Jim Jordan's team on his official Twitter, they have started to post some of the footage from this morning's hearing that continues on here. This is a piece of the sound from this morning.
When you don't prosecute bad guys, you shouldn't be surprised that you get more crime. When you defund the police, you shouldn't be surprised when you get more crime. And when you have a designated area for illegal drug use, you shouldn't be surprised when you get more crime. Philadelphia is doing all three of those things. And that's why we've seen the increase in crime we've seen in this great American city.
And so he's speaking of this great American city, Philadelphia. So this is Representative Jim Jordan. The Judiciary Committee is in Philadelphia at the federal courthouse, and they're conducting what they're calling a field hearing on crime in the city. And he also had put out on X, on Twitter, talking about a teen girl who was shot in the head in Southwest Philadelphia, a woman charged with attempted murder in the stabbing of a 1-year-old baby boy in Philadelphia, and a man hospitalized after he was stabbed multiple times. So talking about the culture of crime in Philadelphia. And of course, as I said, we'll see the families of the loved ones left behind after police officers were executed in the city of Philadelphia. Mm-hmm. Some of them fairly recently. And, Sergeant Chris Fitzgerald's parents, I mean, that it's heart-wrenching as they're now taking the stand and testifying. But what they're all talking about, whether they're widows of police officers that have been killed in Philadelphia, what they're saying, and the common theme here, is that by Krasner going easy on thugs, on those individuals who are repeat offenders, if you take off this small percentage of violent individuals, you take them off of our streets, you extract them from society, you make all of us safer. The children, the families, the grandmas who are being attacked, but as well, you make it a safer environment for our police officers. So is there more sound of Jim Jordan? Or?
Yeah, there isn't actually any more from him specifically at the event, but the House Judiciary GOP also put out a video this morning kind of tied with this current hearing with Jim Jordan. This is at Judiciary GOP on Twitter. They posted this video of Philadelphia earlier.
Yet another violent weekend across the city of Philadelphia.
Multiple people shot again, no idea as to how many.
A 9-year-old girl is recovering after being shot outside of a McDonald's.
More than a half dozen people have become victims of gunfire in less than 24 hours.
Big story in Action News is the rampant gun violence across the city of Philadelphia.
7 people were shot in just a short period this weekend. 5 of them have died.
A string of rifle point carjackings. The sheer panic during a shooting at an event marking the end of Ramadan.
Philadelphia's drug crisis growing worse by the minute.
A string of sexual assaults in Philadelphia.
Gunshots have become the soundtrack of many lives in West Philadelphia.
13 people shot in the city since just yesterday morning.
There have been at least 76 homicides this year.
I felt like everywhere is not safe anymore.
All my years of living in Philadelphia, I've never seen nothing like this.
Yeah, and so I know the family, like I say, of slain Temple officer, the parents of Sergeant Fitzgerald. He was shot and killed during that struggle with an armed suspect it was last summer? It was last year. Isn't it weird to think about how long ago it happened, and if that wound feels so fresh. But I know we were actually not too far from here at one of the many fundraisers for our families left behind by those murdered in the line of duty. And, many of these, I know that Sergeant Christopher Fitzgerald, he leaves behind, and you've, heard them all on our air, certainly, but leaving behind his grieving parents, his wife, who's now a widow, his young children. And so we've been part of those fundraisers, in fact. And I know so many of you were part of that as well and donated or attended these fundraisers. But you think about the heartache and the pain, and then the residue, if you will, as far as the defund the police movement. And now think about anybody going into law enforcement. They're looking at Philadelphia and they see these headlines and they think, maybe I'll be a suburban cop, or maybe I'll apply for a federal job in law enforcement. But who wants to be a Philadelphia police officer when you're being fired upon, when the violence is escalating, and when you feel like the DA or the officials don't necessarily have your back? Now, I know Mayor Sherelle Parker has said that she does have the backs of our law enforcement. However, we know that as far as state police, have you noticed the radio silence, pun intended, after that case where the new leader of the LGBTQ plus appointed person by the mayor, when those individuals were stopped, or one of them was being stopped in Philadelphia, and the state trooper, is being reviewed. Have we heard anything about that at all, Anthony?
Nope.
Nothing.
I mean, we watch the news more than most people, and I haven't heard a peep about that. I look at like every Philadelphia outlet. I haven't seen anything.
So the state police trooper, he was doing everything by the book. And remember, we did a whole show about this, and we did interviews and everything. But the state police trooper doing everything by the book, he is stopping one individual who had a slew of violations, by the way. And, stops the one individual, looks, and another car comes up, behind him, pulls up, and then a man gets out of the vehicle and is walking toward the police officer at his back. That state police trooper did everything by the book, as they are trained to do.
Yep.
Remember this? And so now the state police trooper, now Sherelle Parker, the mayor, she made a comment that I think could be taken differently depending on your viewpoint. So I think she said it was concerning.
Yeah.
Okay.
She said, let's see what the investigation leads to. I remember.
Yes.
Yeah.
But she said, well, it's concerning. Well, it's concerning maybe from the viewpoint of, if you're supporting law enforcement, yeah, it's concerning when somebody ambushes you when you're making a traffic stop and a separate so you could take that different ways. So a lot of people, I get these texts, I get DMs, I get all these, Dawn, why aren't you talking about that case? Well, we're waiting for the investigation, but we have heard zip. We've heard zero about that one. Speaking about updates, I do want to update this really quick. I know we're going to get some calls and some updates, but I will tell you, as far as North Penn School District, I have had multiple sources telling me that there is an individual who already is on leave in North Penn's school district. And so are we seeing somebody that there's a personnel matter that's going on. I'm hearing this from multiple sources in North Penn. So what does that mean? Does that mean somebody was already on leave? Are they on leave as a result of what happened there? Because we had a violent attack erupting in this middle school. An 11-year-old little girl, her head bashed in, even though some have tried to mitigate what happened. It was horrible by all accounts. It was a violent attack. And then we have, on the other side, we have a 13-year-old kid who had been transferred to this middle school fairly recently. So we're hearing that there may be some action taken as far as those responsible for transferring a child who we're now learning definitely did have other instances that were being reported and complaints. And so what is the fallout? Right now, somebody is being thrown under the bus. That's what they're looking at. Will it be the principal? Will it go that high up? Because the superintendent, Bauer, and we played some of that sound, the superintendent is not going to take the fall. So will it go as high as the principal, Mr. Taylor, or will it be somebody a little bit lower? I'm already hearing that we have at least one person who's, in air quotes, out on leave. So what does that look like? We'll get some answers. And I have a lot on background information, so I don't want to give too much up. But there is some action that is underway from what I'm hearing from various sources. So we'll wait for Monday. We'll see where this investigation goes as well. But there is action. And certainly, well, when I say action, I mean blame. I don't mean action. And we learned that at the school board meeting. There's not a whole lot that has changed, in my opinion, from what I'm seeing, unless they're just not reporting it. There's not a whole lot as far as what they do to prevent this kind of attack. That's what parents are demanding. That's number one, is what are you doing to prevent such an attack and to have a prevention, not just a quicker response, but prevent it altogether. And I would say that for all schools. What is your action plan? Because we learned that the principal was right there. Now, they claim it was stopped in seconds. That's not what that contradicts what the witnesses, what the children are saying. So we still want to get to the bottom of that investigation. And believe me, none of this is off my radar. A lot of times I'm not outing my sources, and I can only give you what I have on background rather than what's off the record. Because when you text me or you DM me or we have a phone conversation, it's off the record and I don't report it until the moment you say, okay, you can report this part. I'm very protective of my sources, and that's how I can break stories. And we break them daily. So I appreciate you. All right. This is The Dawn Show, 855-839-1210. I know Ben Manis he's at the hearing, so he's going to step out when he gets a chance. We'll get an update, a breaking news update from him. My husband, Larry Menti, has some news as well. So Lair Bear may be calling in too later. Dawn Show continues. Thank you. We'll be right back.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
In your journey back to work, we understand the barriers you may face. We have a solution to bridge that gap. No matter your background, PA CareerLink staff are here to provide personalized assistance and help you thrive. Take the first step towards a new chapter in your career journey with PA CareerLink. Visit pacareerlink.pa.gov or your local PA CareerLink office today.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free. explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-790-1400. 800-790-1400.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000. I tried to make payments.
The IRS wasn't satisfied with Eric's efforts, so they came after him full force.
They're coming to put a lien and a hold on all my income, my home, my car. I was just overwhelmed at what to do.
Then Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, and their team of expert tax professionals took care of Eric's problem.
I owe $15,000, and now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Take Eric's advice.
If you have a tax problem, you need to call Optima Tax now.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Weather sponsored by Morgan & Morgan.
It is a pleasant finish to the work week, but conditions go downhill heading through the weekend. Partly sunny and cooler today with a high near 70. Tonight, increasing clouds, low 50. And for Saturday, a cloudy day with some showers at times during the afternoon, high 62.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world, protecting America, fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It seems like just yesterday when I captured my son's first steps, or when we recorded his soccer games on VHS tapes. Those moments are gone. But the old home movies and pictures don't need to be. That's why my son created Legacy Box.
That's right, Mom. Over 1 million families have used Legacy Box to digitally preserve their old home movies and photos.
Simply fill Legacy Box with your old camcorder tapes, film, and photos. They will professionally digitize and send them back on DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud.
With Mother's Day around the corner, it's the perfect time to get your Legacy Box and save your family's history. After all, few things are as important as protecting your precious memories. Give your mom a Mother's Day present she'll never forget. Legacy Box is offering a 60% discount. Order yours today and take advantage of our best Mother's Day sale ever. Visit legacybox.com/value, and for a limited time, get an incredible 60% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value for 60% off. legacybox.com/value.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Don't miss Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaros and Mark Cumberland, Saturdays at 1 p.m. Find out all you need to know about home buying and selling. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com. Good News in Real Estate, Saturdays 1 p.m. on WPHT.
Window Nation presents the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. Listen the first Wednesday of every month as Kayal and Company shines a spotlight on a local veteran, highlighting their remarkable commitment to the community and their exceptional service in the military. Presented by Window Nation. At Window Nation, there's nothing more important than giving back to the communities we serve. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
This is an announcement to all United States vehicle owners who own a 2003 or newer vehicle with a manufacturer's warranty about to expire, or no warranty coverage at all. With a struggling economy and the cost of living on the rise, Endurance is now offering an affordable, low-cost vehicle coverage plan to the general public. As of today, you could be one of millions of drivers that now may qualify to have your vehicle protected under this coverage and have all future covered auto repairs paid directly to the repair shop for you. You pick your plan. You pick your deductible. You even pick the repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental coverage is included. Get your vehicle protected now and save your wallet from costly vehicle repairs. A toll-free number has been established for you to call for your free 5-minute quote and to see if you qualify. The number to call is 800-296-8708. 800-296-8708. Again, that's 800-296-8708. Coverage, deductibles, and claims may vary. For details, go to endurancewarranty.com.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. ramp.com/250.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. The NBA playoffs have tipped off, but it's not too late to get in on the action on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $150 to use on same-game parlays, championship futures, and a lot more. And no better place to bet all the playoff action than America's #1 sportsbook. Just go to FanDuel.com/Dom. That's FanDuel.com/Dom. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. You have to be 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager, only $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER.
When meeting with Wall Street behind closed doors, it's impossible to know whether you're receiving objective advice or a deceptive sales pitch. Crash Proof Retirement records all financial meetings, providing a legally binding guarantee that your best interests come first.
Andy Donaldson. I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2014. Wall Street definitely lacks any fiduciary responsibility. Stockbrokers don't record their meetings because they don't want to commit to exactly what they say. Behind closed doors, do they really have my best interests at heart? It's quite a nice feeling to know that by recording their meetings, Crash Proof Retirement guarantees a full fiduciary responsibility, which means that you come out on top, and I'm not worried about them trying to nickel and dime me.
Learn why recording financial meetings guarantees peace of mind. Register for one of the Crash Proof events on May 15th at the Washington Crossing Inn. Choose either the 11 a.m. or 5 p.m. event. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
So with the big hearing, it's a field trip for the House Judiciary Committee. Coming here to check out Let Him Go Larry Krasner, as many have dubbed, our district attorney who received well over, $1.7 million, I believe it was, from far left progressives like Soros and those funds. But joining us now, Ben Maness. Ben, thank you so much for leaving the hearing just to give us the update of what's going on. And I know there's a lot of heartache as we hear from the family members, the parents, the widows of police officers who've been put in danger and murdered on the job.
Absolutely, Dawn, and thank you for having me. I only have a few minutes because the hearing is ongoing. But, the heartache of having Sergeant O'Connor and Sergeant Fitzgerald next of kin speaking at this isn't just for the impact statement as we would have in a criminal case. It's to assert the fact that D.A. Krasner had a hand in the deaths of their loved ones. And they both gave very impactful statements of not only how, in Sergeant O'Connor's wife, Terry, in her case, how the suspects that were caught after shooting and killing her husband, Sergeant O'Connor, were basically out on recognizance after several arrests in the Krasner administration. So had any of those, and we're not talking minor crimes, we're talking about guns, violent crimes, and drugs, and at least 3 cases per person. So had any of those suspects actually been in jail awaiting trial or actually convicted pursuant to those prior cases, her husband would be here right now. And that was the point she was trying to get across. On the flip side of that record, Sergeant Fitzgerald's parents, Dr. and Mrs. Fitzgerald, gave an extremely impactful statement about how they were made to lobby the district attorney and present to them why he, the murderer of their son, should be prosecuted under the death penalty, which is in Pennsylvania law. And the fact that it was never actually packaged that way, making them, the family, have to lobby the district attorney's office, which is supposed to be their advocate. And then a very, very impactful thing happened about an hour later in the trial, where it was brought up, the press conference last night, where DA Krasner got up in front of Steve Keeley on Fox 29 and said he wasn't invited to this hearing. He didn't know about it until 24 hours ago, or he would have happily came. Sergeant Fitzgerald testified under oath that over 2 weeks ago, in that very meeting with the Krasner administration, with DA Krasner present, he gave him the hearing notice and told him he wanted him here.
And that was the father of
yes,
Chris
Dr. Joel
Fitzgerald's
Fitzgerald.
dad. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Dr. Joel Fitzgerald's chief of police in Denver at the Transit Police Department. And he physically, under oath, testified that he gave Krasner notice of this hearing and invited him to come. And Krasner on regional television last night told the entire, lied and said everyone that he didn't know about it or he would have been here and he was happy to come, but they didn't tell him that they were having it here. So he lied. He was caught in yet another lie. And it's of note that this isn't just a Republican show trial. There is several Democratic representatives, and they brought two of their own witnesses. And these are esteemed people. This is, Mr. Garber from Ceasefire PA and Dr. Abaya from CHOP, who are taking the public health approach and the gun angle. And it's very, very clear that the Democratic side of this hearing wants to keep turning the issue around on the guns. And while Mr. Garber and Dr. Abaya have very good points and good programs, what isn't being said is what happens when those programs fail and the perp is out on the street with an illegal gun and is caught and then the crime is not prosecuted. And nobody seems to want on the left side of the aisle to have that discussion. And it is not coming out. But it is very clear because every time it happens, one of the other witnesses turns around and says, yeah, these suspects were using illegal weapons. These suspects were committing crimes and not prosecuted, and here's where we are. So it's very clear that there's one side of this that wants to get to the law and order side of the equation, and the other one that wants to demonize guns as a tool, and legal gun owners as a tool to kind of scapegoat the issue. Why is the gun on the street? Well, no, why is the perpetrator using the gun is the obvious answer to this question. And there is definitely a lot of political showmanship happening here.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Jerry Nadler, sitting right next to Jim Jordan, basically scoffed when several of articles were admitted into unanimous consent by Representative Gates about George Soros and his involvement here, like you said, in the progressive DA movement nationwide and its impact on crime. And Nadler had an outburst where he basically said, with all the anti-Semitism going on in the world, I'm not going to tolerate that about George Soros. Well, my own article 2 days ago highlighted how George Soros is also funding the anti-Semitic protesters, the pro-Palestinian protesters. So, I'll be, of course, in the press gaggle about 20 minutes from now asking him how that impacts anti-Semitism when you're physically funding anti-Semites who call for the extermination of the Jewish state.
Well, I know that you're limited and you have to get back in there. We just so appreciate you. And I also don't know what are the ramifications. What can the House Judiciary Committee? What can they really do? I know that you know what I mean. As far as Jim Fitzgerald's family, I know they've spoken out and said they're just thankful that in the federal system, those accused, cop killers are in the federal system, so Krasner couldn't let them out or anything, go easy on them. But ultimately, Ben, where are they going with this?
Yeah, no, that's an excellent point. Because on the national level, one has to wonder, is some lawmaking going to result from something here? Could they create a bill to hold rogue DAs accountable on a local level? Because when cornered, several Democratic reps have made a point in this particular hearing of saying, well, DA Krasner was unanimously reelected in 2021. Mm-hmm. Of course, they failed to mention that there was an 11% turnout rate, and he got 2 times in a row fined for campaign finance violations. But they keep hiding behind the fact that he was reelected. Okay, he was elected. What's there to hold him accountable at a federal level when he completely shirks his duty? And, there's an absence. We have Dean and Scanlon on this hearing, and they haven't mentioned, of course, any state oversight as well. And it should be mentioned, George Bucchetto got up and said, hey, we had an impeachment hearing. It was shelved by the Democratic State House as soon as they came in. Yeah. They basically put and I quote, they put our impeachment into mothballs, and we never got to have our trial that was, passed and voted for. So, that's the good question. Do we need some oversight from our Congress? Yes. Are they too divided to possibly give us that? Well, that remains to be seen. That is a golden question.
Well, Ben Manis, my friend, thank you. Once maybe next week when you have a chance to take a breath and we can catch up with you on this that you're writing for Broad and Liberty, as all of the other stories, and Italy. We have to talk about that too. Ben,
yes.
You're the best. Thank you so much.
Have a good day. Bye.
You too. Ben Manis, he's heading back into the House Judiciary Committee with this field hearing today, and we really appreciate him just coming out of, because it's, and it's a secure area, obviously, in the courtroom there, so he has to get back, and it's all timed because they bring the media forth. Hopefully he gets some questions in as well. But the lineup, as he mentioned, George Bucchetto, the attorney, really an iconic attorney here in Philadelphia, who I know you know well, but also the former special prosecutor for that impeachment of D.A. Krasner that Ben referred to. He's one of those testifying. Terry O'Connor, Jim O'Connor's, Sergeant O'Connor's widow, and she has spoken out before talking about this, that she feels her husband, remember this happened in 2020, Zeoli was still on mornings. Do you remember this? And it was horrifying. I remember some of you calling in and Rich Zeoli talking about it, and it was devastating for the police community, for our community at large. When he was, we learned, how he was killed. And then to learn that even in court, the prosecutors at the federal level too, saying these were dangerous individuals, and who were obviously taken through the federal system as well. But we have investigative journalists, the family of I know Pauline Fitzgerald. Ben referred to them, the parents, the mom and dad of Sergeant Chris Fitzgerald, and the doctors, all of those speaking out. So we will wait to really digest that, and then we'll probably bring it to you on Monday. But as well, remember that we have the Dom show coming up. Is Dom over there? I don't even know if Dom was over there early this morning. See, I don't even know.
I don't think so.
Okay. But then, of course, Rich Zeoli, remember, who's in Cape May, they'll have some of the sound by then, and perhaps Jim Jordan and others will be able to be interviewed by. And that's why it's so great that we're live, we're local, we're here, and we want to bring this to you. I'll just ask you this. I mean, this is pretty significant, is it not? Where's the national media on this? It's crickets. You don't even see it. Did you see it anywhere nationally? And even the local news doesn't focus on it. I don't know, not for nothing, but I just wonder if Democrats were running this and they were looking at a Republican elected official, would the coverage be different? I think absolutely. And you and I know that's the bias by omission that I talk about all the time. This is buried. I mean, is it reported? Sure, but not to the level. They're not talking about or reporting on it to the level that we are. So just putting that out to you. 855-839-1210. I'll take a quick break, take some of your calls. Maybe Lair Bear will even call in and give us an update on what he's working on. There's so much going on. Oh, my goodness. And more Trump news as well. What's Trump doing tonight? We'll talk about that as well. We're learning his plans. Thanks for being here. Happy Friday. TGIF. Be right back.
Kayal and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Marine Corps Sergeant Jerry L. Golden III. It's an honor to spotlight you and your brothers. Thank you for everything you do for this nation, and I know this audience especially so. Incredibly grateful.
Thank you for support. I would like to say one more thing. I want to shout out my mom and say thank you. She has done so many great things for me.
The man knows Mother's Day.
Man.
11 days around the corner, right?
I'm playing chess here. Nick.
Yeah.
I'm playing chess.
and normally I'm anti-shout-out on